I, or equality v. liberty, or the PhD Dream Journal. A Voluntary Fool. By, narrated by, Cami. Edited by, Anonymouses. Copyright, redacted. Everyone. All rights released. Published by, redacted. For baby. Whoever, wherever, whenever you are, I love you and believe in you, now and always, forever and ever. Liberty Journal. Who, redacted, and unknown. What, unknown. Where, car, street, and park. When, redacted. Why, unknown. How, transcribed from recording. By, redacted. What the fuck? Is this on? Okay. I don't know. What the fuck? Okay. Oh my fuck. Okay. I was just sleeping and I could feel like a light on me, like the sun or whatever. And I wake up and there's some fucking glowing ass chick right outside my car. She's like shimmering and floating around in some kind of hover house or some shit. Wow. She's like dancing and smiling and staring at me. Hi. Oh, fuck. She's waving at me. What in the fuck is going on, man? Am I dreaming? What the fuck is happening? Whoa, she's floating across the street. Oh, fuck, she's waving at me to follow her. What the fuck, man? Is this for real? What is this shit? Do I follow her? Am I fucking dreaming, man? What the fuck? Just wake up. Wake up. Yo, wake up. Ouch. Pinching ain't helping. Pinching ain't helping. Fuck. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? She's like floating through the trees. It's fucking redacted in the morning. Damn. This is fucking stupid, man. You're fucking sleeping. Wake up. Fuck. I don't know. No one else can see this shit? Fuck. What the fuck? Fuck, is she fucking hot? Fuck. K. Fuck. K. Fuck. Fuck it. This is probably just a dream anyway, man. Fuck it. This chubby sure feels real, though. Okay. I'm going. Here I go. Wait. I can barely see her. She's disappearing. Kevin and Charlie were the same height the first day Kevin arrived in his suite. This made it easy for Charlie to lick every part of Kevin's face as soon as he entered the door. Kevin laughed, and everyone joined in when they realized that Charlie had backed Kevin into the corner of the kitchen. Rita rubbed Charlie's back, and he moved away from Kevin's face. Rita told Kevin that Charlie was his new best friend and handed him Charlie's leash. Ava added that there was no way to truly verify if this was the case. Tony smiled at Kevin and shrugged his shoulders. Kevin grabbed the leash and rubbed Charlie's back. He smiled at Charlie and at everyone. Everyone continued to smile and laugh. Tony gave Kevin a name tag to place on his shirt, which read, Kevin. Rita pointed to his name tag and read it aloud. She pointed at the name tags on everyone else and read them aloud too. Everyone toured Kevin through his suite. From the door off the backyard, they entered the kitchen, with its long countertop along the back wall and the windows facing the backyard. The large table in the middle of the kitchen had 5 chairs. A chalkboard fastened to the wall had, "Welcome to your suite, Kevin," written on it. Ava read the phrase to Kevin while Tony pulled out a notebook and started writing. They pointed to the camera in the corner of the ceiling, and everyone waved at it. The great room off the kitchen had several couches and chairs, a bed on the floor for Charlie, bookshelves covering the entire back wall, and another camera and chalkboard. The table between the fireplace and the piano had 4 monitors on it. They explained that each monitor was currently displaying the 4 exterior walls of the house. Down the hall towards the front of the house, they entered the washroom, and Rita pointed out how there were no cameras. Charlie walked up to the toilet, turned around, and sat down on the seat. Everyone turned around to face away from Charlie, and after a moment, Kevin did the same. When Charlie began to walk off the toilet, everyone looked to see what he had done and found yellow liquids and brown solids. Tony waved his hand over his face to signal a foul odor, and Charlie used his paw to flush the toilet. Everyone clapped and cheered. Kevin started to pull down his pants, and everyone left the washroom. Kevin sat on the toilet and laughed as Charlie licked his face. Kevin finished and asked everyone to look. He flushed the toilet like Charlie, and everyone cheered. Tony wrote in his notebook. Further down the hall, at the front of the house, was Kevin's bedroom. Ava showed Kevin his bed, desk, dresser, and closet. There was another bed on the floor for his best friend. His desk had 5 monitors and a camera. They showed Kevin the monitors and explained that the 3 labeled with their names were displaying each of their suites upstairs. Kevin looked at the 3 monitors and saw empty suites with beds and dressers similar to his. They explained that the 3 suites were displaying Kevin's bedroom on their monitors as well. Tony pressed the keys of the keyboard and pointed to the letters appearing on the monitor labeled Group Chat. Kevin sat on his desk chair, spelled his name with the keyboard, and laughed when he saw his name on the monitor. The last monitor on the desk was displaying the backyard and the door to Kevin's suite. Tony pressed a button on the monitor, and another side of the house's exterior appeared. Kevin continued to press the same button, changing through all the exterior and interior cameras until he returned to the first backyard camera. Kevin smiled when he recognized the backyard again, and everyone smiled too. They opened Kevin's bag and transferred his clothes and belongings into their proper places. They opened the door next to Kevin's bedroom, leading out to the front yard of the house. They explained and demonstrated how the door could only be opened from the inside and only in case of an emergency. They made their way out of Kevin's suite and into the backyard. After the door was shut, Tony began to place a lock on it. Rita did the same, and then Ava. They handed a key and lock to Kevin and explained that everyone had their own key and lock that they place on Kevin's door whenever they leave. Kevin tested his key in his lock, attached his lock to the door, and placed his key around his neck like everyone else. Tony pointed out the camera on the back wall of the house, and Kevin nodded and smiled. They proceeded through the door located right next to Kevin's, up the flight of stairs, and came upon 3 locked doors. Ava opened the first door with her key and let everyone inside. The suite was just as Kevin had seen on the monitor in his room. The layout was similar to that in his bedroom, but with an additional washroom and kitchenette. Ava pointed out the camera on her desk and the monitor labeled Kevin, which was displaying Kevin's bedroom. The other monitors showed the suites of Rita and Tony and the backyard. Ava pressed the button on the backyard monitor and showed Kevin that it operated just like his. Kevin looked at her group chat monitor and laughed when he saw his name typed out. Ava typed her name on the monitor and everyone laughed. They proceeded through the next locked door, opened by Rita, which revealed a room very similar to Ava's. Kevin could hear Ava talking over the speakers on the desk and turned to see her waving on her monitor. Kevin waved to Ava and laughed. Ava locked her suite and so did Rita. Tony opened the last door and they all proceeded up another flight of stairs to his suite, which was similar to Ava's and Rita's. They looked out the windows at the neighborhood and then returned to the backyard. Their house was located at the end of a bay of houses. The backyard fanned out from the house and was completely surrounded by a tall wooden fence. There was a workshop in one corner, a garden in the other, and a large open grass space in between, complete with a fire pit. As they entered the backyard, Charlie ran and pulled Kevin along with him. Kevin let go of the leash as he fell over onto the grass and began to cry. Before Rita and Ava reached Kevin, Tony started to whistle. As Charlie raced over to Tony, he leaned over and Charlie jumped up onto his back and then jumped high into the air. Tony clapped. Kevin saw the jump and began to laugh over his tears. He stood back up and ran over to Charlie, and Charlie licked his face. Tony kept whistling, and Charlie kept running around the backyard. He sounded a different whistle, and Charlie sat still. Another whistle, and Charlie rolled over. Kevin laughed and started moving around like Charlie. Tony grabbed a ball off the grass and threw it to the other side of the backyard. Charlie retrieved the ball and brought it back to Tony. Tony grabbed the ball from Charlie and handed it to Kevin. Kevin threw the ball and Charlie brought it back. Kevin laughed and everyone cheered. The best friends continued to play and Tony wrote in his notebook. Rita invited everyone over to the garden. She walked Kevin over to the line of carrots, pulled one out, cleaned off the soil, and took a bite. Kevin watched and laughed as Rita chewed and made sounds of enjoyment. Kevin pulled out another carrot, and Ava and Tony did the same. Rita felt that Kevin had not cleaned enough soil off his carrot and compared their 2 carrots. When Kevin finished cleaning his, Charlie bit off half. Everyone laughed as they watched Charlie eat. Kevin took a bite from his remaining carrot and made sounds of enjoyment like Rita. When Charlie was done his bite, he came over to Kevin and licked his face. Everyone laughed. Ava walked over to the swing that was hanging from a tree near the fence in the middle of the backyard. Charlie followed her, and Kevin followed Charlie. Ava started to swing back and forth, moving her legs and shifting her body, while Charlie chased her back and forth. She got off the swing and offered it to Kevin. He climbed on and began to move his legs and body like Ava, but was unable to swing like she did. Kevin asked for a push from Ava, and she insisted that he continue to move his legs and body like she had. Kevin continued to move and slowly gained enough momentum, and everyone cheered. Kevin was swinging well and laughed as he watched Charlie chase him. When Kevin finished swinging, Tony walked over to the workshop. Charlie followed Tony, and everyone followed him. The workshop was filled with tools and machines for wood, metal, and clothing construction. There was a bookshelf, a chalkboard, pencils and paper, monitors, and a camera. The wall facing the backyard was lined with windows and a countertop similar to Kevin's kitchen. Tony pulled a piece of glowing metal that was in the stove and held it in front of everyone. He looked at Kevin, hovered his other hand close to the glow, and pulled it away quickly. They explained to Kevin that the glow was too hot to touch. Kevin's eyes grew wide, focusing on the glow, and he slowly held out his hand next to it. He felt the heat off the glow and pulled his hand back quickly like Tony did. Everyone laughed, Charlie whined, and Rita and Kevin rubbed his back. They left the workshop and walked to the side of the house where there was another door with 4 locks on it. Everyone opened a lock and proceeded down the flight of stairs. On one side of the basement, there were storage boxes, clothes washing machines, and large containers of water. Tony grabbed 4 glasses, filled them, and handed one to everyone. He used his glass to fill a bowl on the ground for Charlie. Kevin saw this and poured some of his water into the bowl too. Everyone smiled and nodded at Kevin as Charlie drank his water. The other half of the basement had a freezer and cold storage shelving with many full and empty jars. Rita opened a jar of carrots and made sounds of enjoyment like she did in the garden. As everyone took turns eating the carrots, Kevin handed one to Charlie and rubbed his back as he ate. Rita grabbed a pie from the freezer and they headed back up the stairs and locked the door. They made their way back into Kevin's suite and placed their locks on the inside of the door. Tony grabbed the jug of water on the table and filled everyone's glass and Charlie's bowl. Ava went to the great room and started playing a record of music on the sound system. Rita put the pie in the oven, pulled out the utensils, and joined everyone at the table. Kevin and Charlie's chairs were against the far wall where they could view everything in the kitchen and great room. Tony sat across from them, Ava in front of the chalkboard, and Rita closest to the kitchen countertop. Kevin was admiring Charlie and rubbing his back, and everyone else sat and admired the 2 best friends. The smell of pie filled the kitchen. Kevin and Charlie watched as Rita pulled the pie from the oven and served everyone a piece. Charlie ate his piece before anyone else had started, and everyone laughed. Tony took the first bite from his piece and made loud sounds of enjoyment, tilting his head back, closing his eyes, and gave Rita 2 thumbs up. Kevin watched and laughed. Ava took a bite and enjoyed it as well, making a different sound, closing her eyes, and nodding her head. Rita enjoyed her piece too, and everyone watched Kevin as he started to eat. He made his own unique sounds of enjoyment, and everyone laughed. Ava asked Kevin if he liked the pie, and he nodded and gave Rita 2 thumbs up. Tony clapped, and everyone smiled. When the pie was done, everyone went to the sink with their utensils and took turns cleaning. Kevin made use of the stepping stool to access the sink, and everyone cheered when he was finished. On the kitchen table was a jug of water, a bowl of fruit, a bowl of mixed nuts, a vase of flowers, a dictionary, pencils, and paper. Ava picked up some paper, colorful pencils, and began to draw. Rita grabbed a cookbook from the bookshelves and began to read. Tony wrote in his notebook. Kevin stood up on his chair, leaning over the table to see what everyone was doing. Charlie did the same. They both sat back down, and Kevin continued to watch everyone and rub Charlie's back. As time passed, Kevin asked Ava what she was doing. She picked up her paper and showed everyone a portrait of Kevin and Charlie sitting at the table. Rita smiled and nodded, and Tony clapped and gave a thumbs up. Ava handed Kevin the drawing and started drawing on a new piece of paper. Kevin studied the portrait closer and laughed and showed the portrait to Charlie. Ava picked up the box of colorful pencils she was using and placed them in between her and Kevin. Kevin grabbed one of the pencils and began to add color to the portrait. After applying a few more colors, Kevin presented the updated portrait to everyone. Rita smiled and nodded, Tony clapped and held 2 thumbs up, and Ava said it was better than before. Ava picked up her new drawing, and it was a portrait of Rita reading the cookbook. Rita said she liked it, Tony smiled and clapped, Kevin clapped too, and everyone laughed. Ava took her new portrait and fastened it to the wall behind Kevin, and Kevin fastened his updated portrait as well. Kevin asked Rita what she was doing, and Rita explained that she was looking for a new recipe in the cookbook. She set the book on the table in between her and Kevin and pointed at a picture of a pie on the page. She pointed at the first item on the list, then got up and grabbed it from the pantry. She pointed at the word on the page and said, "flour," and then pointed at the word on the container and said, "flour." Ava erased everything on the chalkboard and started writing and repeating what Rita said. Rita pointed at the measurement in the book and grabbed the measuring utensils to retrieve the flour and place it in a bowl. She counted the scoops, Ava wrote and read them again, and Kevin repeated everything they said. Rita brought the remaining ingredients over, and Kevin measured and added each one. Each time, Kevin repeated the instructions. Rita proceeded to read out the directions of the recipe, and Ava kept writing, reading, and drawing on the chalkboard. Tony kept cheering, helping where he could, and periodically wrote in his notebook. Charlie stood right next to Kevin and watched everything. Kevin and Rita placed the dough in pie trays and began filling them with different ingredients. When they completed the first pie, Rita directed Kevin to the oven and showed him how to turn it on. Ava read back the items written on the chalkboard, and Rita and Kevin joined in. Everyone cleaned up the utensils and ingredients. The smell of pie began to fill the kitchen once again, and Rita called Kevin over to remove the pie from the oven. They each put on mitts, and with Kevin in front of her, Rita held her hands over Kevin's and guided his to grab the pie. Kevin's eyes grew wide in concentration as they slowly moved the pie from the oven over to the kitchen table. When they set the pie on the table, Kevin cheered and everyone joined in. Charlie began to pace around, shaking his tail and howling, and Kevin rubbed his back. Rita showed Kevin how to cut and serve the pie. Tony grabbed the water jug to fill everyone's glass and Charlie's bowl. Charlie ate his piece before anyone started theirs, and everyone laughed. Tony took the first bite of his piece and made very loud sounds of enjoyment, rubbing his stomach, licking his lips, and gave Kevin 2 thumbs up. Kevin laughed. Rita and Ava also made sounds of enjoyment and nodded their heads in agreement at Kevin. Ava told Kevin that the pie was excellent, and Rita admitted the pie was better than hers. Kevin smiled and enjoyed his pie too. After everyone finished cleaning their dishes, they returned back to the table to snack on fruits and nuts and drink water. Ava continued to draw, Rita continued to read, and Tony continued to write in his notebook. Kevin watched Tony and asked what he was doing. Tony handed his notebook to Ava, and she placed it in between her and Kevin. Pointing at each word, she began to read the events that transpired since Kevin entered his suite that day. Kevin laughed when he realized what Tony had wrote. As Ava continued reading through Tony's notebook, Kevin and Tony gave each other thumbs up, and everyone laughed. Ava grabbed another notebook from the bookshelves and handed it to Kevin. Rita pointed to Tony's notebook cover, which had Tony written on it. She pointed to the same spot on Kevin's notebook and said, "Kevin." Kevin laughed, grabbed a pencil, and wrote his name on the notebook. Kevin turned to the first page of his notebook and began to draw everyone, writing their names above each of their heads. He showed everyone when he was done, and everyone admired his drawing. Tony got up and filled 5 bottles full of water. He passed them out and signaled for everyone to follow him out to the backyard. Charlie ran out the door as everyone fastened their locks. They made their way over to the middle of the backyard where they formed a circle, faced each other, and started to stretch. Kevin watched everyone and then started to follow along, doing the same stretches everyone was doing. Everyone was making sounds of enjoyment during certain stretches. Kevin did the same, and everyone laughed. Tony handed Charlie's leash to Kevin and showed him how to attach it to Charlie's collar. They headed through the back gate in the fence and entered the park behind the house. Kevin was holding onto Charlie's leash, and after Tony whistled, everyone started to jog together around the perimeter of the park. Charlie stopped jogging to sniff the ground, and everyone stopped to drink from their bottles. Kevin rubbed Charlie's back and smiled at everyone, and everyone smiled back. When Charlie stopped sniffing or Tony whistled, everyone began jogging again. They continued jogging around the park until they returned to their back gate. Tony wrote in his notebook. They entered the backyard, and Tony showed Kevin how to remove the leash. Charlie ran around, and everyone made their way to the middle of the backyard to stretch again. After stretching, they all sat on the ground, closed their eyes, and remained there in silence. Charlie sat by Kevin as he watched everyone else with their eyes closed. After some time, Kevin asked them what they were doing, and everyone laughed and smiled. They all got up without saying anything. Tony grabbed pieces of wood from a pile by the workshop and set them in the fire pit. Ava brought over a portable stereo from the workshop, and Rita collected some tomatoes and cucumbers from the garden. Tony signaled for Kevin to join him at the fire pit. He made a small pile of wood and began hitting 2 stones together to make sparks. Kevin saw the sparks, and his eyes and smile grew wide. Tony kept making sparks until he started the wood on fire, and then blew out the flames. Tony and Kevin laughed, and everyone joined in. He handed the stones to Kevin to try, and after several failed attempts, he finally started the small pile on fire. Charlie jumped back and barked, and everyone cheered. Tony placed the burning pile into the fire pit, and the larger pieces of wood began to burn. Everyone cheered, and Tony wrote in his notebook. Ava turned on the stereo, and everyone started dancing around the fire. Kevin watched and laughed as everyone danced with the music. Kevin was jumping up and down and clapping in time with the music. Everyone did the same. Kevin started to laugh, and everyone laughed too. Charlie barked and jumped around. The song changed, and Ava started to dance with different moves, in time with the music. Rita made sounds of enjoyment, Tony whistled and cheered, and Kevin tried to do the same. Ava kept playing different songs and demonstrating various styles of dance while everyone tried following along. After a while, they all decided to take a break. Rita started to eat some of the vegetables and offered them to everyone. They all rested around the fire as the stars appeared in the sky. As they relaxed around the fire, Charlie yawned, and then Kevin, and then Tony. Everyone laughed. Tony showed Kevin how to extinguish the fire, and everyone returned to Kevin's suite. Charlie entered first and ran directly to the washroom. Everyone sat around the kitchen table and waited for their turn. Once everyone had their turn on the toilet, they all made their way into the washroom. They handed the container of floss around, and everyone stood in front of the large mirror and flossed their teeth. They showed Kevin how to wrap the floss around his fingers and place it in between his teeth. Then everyone grabbed a toothbrush from the shelf and brushed their teeth. Tony grabbed a different toothbrush and began to brush Charlie's teeth. Kevin laughed, and Tony handed him the brush to try. Charlie licked Kevin's hands and face as he brushed his teeth, and everyone laughed. Tony took off his shoes and socks and stepped into the shower. He shut the door, which obscured everything from his shins to his shoulders. Everyone watched as he removed his shirt, shorts, and underwear and placed them on top of the door. Tony turned on the shower, and everyone laughed as he made sounds of enjoyment. Tony showed everyone the bar of soap in his hand and started to rub it on his body. Ava and Rita began to follow Tony's actions and say the body parts he was cleaning as they moved along. Kevin joined in, and Charlie walked up to the shower to look under the door. Everyone laughed as they called Charlie away from the shower. When Tony had finished, he shut off the shower, grabbed the towel from the door, and dried himself off. Rita then handed him one of the bathrobes that were hanging next to the shower. Tony put on the robe, exited the shower, everyone cheered, and Charlie barked. Rita and Ava then proceeded to take turns showering, following the same sequence. They retrieved some clean clothes from Kevin's room, and then everyone joined Kevin at the shower to show him how to adjust the temperature. He took off his shoes and socks and then stepped into the shower and closed the door. Kevin removed his clothes and placed them under the door where Charlie was looking and began to shower. Kevin could not see which body parts Rita and Ava were calling out to wash and opened the door. Everyone laughed and turned to face the other direction. Kevin said he wanted to make sure he was showering correctly. With their backs to Kevin, everyone demonstrated and called out the body parts they were cleaning, and Kevin followed along. When they were done, Kevin shut the door, turned off the shower, and dried himself off. Rita handed the clean clothes to Kevin under the door, and he exited the shower when he was dressed. Everyone cheered, and Tony wrote in his notebook. Everyone went to the kitchen, and Ava explained that they were going to their suites to prepare to go to sleep for the night, and that they would be back in his suite the following morning. Rita explained that when they exit Kevin's suite and the door is closed, they will place their 3 locks on the outside of the door, and Kevin will place his lock back on the inside. Then, Kevin and Charlie should go to the bedroom and wait to see everyone on the monitors. Kevin agreed, and they left the suite, locking the door as explained. Rita called through the door to Kevin to see if he had placed his lock on the door, and he confirmed he had done so. They headed up the stairs and into their respective suites. Everyone was sitting at their desks and could see everyone else. Kevin waved at everyone and laughed, and everyone did the same. Tony began to type out the notes he had written throughout the day, and they appeared on everyone's group chat monitor. Rita and Ava read the lines as they appeared. They continued this way until Rita could see that Kevin was starting to yawn more often and told him that he could lay down on his bed if he wanted to. Kevin laid in his bed facing the monitors, and Charlie jumped on the bed too. Tony whistled, and Charlie got off the bed and laid in his on the floor. Kevin asked Tony how he whistled, and Rita told Kevin that he could learn in the morning. Rita and Ava continued to read out Tony's notes until they could see that Kevin was asleep. The three of them stopped what they were doing and sat and admired Kevin on their monitors. They continued to message each other on the group chat about different things they had observed throughout the day. They all agreed they had just lived through the best day of their lives. Liberty Gazette. Article: Mystery Falls from the Sky. By Redacted. Date: Redacted. Authorities have begun their investigation into the site of the mysterious plane, which crash-landed yesterday evening. The unregistered aircraft that was able to evade radar detection has now been identified as a private plane belonging to the medical team, Liberty Life Unlimited. Though it is still early stages in the investigation, reports indicate that only 4 cadavers have been recovered from the wreckage and are most likely the bodies of all 4 team members: David, Daniel, Deidre, and Daphne. Reportedly notorious for their confidentiality and lack of transparency, LLU was formed by a pair of disgruntled and highly skilled doctors and nurses, whose mission it was to break nearly every convention that flew in front of them. Their nonconformist attitude drew the attention of many celebrities and socialites who no doubt helped propel the team to their great heights. Possibly known most famously for their adoption of orphaned children. They were most notably ridiculed for their unorthodox parenting style, which involved little else than financial support and home videos documenting lessons learned from life and work. Rumor has it that LLU, no stranger to flight, had recently taken their practice to the skies in order to bypass any and all restrictions on their practice, wherever they happen to be. Authorities request that anyone with information. Liberty Times. Article: Visited by an anomalous glow. By Redacted. Date: Redacted. During recent evenings, many residents of the local area have been reporting sightings of unidentified flying objects. The reports vary from hovering houses of handmaidens to floating foragers from the other side, while others have described stealthy, shiny secret agents, as well as dipping, diving divas from another dimension. Though seemingly different in description, when pressed further, all sightings have divulged remarkably similar details. All sightings appear to exhibit a mesmerizing glow that shifts and waves as if not under the laws of physics as we know them to be. Experts examined every location which the reports identified, weighed in on all the testimonies, and have uncovered the mystery which seems to be plaguing everyone. Aurora borealis. The northern lights have come early this year, in what experts are calling an unexpected gift from our otherwise predictable celestial mother. No ghostly entities or spooky spirits. The aurora borealis, a natural phenomenon, occurs every year as the Earth makes its way to that particular position relative to the sun, allowing for the illumination of solar winds as they blow by us into the night sky. Thanks to all who have come forward to help in identifying these anomalies, which had even momentarily puzzled the experts. Please refrain from reporting future caller cam. Name Rita. Date redacted. Time redacted.
Anyone ever tell you you're a good listener? I mean, isn't that all anybody ever needs? Someone to listen? I don't even think most people need a response. A discussion. A debate. They just need an ear. Maybe an eye. Just to sit there, still. To act like nothing else is happening. To act like they are the center of everything and nothing else matters. They need attention. That's what it is. People need attention. I mean, it varies based on what type of person you are, but for the most part, in general, attention is pretty foundational to the needs of everyone. Very foundational to the needs of a teacher as well. Oh, how I've vied for the attention of my students over the years. You might say that was my main task as an educator. I mean, how do you teach someone who isn't paying attention? It's impossible. Attention isn't everything, though. You can pay so much attention to something, all attention, and still not get what you want. But maybe you really didn't need it. Maybe, no matter how much you pay attention to what you want, you will always, inevitably, get what you need. Well, at least that's what I'm telling myself to stay sane. And yet, here I am, talking to you, honey. Being back in this house really opened the memory floodgates. I mean, LLU for starters. Liberty Life Unlimited. Wow, I hadn't thought about them in years. Which is kind of sad, because they really did so much for so many children, especially us. I mean, I wonder if Ava, Nathan, or Anthony would say the same. They should, really, but I guess I could understand if they didn't. LLU was just such a fascinating thing. What else can you call it? It all started with the meeting of 4 random orphans who wanted to save the world. I mean, that's just a great story in and of itself. I don't care what anybody says. David, Daniel, Deidre, and Daphne, all orphans, all met in the halls of college. David and Daniel with their dreams set on becoming doctors, and Deidre and Daphne with their hearts in the nursing department. You really can't make this up. I guess you could, technically. But after they all met, well, you could say the rest was history. They could feel the pull to each other on so many levels, like their fates were sealed with one another, beyond their control. LLU was bigger than all of them. Of course, David married Deidre, and Daniel married Daphne, or was it the other way around? It really was, for all intents and purposes, a marriage of 4. Anyway. What a name. Liberty Life Unlimited. I don't remember all the little bits from back then. I'm sure I knew the whole origin story at some point. I'm sure you could look it up somewhere. Well, not you, but It definitely had something to do with the state of the profession at the time, or something. Restrictions on what they could do and how they could do it. I guess if you're a group of people who want to save the world, you should expect to get some pushback on how it ought to be done. They wanted their liberty to save the world the way they thought it needed to be saved. Oh, did we ever get questioned after the crash? Wow. I guess when there is that much money and secrecy on the line, people want answers. I really didn't know that much. What can I say? They were busy saving the world. They really weren't ever around. They basically just gave us houses and resources and called everyone once in a while to check in. That was the LLU way. I'm sure they got flack for it. In those days, our only bit of normalcy was Grandma. They loved Grandma. And so did we. Grandma lived in this house. She was the neighbor in between our two houses. I guess you could say we had her surrounded. Big old house with a huge yard and only her living in it. I'm not even sure if they worked up a deal with her. They must have. We just kind of came and went when we wanted. Basically, whenever we were hungry. Or just needing to be around someone, really. She was a fabulous cook. And just warm and inviting. It really did feel like home. Even though we had the houses next door to ourselves. I mean, it was fine. Those times were fine. More than fine. I knew LLU were always just a phone call away. If they were busy, I would just leave a message and one of them would get back to me. Usually Deidre. I guess she liked me and felt like I was her responsibility. She usually took it upon herself to answer my calls. She was sweet. She called me honey. I loved that. I suppose that's why I call people honey sometimes. It's sweet. But everything changed after the crash. A life of liberty really is limited. Sorry, bad joke. Like, what are the chances that Grandma left too? Same day. Pretty unbelievable when you think about it. It was a little too much at the time. I think all of us took it hard, in our own special way. It didn't really bring us closer together either. Once the lawyers made it through everything, we all got the piece of LLU that was always coming to us. Ava, Nathan, and I eventually disappeared to the city. Anthony disappeared into Grandma's basement. Poor guy. He definitely took Grandma's leaving the hardest. He really loved her. It's kind of weird now that I think of it. Orphans adopting orphans. I thought it was natural and right at the time. Never gave it a second thought. They were always like, do whatever you want. We will give you all the resources you want. Thinking they were providing everything required. But they weren't, you know? I guess everyone is different. Everyone has different needs. I feel like we all turned out all right, given the circumstances. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, I would totally enjoy trying to save the world. Is there a more virtuous ambition than that? But part of me is like, if you try to save everything, you end up saving nothing. The world is a big place. I mean, someone like Nathan sure thinks it's possible. But I mean, of course he would. His ambition is the size of the earth. Maybe bigger. Nathan is one of a kind, that's for sure. We didn't see much of him. He was always busy leading something or other. Club president, team captain, first place in competitions. He was friends with everyone and no one at the same time, if that makes sense. He didn't let people get away with ignoring or dismissing him. If someone didn't like him, he honed in to win them over. He had the looks, the charm, the drive, and it all seemed to come so naturally to him. It was just him. I don't know where he got his energy from. I guess he just fed off all the attention he received. It must be energizing to have every eye in town on you, talking about you. The women wanted him, and the men wanted to be him. I'm sure there were some men that wanted him too. And I guess if you were him, you would either shy away from that or fully embrace it. And well, he was all in. But then, I guess, he probably thought he earned it. Everything was just in its right place. I remember he would come to get my attention, usually when he needed something from me, like to help him with homework. I don't think he needed my help understanding it. He just needed my help doing it. He knew I would have already been done by the time he got around to starting. Makes me wonder who between us was actually the smarter one. I really fell for his charm when we first met. But I guess I caught on the more I got to know him. I kind of got fed up after a while. And when I called him out on it, he just shook his head and laughed at me. Like I was the one who was being pathetic. Maybe I was. There was no getting through to him. He knew best, obviously. If I wouldn't do his homework, he probably had a lineup of people waiting to do anything he asked. When you're a winner, you're a winner. What can I say? There was one kid back then, a quiet, nerdy guy. His name escapes me. I remember Nathan was furious with him because he could never get this guy to do what he wanted. He was like the top of our class. I wonder whatever happened to him. And I mean, I say all this, but part of me just gets ticked off because Nathan was always winning, but he wasn't playing fair. Like with science, you follow the rules, you rarely win, but when you do, you really win. And everyone wins too. But he was doing some kind of pseudoscience where he bent every rule for the shortest path to victory. And he was the only winner, and everyone else lost. But he didn't really win, and no one really seemed to care. It's like everyone was more impressed with the way he bent all the rules in his favor just to make it look like he won. But he didn't win anything. He must have realized this. But it never seemed like anyone saw it that way. Maybe I'm just a sore loser. Sometimes, though, I swear, Nathan was only into winning because it produced losers. Like he was only interested in situations where there was a clear winner and loser. Otherwise, he was just not interested at all in participating. Like, this sounds weird, but I don't even think he was interested in winning. He was interested in making people lose and getting praised for it. He thrived off making losers. It sounds morbid, but that's how it felt. On the rare occasion when we were all hanging out, he would be egging us on to compete at something. Play games or wrestle. Oh, how he was obsessed with wrestling. He wasn't interested in wrestling to teach us technique. He just wanted to overpower us, pin us down, and laugh at us once he had done it. I mean, yeah, he was really good at it, but you would think he would not be interested in wrestling someone he was sure to defeat. But that sure defeat was his fuel. It was so weird, because for years I didn't hear from the guy. Then all of a sudden, when I met Marshall and we started going steady, and I finally felt for once like I was really winning in life, Nathan showed up. Totally out of the blue. Like he could sense I got the attention of someone really special, and just came to take it away from me. To help me lose. I must really sound insane at this point. Well, it didn't matter. Marshall was never going to stick around anyway. Maybe my body could feel that Nathan was coming for my joy and refused to let me have it so that I wouldn't be able to lose and he wouldn't be able to win. Okay, now I have become insane. Maybe it's just envy. Maybe I just saw how much attention Nathan was able to get, and I just wished I could have that. He just has that special thing that's needed to influence and change the world, and he really doesn't have to do anything to get it except be himself. I've spent my life trying to change the world in my own little way, learning the lessons of all the greats who have come before to build up my persona and become the greatest force for good and positive change in the world so I could educate others on how to be. And the whole time, I was never really being myself. And what do I have to show for it now? Wow, I am insane. I never talk like this. But I feel it, I guess. I always had fabulous grades. All my teachers loved me and encouraged me and supported me. I really thought I had what it took. I really thought I was going to change the world. I really believed it. But I feel so foolish now. I feel like I don't know anything. Like I hypnotized myself into believing I could really change the world. Like I really knew something. I mean, I still believe empowering others with education will change the world. But maybe the real intelligence, all along, is just getting others to do things for you. Like a newborn. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm tearing up. Aw, thank you. That's sweet. I just thought of this memory of Nathan. I had just met him, and we were wrestling in the basement. His idea, of course. But I liked it at the time. I mean, we were at a curious age. And we were tumbling around, and I was like, "You're scaring me." And I thought that was like a signal to stop, you know? But he just kept going. And I tried to get away, but he wouldn't let me. Oh, my hands are shaking. Look. Wow. I can't stop tearing. He didn't say anything. He just laughed and kept overpowering me. Pinned me down. Pulled down my pants. Oh, what a wretched memory. He left me alone after that. Anthony was the complete opposite. Oh, what a sweetheart. Almost to a fault, you know? A pushover. A gentle man. He never wanted to wrestle with me. Or at least he would never ask. I saw him wrestle with Nathan a few times, and he was no pushover then. He would fight hard. But he would do it differently than Nathan. I guess you would call it good sportsmanship. Something like that. I don't think Anthony has one mean bone in his body. He's a teddy bear. He's a lover, not a fighter. I mean, he's not like a sissy boy or anything. He's just a quiet guy. To himself. Maybe a bit slow. He's not useless or anything. I would sit with him for hours in this kitchen, with his homework. It felt like he was playing stupid with me, just so I would hang out with him. Just going through some simple math problems. I would walk him through every single step, like really spelling it out, and we would get to the end, and I'd ask him for the answer, and he would smile and just write down the wrong answer. And poorly as well. So frustrating. It's like he was dropped on his head or something. Sorry, bad joke. But wow, the guy was a lost cause. But super nice guy at the same time. Super sweet. Always cracking jokes. Always a goofball. I don't think he had a serious bone in his body either. Certainly not a sharp one. Sorry. Whatever Anthony is or was, he was not equipped to deal with the loss of Grandma. Or it just took this long to actually deal. I mean, he just left the house for the city not too long ago. I don't think he had ever been to the city before. It's like he was stuck being who he was the day of the crash. Like everyone eventually got older, more mature, and moved on with their lives, and he just stayed the same Anthony he was when she left. I guess it was his way of coping, of holding on to whatever there was that was left of her for dear life. Maybe some people are destined to change the world and some are destined to do nothing. You could say that the crash changed Anthony forever, but he was pretty much the same person before the crash. He was always one of these professional fans, remembering lines from every movie and stats from every professional player, all pretty useless information, since you can go look it up anyway. Though I have to hand it to him, he did keep Grandma's garden going. If he did nothing else since the crash, he did that, and did it well. He really did adore Grandma. Oh, I'm teary again. Thank you, honey. And then there was Ava. Roommate Ava. Gorgeous, perfect Ava. If I'm honest with myself, I was envious of the attention she received during our time together. She was really quiet. She didn't say much. But everyone loved her. Yeah, all the teachers thought I was great, but really, I wanted more attention from the other students, like Ava had. And what made it even more frustrating was that she didn't want it, or just appeared to be above it anyway. Or maybe that was just her strategy for actually getting the attention, and my reason for not getting it. Like by her not wanting it, she got it, and me really wanting it, I didn't. Wow, do I sound insane? But I tell ya, there is no other explanation. She definitely wasn't the same after the crash. You know what? I totally forgot. Around that time of the crash, she lost her best friend Brittany. That's right. Bestie and dance partner. Right. Well, of course. I don't think they ever found out what happened to her. Oh yeah, something to do with Anthony's stolen car and the river or something. I'm sure you could look it up. Yeah, that's when Ava started wearing sunglasses all the time. Right. She really closed herself off from the world. Almost worse than Anthony. I remember her homeroom teacher questioning me if everything was okay at home, asking why Ava wasn't showing up. She was just shut up in her room. She was ignoring me completely. Not that she paid that much attention to me anyway. I still kept after her, asking her why she was doing this and not that, and she just kept ignoring me. I mean, like I said, it's not like we were that close. I think we got along when we lived together, 'cause we stayed out of each other's way. Oh, I totally forgot about this too. When she learned that my time of the month lasted like 1 day on average, she got so upset. I had never seen her like that. She really hated me for that. I guess hers lasted almost a week. Poor thing. There's something to that. Two women can be the closest of friends, but at the end of the day, the severity of the cycle will generate enough envy to keep them apart. Maybe, all along, ladies just needed to associate with others who had similar cycles, and the world would have become a little more peaceful. It wasn't long after the crash that she just left everything behind and moved to the city. I mean, I get it. She is an extremely talented dancer. Why wouldn't she try to turn it into a career? But she's no prima ballerina. She's a pole dancer. I mean, I've never seen her pole dance, but I've heard from others. People talk. I'm not trying to degrade pole dancing. I'm sure it takes as much practice as a ballerina to become successful. But you're not performing at the prestigious auditorium downtown in front of the fancy, highly cultured crowds. You are in the dimly lit, sticky, stinky club in the dingy part of the city, surrounded by uncultured men. But I guess you don't have to wait for your paycheck to come in the mail. Sorry, bad joke. I just don't think, in her heart of hearts, pole dancing is what she wanted to do. She wanted to be that prima ballerina in the auditorium, getting standing ovations and flowers thrown on stage, with all the rich and powerful men kissing her feet. Her face on the cover of all the papers, praising her performance. And I really do believe she could have gotten all that. She had the drive and the talent, no question. But instead, she settles for the drunk losers, throwing greasy bills on the stage, yelling out what they would do to her. Maybe she's into that. I don't know. To each their own. I just hope she's happy. Regardless, I know she could care less what other people think of her. Sometimes I wish I was like that. I also wish she would have pursued something other than dance. She's so smart. I mean, yes, she did some teaching, and that's great, but nothing of noble, cutting-edge value. Like, people have been dancing for thousands of years, and that's awesome. I dance all the time, too. But it's like, what else, you know? Rumor has it she has some wealthy admirers, but who knows what else she has to do for their support. I doubt they're just fans of the dance, if you know what I'm saying. I mean, I don't know for sure, but people talk, and there's usually no smoke without fire, you know? I wonder if she can have kids. She would make some gorgeous kids, no doubt. I don't know if she has a type. Definitely not Nathan or Anthony. I think she thought they were both pretty pathetic in their own special way. I mean, she might be into women. Doubtful. She is just into herself, I guess. She's into her dance. Her ability to attract attention. I mean, if I had what she has, I would probably embrace it too. Oh, what that must feel.
Liberty Journal. Who? Redacted.
And share.
What? Unknown. Where?
Park bench.
When? Redacted. Why? Unknown. How? Transcribed from recording. By? Redacted.
Well, look what we have here. Where did you park your ship? Let me guess. It disappeared. You've come to finish the job? Big Daddy sent you? You pathetic fuck. You gonna shove a probe up my ass? Is that it? You're all the same. You're not gonna find anything special up there, buddy. Just your usual microchips, plotting courses, calculating probabilities, arranging satellites. What do you want? Huh? What's your angle, fuckhead? What are they paying you? I can double it. You don't need to tell me. I can read your thoughts. Divide and conquer. Search and destroy. Rape and pillage. You really think you're going to get away with it? You think you're fooling anyone? You're a fucking bum. Look at you. hanging on a park bench like it's your living room sofa. It's fuck or be fucked out here, isn't it, fuckhead? But I'm connected to the other side. I've gone beyond the event horizon, fucker, and I know the parallel worlds. Trust me, I know. You better watch out, fucker. Things aren't always what they seem out here. But you know that, don't you, Mr. Shapeshifter? No, don't say a word. I wouldn't want to get you in trouble with your ship. Anything you say will be used against you, as you know. Ah, yes. To see clearly is to be blinded. Your mind tricks don't work on me, fucko. I saw you coming a mile away. You're a dime a dozen. You think you know, but you don't, fucker. Look at you. They're laughing at you. They got you acting in a play, and you don't even know the ending. They're running you, fuckhead, and you think you're so smart. Don't you, fuckboy? They know what you're thinking even before you think it, fucker. Pathetic. What? Are you scared of going to jail or something? You're already in jail, idiot. But you can pick your cell size if you play it right. Are you scared, fucker? Feel the walls moving in? Are you scared you're gonna get whacked, fucker? You wish. You're already gone, fucker. Take it easy. You're already fucked, fucker. And there's nothing you can fucking do about it. Wow. I have to say, no one has ever lasted as long as you. Bravo. Did A hire you too? No? Wow. Patience. Or glutton for punishment. Both? Listen, buddy. This is just a gig. Share. Starving actress. At your service.
Redacted. I hit my head a lot growing up. Not surprised to hear I'm a fuckhead. I most likely have a few screws loose. Still does the job. Job-ish. Listen, full disclosure, I might not remember this. Most likely won't remember this. Not your fault, but if you want me to forget, that's cool too. I just carry this recorder around and write in this notebook in case something happens and I need to remember.
Oh shit. I'm sorry. I mean, no worries.
Redacted. I feel kind of crazy coming right out and saying that to everyone I meet. I should have mentioned that before you started talking. It's not my intention to publish my day-to-day encounters or anything. Unless, of course, you want me to. In which case, I can get you a copy. No problem. Think of it like my memories. Just not in my fuckhead. 'Cause, well, you get the gist. I'm not working for A, just so we're clear. At least, I don't recall.
That's cool. No worries. It's nice to meet you. I gotta say, I am grateful for your spectation. No one pays attention to me long enough to really get rolling, you know? Honestly, I went so long there. I had to go off script. But it just kind of flowed out of me. For a moment there, I kind of lost myself in it. It's not often I can really roll with a part, inhabit it, and let it take me over like that. Wild stuff. Scary. Thrilling. Thanks for helping me bring that out. I feel like my craft will be better for it. I guess this is that high all performers are chasing. A couple weeks back, I got sick of ringing in groceries. I've done it since high school. I hadn't played in anything since then either. I just needed something, you know? And there it was. Just some random wanted ad at the community theater. Right in the middle of the board, calling out to me. Something like, a role of a lifetime. or something corny like that. It made me laugh. I was bored and intrigued. I had nothing else going on. So I thought, fuck it. Called them up. Left a message. They called me right back. Some like robotic sounding woman, giving me an address and a time to meet. Tried to ask more questions, but they hung up. So I headed over to the old strip mall at the south end of town. In one of the units is an empty dance studio, wall covered with mirrors, with only a table in the middle and a camera up in the corner. I go in, and there's this envelope on the table with my name on it. Inside was a letter, the script, and some cash. The letter was like, "Here is the script. Please perform it around downtown. Improvise your speech and attire as you feel appropriate. Expect more payment for more performances. Thank you for your time. A." Can't say I've played a role like this before. Figured, fuck it. I got nothing else going on. Did up this makeup and changed my voice so no one would recognize me. Didn't need this fucking up my gig at the store. And yeah, just kept doing it in my free time. Kept getting paid. Kept getting new scripts. I was into it. Kinda wacky. Definitely challenging. In a good way. I mean, definitely isolating. No one chit-chatting me like they do at the store. But yet, making way more than I did at the store in a fraction of the time. And for what? And for whom? Still haven't figured that out. Nonetheless, I feel like I have been on a frickin' spiritual journey or some shit. Like, I felt I had a pretty good handle on things before I started this role. Like, I was so steady, I was verging on stone, you know? But this role changed everything. This character is just so all over the map. The only thing steady about her is her unsteadiness. So unlike me. And yet, like today, I become her. Easily. Like I am her, you know? Turns out, all I needed was an audience. A little bit of attention. But not only that, like, the whole meta-ness of playing the character, you know? A paid lunatic. Just the concept of it. Before I found this role, I would have never dreamed of such a thing. I've been to the city a few times. There is always dirty loonies bumming around downtown. The thought never crossed my mind that they were playing a role of a lifetime. But maybe they were. Maybe we all are, you know? And we just don't see it that way. I mean, I'm getting cash for it. But does that really make it any different than any other role I play? How can you prove someone isn't getting paid to complain about being broke? So trippy, right? Sorry. Oh dear. I guess I've been doing this a while. I forgot how to actually interact with people when I'm not in character. Isn't that fucked? Honestly though, there's some shit going down in this town, and it seems like no one wants to acknowledge it. I'm glad you're into it. Makes me feel a little less crazy. Anyway, if you think that was fucked, I got more. Yeah? Okay. So, the other night, I'm doing my thing right across from the park. I am mid-performance, really getting into it. Started to lose my voice a bit, really selling it, getting into it, and then I notice there's no one. Street is absolutely deserted. Performing for no one. Literally, once I shut up and my echo vanished, you could hear a pin drop. It was eerie. Peaceful. Then, flash. This bright light in the trees in the park. Right out in front of me. I look around. Not a soul. If I wasn't in character, I probably would have ran home. The vibe was very, well, eerie. But I had like this weird confidence from being in character, you know? And I started wandering over to the light, going through my lines. It was kind of like a mirage, I guess. Like it kept moving further into the woods the more I walked toward it. I kind of thought that I was getting wacky, you know? From my role. And like starting to actually see the shit I was ranting about. But then I finally caught up to it in a clearing in the trees. It was so fucked. Like hard to describe. Again, I'm pretty sure I wasn't just high on my own supply at this point. But not, you know? But it was totally like a shimmering ship of some kind, with someone piloting it. They even waved at me to come closer. And I did. And I like walked through the outer wall of the ship and was like in it. But like not in it. It felt pretty unreal. Ineffable. But I couldn't deny how mesmerizing the undulations of the ship and pilot were. And the pilot was like connected to the ship with like light or something. Energy. Like it was visible, like flowing through them and into the ship and then back again, you know? Like the pilot and the ship were like the same thing or whatever. Same stuff. And the pilot never talked to me or touched me. In fact, the whole time, all I could hear were the insects in the park. I tried to touch the pilot and the ship, but my hands just kind of went through everything. Or it went through me. It was like a medium I could see, but couldn't feel. But could still feel, you know? But maybe only because I could see it, or whatever. Ugh, this is not a great explanation. I haven't told anyone this before, so it's kind of like fresh. But yeah, so great vibes all around. I didn't feel threatened or anything, but definitely felt like the pilot was trying to get my attention specifically and get me into the trees, you know? Like they very much acknowledged me and knew I was there watching them. But that's like as far as it went. Like they couldn't take it any further, and neither could I. And just as I had that feeling of like, where do we go from here? They kind of just dissolved all around me and were gone. And I was completely alone and like pitch frickin' dark in the woods. And I like didn't feel scared, you know? Like talking about it now, I am even kind of freaked out. But like in the moment, after they left, they kind of felt like they were still right there, you know? Like just out of sight. And like everything was all right. And yeah, I guess because of that feeling, I just stayed. I laid down on the ground, looked up at the stars, and just stayed. I guess I wanted them to come back. It really does sound crazy now that I'm talking about it. I mean, I've never camped in my life. But since that night, it just kind of felt right. I stopped going home. I stopped going to work. I even stopped picking up the cash. I know, right? I don't even know what's happening to me. I'm freaking living in the clearing in the park now. Sounds crazy just saying it. But it's true. And I still don't know who this A bitch is. Maybe this is just her robotic way of fucking with me. Social experiment or some shit. I mean, I had a pretty good handle on everything before the lights showed up. But now, I feel like there's more, you know? There's more to all this. More than what hits our eyes. I mean, even if the light is a trick, it's a pretty good trick. It got me going. Got me feeling something, even though I don't know exactly what it is. Made me think it's okay to just chill in the woods, you know? Am I just a prisoner of this earth? Of this reality? Do I have to be? Is there nothing I can do? Can I make a difference? Can the light help me make a difference? Is this all just a prison play? What is my life anyway? Except some script I run through every day, you know? Oh no. You probably think I really am fucking crazy, right? Well, at this point, your guess is as good as mine. I should stop. Thanks again for listening.
My mom always referred to me as a little man when I was young. My little man, she would say. I don't remember if I acted like a little man because she called me little man, or if I really was one. How much of my life was just me living up to Mom's script of me? Tough to say. Even with more, better memories. Mom was a nurse, so she was used to running scripts. Her main script was probably telling everyone she met, in so many words, that they were better than they currently were. And then most of them eventually ended up there. And again, tough to say how much her script was a factor in the patients successfully playing out their roles. Whatever the case was, I'm sure there was more than what meets our eyes. And I guess being a nurse, she was exposed to so many hardships every day. She would no doubt remind me that no matter how bad I think I got it, someone has it worse. And I should find that someone and lift them up and inspire them to do the same. She really was an amazing writer. And some of her best writing didn't even need words. I mean, she must have seen some horrible stuff in her time. Must have run into some horrible people. Some horrible scripts. But you'd never know it from meeting her. It's like she could take in all the ugly in the world and give it back beautifully. She ran our household. Not because she loved to run scripts, but because she loved us. And she wanted to work hard for us and make the best for us and make us the best us as a result. She was always making sure we were keeping up with our homework, sitting there with us, ensuring that we understood, and not leaving until we did. Showing us how to write our own scripts so we didn't need her help. And after she was done taking care of everyone, she would curl up in a quiet spot and read her romance novels. I always wondered what she was getting out of them. I guess making everyone's day all the time can get pretty unromantic. And when you have a spare moment, you just want someone else to do it to you. Not sure why it had to be through a novel. But again, there seems to be more to everything. I like to imagine sometimes what the scripts in her novels must have been like. What did they do that made her curl up away from everyone for hours on end? Maybe it was just a loony lad meeting a loony lady on a lonely park bench, trying to articulate the things that the sanest of minds struggle to explain. At the end of the day, maybe we're all just narrators in one epic romance. Liberty Gazette. Article: Lightning thunders their way to the top. By Redacted. Date: Redacted. The sky over town was clear and peaceful this weekend, but the field at Liberty High was full of electricity, destruction, and victory. The Lightning, led by their star quarterback, Nate, blew away every formation of competition this season. This weekend was no exception. Winning by more than 100 points, the Lightning were able to illuminate every flaw in the competition's game plan, while igniting every opportunity to turn the play in the direction of their seemingly guaranteed championship win. After the game, the Lightning's fearless leader addressed the ecstatic fans who accumulated all season. We did it. We knew we could do it. We knew we would do it. It was inevitable. There was never a doubt in our mind. There was nothing that would stand in our way from getting what was and is rightfully ours. We know those who tried to keep this from us. We know them better than they know themselves. We dominated all of them so precisely they never had a chance of making it otherwise. They didn't want to make it otherwise. We so consistently, powerfully, and effortlessly dismantled the very being of those who stood in our way. By the time we were done with each and every one of them, they were nothing but our playthings. Something we tossed around, something we completely controlled, something indiscernible from ourselves. There is no way, no how, no one who can stop. Caller cam. Name: Tony. Date: redacted. Time: redacted.
Rita said you were a good listener. And I have to say, I think she was right, man. You know who else was a good listener? Grandma. Man, I hadn't thought about her in so long. There wasn't a day that went by here when I didn't think of her. But I guess when I moved to the city, my mind just filled up with so many new things. There wasn't any more room for her. Kinda sad, really. Now that I'm back, all those memories just find their way back too, I suppose. And you know, just like you, she never said a word. I can't think of one time when she said boo. She didn't need words. She didn't need us either. It was almost like we weren't even around. She just kept her head down and did her thing. If you wanted to help out, she would notice and correct you if you were doing something wrong. She never asked for any help, but she never refused it either. She laughed a lot. Oh man, great laugh. We would watch tapes in the basement a time or two. Just the funny stuff. That's all she was into, really. It was the early days of my highlights collection back then. Couple tapes of the funniest failures. Just one after the other. It was almost too much. One of the tapes was so good, we would just be rolling and crying, laughing so hard. Man, those were good times. And just me and her most of the time. I feel like I've always been making tapes. Don't really remember times when I wasn't. I could never really read that good. Still can't read that good. But I always could look and listen real good. Guess that's why I was always taping. After Grandma left, I pulled out the cookbook Rita made. I had to get her to help me out with the words and numbers. And still, we could never make anything like Grandma did. Never. Over and over I would try, and I just couldn't get it right. I kind of blamed it on Rita. Like she must have not been watching or wrote something down wrong. I kind of blamed myself, though, because I should have been taping her. Don't have nearly enough tapes of those days. LLU had probably given me a taper back then I could have used too. Was probably too busy clunking around with my car. Oh, that's a sore memory right there. On the last day I was working on the fucking thing. Just turned her over and she was purring real nice. I still had her up on the ramps and just went back under the front to check for any leaks. Then I see some shadows and hear some footsteps. I look over and Nate's foot leaves the floor and the door shuts. I hear the gears shift and all of a sudden this squealing just tears from the back wheels. And I'm just in shock, right? I can see the car starting to come off the ramps. So I start to slide out as fast as I can. The front bumper comes down and just whacks me across the forehead as the car screeched out in the street. By the time I got back up, through the smoke and the stars in my eyes, she's humming on down the street. Last time I saw her, she looked damn good, man. Didn't get a look at the driver, though. Nate wasn't around, and I asked him about it the next day. Pretty sure he just started swinging at me for asking him. Left her alone after that. It was right around that time that Grandma and LLU left too. Like, what are the fucking chances? Same fucking day. What are the chances? Pretty good, I guess. Sorry, bad joke. I probably wouldn't be able to make that one until a couple years ago. I was fucked up for a while, man. Crazy times. Yeah, that was a real fucked up year, man. Couple years. Fucking decade. Man, I barely left the basement. The fucking people and lawyers coming by. It was fucking crazy times, man. I didn't know shit. Still don't know shit. I mean, I know a little bit more now, but not much, man. Nate ended up with a whole heap of LLU tapes after that. He always had a way of getting what he wanted. Some wild, wild shit on those tapes, man. Those people weren't fucking around. No, sir. They were the real fucking deal. All kinds of wacky surgeries. Basically, they made how-to tapes for like any wacky thing you could think of. For real. Just slicing people open and telling you what everything was and what they were doing. Hours and hours of it. Just stockpiled. Meetings, hearings, vacations too. They taped everything. I don't think they ever stopped taping. I tried to get through it all, but there was just too much, man. They were using some big words too, and I just didn't have the head for it. Probably still don't. They even had titty tapes, man. I almost forgot about that. They marked them fuck films. They must have fucked all the time, man. Probably why they couldn't have kids. Sorry, bad joke. I watched a few, but it was all just kind of wacky, you know? Not for Nate, though. That fucking guy was obsessed with those fuck films. He must have watched every one like 100 times. At one point, I remember he had like 10 fucking TVs set up in his room. And those fuck films would be on non-stop. Kind of fucked up. I was already so crazy into taping shit, I just went fucking nuts when LLU came around. They gave me all the blank tapes I wanted. And once LLU and Grandma left, I started taping everything. Games, shows, game shows. I went fucking nuts, man. I caught some great moments, though. I've watched some of those Wicked tapes like 100 fucking times. Just nuts. Some great games, man. Great plays. Great shows. Incredible scenes. Way I figured, they'd be gone forever if I didn't tape them. Buddies around town would be asking for copies. I had to get a few tapers going because there was always so much on at the same time. Yeah, things kind of calmed down once I moved into the basement. It was just too much sharing that house with Nate, man. Tough sharing anything with that guy. I would just be minding my own business, just walking by his room. He'd be like, "What the fuck do you think you're looking at?" I wasn't even looking at anything. Man, couldn't even share the fucking hallway. As soon as he would start talking crazy shit like that, I knew to just leave. I had tried to reason with the guy before, but that never went anywhere productive. I don't think I ever saw the guy in class. I would see him around the school all the time, always avoiding him, of course. He used to say that he ran the school. I would laugh it off like I am now, but part of me also believed he really did. I still believe it, I guess. Nate could talk his way in and out of anything. He was in with everyone, and yet not really with anyone. Almost like he ran all of them, you know? Fuck. I'm pretty sure I saw students, parents, and teachers tiptoeing out our house at all hours of the night. What a trip. Nate was working out all the time, man. I don't know where he got his energy from. Like he was a fucking machine. A robot. It didn't look like he enjoyed it or hated it, you know? He was just plugged right into it. Just built to do it. He was an incredible wrestler. Poor guy. They kicked him out of every league and every style because he just fought too hard. Just made to fuck shit up, you know? He would try to catch me randomly off guard. Try and pin me to the ground and make me beg for mercy. My head was on a fucking swivel back then. Every time he had me pinned, he'd try to get my pants down. Wacky, eh? I mean, the world is a tough place, man. Tons of tough people trying to pin you down. There's no doubt Nate knew that, and he was just looking out for me. Trying to toughen me up. Toughen us both up. Every beatdown he laid on me was him trying to help us out. I am too much of a softie, and that's probably going to come back and bite me one day. Oh well. Nate eventually moved on to team sports, and naturally he gravitated to the ones with the most contact. He'd play hockey all winter and football all summer. Just tailored to that perfect mix of skill and strength. He was a really good hockey player, but generally a puck hog. Probably why he really leaned into playing quarterback. He always called me a pussy for playing ball. I mean, he was probably right. But I don't think he ever even played it to see if he'd like it. It was just too slow and not enough roughhousing. His mind was made up. If he ever had a mind up there to begin with. I mean, anyone who loved contact sports as much as Nate was bound to get his bell rung a few too many times, if you know what I mean. It's just the nature of those chaotic sports. Anything can happen at any time and leave a guy really fucked up. Probably why I just wasn't into them so much. I got to hold on to the few remaining brain cells I got firing. But yeah, like I say, the game changed after the crash, man. We were all pretty bummed out after that. I think Ava took it the worst, maybe. Or yeah, that's probably because Britt left around that time too. Shit. Maybe it was good there wasn't so much taping going on then after all. Too many bad memories. Yeah, I think Ava was the first to bounce to the city. I mean, we've never really had much to say to each other. She only asked me to look after her alley cat, Alan. Even though he didn't really need any help. He didn't need much of anything from me. Kinda like you know who, now that I think of it. But he'd come around still. Actually, in my darkest and loneliest times in that basement, Alan would usually roll in to check on me. Make sure I was still being a worthless piece of shit. While he was out in the real world surviving, I was down in the basement taping. Rita, bless her heart, checked in on me too. But she was too smart for this town. And she knew she couldn't do nothing for me. Nate must have left after Ava, and then Rita after that. Yeah, that sounds about right. Old Tone hung back and made sure the town didn't go to shit. Yeah, it was probably after that first year in the basement that Rita convinced me to get back in the real world. I started right here, in this backyard, in the garden. Rita helped me out a bit, but I kind of remembered some stuff too. And before you know it, I had her looking like this. If not better. Made me feel good. Thought that Grandma would be proud, you know? I had this weird thing in my head at the time. I just didn't want to bug anybody or be bugged by anybody. A no-bug policy. But Rita convinced me that there were good ways to bug people. Like delivering things. So I got my old job back, delivering pies around town. That really helped. I loved the looks on people's faces when I brought their pies around. Just happy to see me. Giving me tips. Made me feel good, you know? Made me feel good knowing I could bug people and they were totally okay with it. Made me more okay with people bugging me too. Yeah, eventually I had a few delivery jobs in town. I was bugging people so much, I barely had any time for taping. Eventually, word got out with coworkers and stuff that I had some wicked tapes. So I started making tapes for people too. Those tapes got around, I guess, and that's how I met the boys. Johnny and Donnie, man. Wicked dudes, man. Shit, I missed them. You'd like them. They never came up to the city once, man. Well, at least they never told me if they did. I mean, we kind of lost touch in the last couple years. They started fucking around with chicks, I guess. Good for them, I suppose. I do miss those times, though, man. We had some wild fucking times. I mean, nothing too crazy. Well, the show's got a little crazy. Johnny's the real mastermind, though. Me and Donnie were just his fucking backup band, really. Johnny had all the equipment. The jam space. He played bass better than Donnie and drums better than me. Man, he taught us all we know. He's unreal. Truly. But I mean, Johnny just kind of fucked around with us. He was in like 10 other bands and toured all around everywhere. He's the real fucking deal, man. Donnie and I were just tagging along. We were just happy to hang. I feel like our band was just Johnny's way of letting off some steam, you know? Our band wasn't really like any of his other bands. Johnny would set everything up the way he wanted it, and he'd call us over, and show us how he wanted us to play, taught us the songs, kept her real simple, just straight down the road rock and roll, you know? Donnie and I were so pumped about it. We really tried hard and focused. And man, when we got going, fucking A, man. Those were some of the greatest times of my life. When we got in that groove, we didn't care about...
Tony was already awake in his bed when he heard Kevin talking to Charlie over his desk speakers. Tony whistled, Charlie barked, and Kevin laughed. Rita and Ava rose from their beds at the sound, and the three of them locked their suite doors and made their way down to Kevin's. They all removed their locks and discovered that the door would not open. Rita called to Kevin through the door, and Kevin said he did not know where his key was. Charlie barked. Everyone looked at each other in shock, and Ava told Kevin to check in his bed. They waited in silence until they heard Kevin handling his lock and the door opened. Everyone cheered. Charlie greeted everyone and left to use the washroom. Everyone waited in the kitchen for their turn to use the toilet. Once everyone was done, they filled their water bottles, stretched in the backyard, and then headed out for a jog around the park. They passed by other people in the park, and Rita and Ava greeted them, "Good morning," and everyone waved. When they returned to the backyard, they stretched again and began a lesson on whistling. Kevin and Ava were not able to whistle, but Rita was, so she gave an explanation. Kevin and Ava followed Rita's directions and were still not able to whistle. Ava frowned at Kevin and gave him a thumbs down. Rita assured them that if they practiced enough times, they would be able to whistle better than Tony. Tony nodded and gave them a thumbs up. Kevin sat and followed Rita's directions. After a while, he exhaled and spit saliva on his chin and started to laugh. Everyone laughed too, and Charlie licked Kevin's face. Ava suggested that they take a break from practicing, and everyone returned to Kevin's suite. Rita invited Kevin to pick some tomatoes from the garden on their way inside. Everyone sat at the table, and Rita gave Kevin a cookbook to look through. They came upon a bread recipe, which Ava pointed to and gave a thumbs up. After looking through more pages, Kevin pointed to a picture of cookies and gave 2 thumbs up. Everyone laughed and agreed to make the recipe. Rita guided Kevin to each ingredient and utensil that they read from the cookbook. Charlie stood beside Kevin and watched. Ava repeated the words and wrote them on the chalkboard. Tony poured everyone water and wrote in his notebook. When they finished making the dough, they placed it in the oven and cleaned up. Kevin pulled the finished bread from the oven on his own with the same concentration as his first pie. Everyone cheered. Tony smelt the bread and made loud sounds of enjoyment. They left the bread on the table to cool, and Charlie stood up with his front legs on the table to get a better smell of the bread. Everyone laughed, and Kevin rubbed his back until he stepped off the table. As they started preparing the cookies, Rita read the directions, Ava wrote on the chalkboard, Kevin completed each task, and Tony wrote in his notebook. Once the cookies were finished baking, Kevin took them out of the oven, bumped into Charlie on his way to the table, and dropped the cookies on the floor. Kevin pointed at Charlie and cried as he explained what happened. Everyone frowned and gave him thumbs down. Rita assured Kevin that it was an accident and rubbed Charlie's back. Ava explained it appeared Charlie did not bump Kevin on purpose, but that there was no way to truly verify if this was the case. Tony smelt the cookies as he picked them off the floor,
made sounds of enjoyment, and gave Kevin a thumbs up. Kevin finished crying, rubbed Charlie's back, and Charlie licked his face. Rita smiled at Kevin and motioned for him to return to the table and make another batch. Ava smiled at Kevin and nodded her head. Kevin smiled and started to measure the ingredients again. He called out each ingredient as he added them to the bowl, and everyone cheered. Everyone cleaned up the kitchen as the cookies baked. Rita sliced the loaf of bread and started to serve tomato sandwiches. Everyone made sounds of enjoyment and gave thumbs up, except Charlie, who quickly ate his piece of bread. When the cookies were done, Kevin asked Tony to ensure Charlie was clear from the area between the oven and the table. When he placed the cookies safely on the table, everyone cheered. Ava sliced more pieces of bread and began to toast them. Kevin got up and observed how she was preparing the bread slices. She served everyone another sandwich. Everyone made sounds of enjoyment and gave Ava a thumbs up. Kevin gave Ava 2 thumbs up. Everyone laughed and Charlie barked. When the kitchen was clean again, everyone made their way over to the great room. Ava sat at the piano and began to play. Rita sat in a chair and began knitting and tapping her feet in time with the music. Tony laid on his back on the floor and started doing sit-ups in time with the music. Charlie circled around his bed a few times, scratching it with his paws, and then laid down. Kevin walked around the room and studied what everyone was doing. He made his way over to Charlie and sat in the chair next to him. Kevin watched everyone, rubbed Charlie's back, and started practicing whistling again. Tony took a break after doing sit-ups and smiled at Kevin. Ava finished her song, realized that Kevin was practicing whistling, and started to practice with him again. Rita whistled as she knit, and Charlie turned his head and watched her. After a while, Tony whistled, and Charlie jumped up and walked over to him. Tony stood up, whistled again, and Charlie stood on his back legs, putting his front paws in Tony's hands. Ava started playing the piano again, and Tony and Charlie danced together around the great room. Kevin laughed and joined in. Ava finished the song, and everyone clapped. Tony sat on the floor with Charlie and rubbed his back. Kevin sat down and rubbed Charlie's back too, and asked Tony to whistle again. Tony showed his tongue and mouth position, breathed in and out, and whistled with every inhale and exhale. Kevin did the same and whistled. Charlie jumped up and licked Kevin's face. Kevin laughed and everyone cheered. Ava frowned as she still could not whistle and asked Kevin to show her how he was whistling. Kevin got up close to Ava, showed his tongue and mouth, breathed in and out, and whistled again. Ava repeated his directions and spit on her chin. She laughed and frowned and gave a thumbs down, while Charlie licked her face. Kevin assured her that she just needed to keep practicing and eventually she would be able to whistle. Ava smiled and nodded and turned back to play the piano. Rita got up and everyone started to dance. Tony danced with Charlie again, and Rita started dancing with Kevin the same way. Then Rita grabbed one of Charlie's paws, and Tony grabbed one of Kevin's hands, and they all danced in a circle together. Everyone laughed, and Charlie barked. The song ended, and everyone cheered. Ava turned from the piano and started to whistle. Kevin jumped up and down, and everyone cheered and whistled together. Charlie howled, and everyone laughed and rubbed his back. Everyone sat down in a chair and relaxed. Tony poured everyone water and wrote in his notebook. Rita started to knit again, and Ava joined her. Kevin asked what they were doing, and they explained that they were making clothing. They gave Kevin his own knitting materials and utensils, and he followed along with their movements. Tony joined in, and Charlie watched from his bed. When Rita finished knitting a long piece, she called Charlie over and signaled for his paw. Charlie placed his paw on her knee, and she slid the knitted piece over his paw. It fit perfectly, Kevin laughed, and everyone cheered. Ava started playing the piano again, and Tony went back to the floor and started doing push-ups in time with the music. Kevin went over and joined Tony on the floor. He did a few push-ups, then laughed and laid exhausted on the floor. Tony did the same. Tony flexed his arm muscles and gave Kevin a thumbs up. Kevin did the same, and everyone laughed. Kevin made his way over to the piano and sat down next to Ava. Ava finished her song and opened a new book in front of them. She pointed at a note on the page, read it aloud, then pressed a key on the piano and said the note again. Kevin pressed the key and laughed. She pointed at the next note, and they continued. She pointed back at the first note of the sequence and let Kevin press the keys in order. When he was done playing, he laughed, everyone cheered, and Charlie barked. Tony got up and filled everyone's water bottle, and they followed him to the backyard. Everyone stretched and then started their afternoon jog around the park. There was a group of children kicking and chasing a ball around, and Kevin asked what they were doing. Tony whistled, and Charlie led them towards the group. As the children rubbed Charlie's back, Rita asked them if Kevin could join them, and they agreed. Tony grabbed Charlie's leash, and Kevin joined the children, kicking and chasing the ball around the park. Rita and Ava walked along and followed the group of running children, cheering when Kevin was able to control the ball. Tony started jogging with Charlie around the children and watched them play. Everyone kept cheering whenever Kevin controlled the ball. Kevin felt tired after playing with the children and joined everyone to rest and drink water. Kevin explained how he tried to run and kick the ball, and everyone nodded. Rita and Ava explained that Kevin played well, and Tony gave Kevin 2 thumbs up. Kevin pointed to the children running over to the playground on the other side of the park, and everyone decided to jog over. Kevin watched and then decided he wanted to run around the playground with the other children. Tony and Charlie followed Kevin around from the perimeter of the playground. Rita and Ava sat and watched from the grass beside the playground. The group of children were singling out one child and calling them it. They then proceeded to run and distance themselves from the child who was it. And the child who was it chased everyone else until they touched someone and called them it. Kevin laughed as he avoided being touched by the children who were it. Through all the chaos of children running, Kevin collided with a larger child, fell down, and scratched the skin on his knee. He cried out in pain and immediately ran back over to everyone. Kevin pointed at the child who collided with him and cried and explained what happened. Charlie licked Kevin's face and then his knee, and Kevin started to laugh. Tony rubbed Charlie's back, and Kevin did the same. Tony gave Kevin 2 thumbs down, and everyone nodded and frowned. Rita assured Kevin that it was an accident and that his knee would feel better soon. Ava explained that it appeared the child did not collide with Kevin on purpose, but that he should remember the child in the future to avoid running into him again. Kevin nodded, and Tony wrote in his notebook. Ava inspected the scratch on Kevin's knee, poured her water on it, and Charlie licked it again. She pulled out a bandage and explained how it would protect the injury and improve its ability to heal. She showed Kevin how to apply the bandage, and Charlie continued to lick Kevin's face. Kevin laughed, and everyone joined in and rubbed Charlie's back. Rita told Kevin that he was tough. Tony flexed his arm and gave Kevin a thumbs up. Kevin did the same, and everyone laughed. Kevin went back to the playground and continued running away from the children who were it. Suddenly, Kevin was it, and everyone cheered him on as he chased the other children around. Tony watched anxiously, hoping that Kevin would not be it for very long. Eventually, Kevin touched someone, called them it, and ran away laughing. Everyone cheered, Tony whistled loudly, and Charlie howled. Kevin laughed and waved to everyone as he continued to run around the playground. After a while, Kevin became too tired to continue playing, and everyone returned to the backyard to stretch and relax. As everyone sat with their eyes closed, Kevin and Charlie got up, grabbed wood from the pile, and placed it in the fire pit. Kevin started a fire, and everyone cheered. Kevin and Charlie walked over to the workshop and retrieved the stereo. Everyone cheered, and Ava turned on the music. Kevin and Charlie went to the garden and pulled some carrots. Kevin cleaned them and handed them out to everyone. Charlie licked Kevin's face, and Kevin laughed and rubbed Charlie's back. Everyone relaxed, and Tony wrote in his notebook. Kevin explained again what happened when he collided with the other child, how his knee felt from the fall, and how it started to feel better afterwards. Everyone listened and nodded as Kevin relayed his experience. He explained with detail what had happened when he was touched and when he touched the other child, and how he was able to run away without being touched again. He laughed as he talked of the playground and the children and his injury. Ava told Kevin that he was very good at playing tag, and Rita said he was tough. Kevin flexed his arms, everyone laughed, and Tony wrote in his notebook. They extinguished the fire, and everyone followed Rita to the garden to dig potatoes and pick lettuce. Kevin laughed in amazement when the pitchfork exposed the potatoes hidden in the soil. They brought the ingredients inside, and Rita and Kevin started to prepare them. Rita also prepared dough and explained to Kevin how the recipe was similar to what he had done earlier that day. Ava wrote on the chalkboard, and they all continued to discuss everything they were doing to prepare each recipe. Everyone described which flavors in the recipes were their favorite, and Tony wrote in his notebook. Kevin noticed Charlie jump down from his chair and pounce on the floor. He got up to follow Charlie and saw a spider. Kevin immediately jumped back onto his chair and alerted everyone to the spider. Everyone laughed and assured Kevin there was nothing to be afraid of. Ava lowered her hand to the floor and let the spider crawl onto her hand and arm. Kevin continued to look terrified and distanced himself from the spider. Rita reminded Kevin that Charlie was not scared of the spider and only wanted to play with it because there was nothing to be afraid of. Tony let the spider crawl on his arm, and Rita did the same. As she brought the spider closer to Kevin, Charlie stood next to Kevin, and Kevin rubbed his back. Kevin slowly reached out his hand, let the spider crawl on, and shook the spider off onto the table. Everyone laughed. Charlie tried to touch the spider with his paw, and Kevin lowered his hand to pick up the spider again. As the spider crawled back on his hand, he laughed and studied the spider with wide eyes. Everyone laughed and Charlie barked. They placed the spider in a container on the table so it could not escape, and Kevin continued to study it. After they finished cleaning the kitchen, everyone made their way over to the great room. Ava started playing a record of music on the sound system. Tony pulled out a large padded box from the closet and proceeded to unfold it. Charlie started whining and spinning around on the floor. Kevin laughed and watched Tony complete the setup of the table. Charlie jumped on the table and laid on his back with his legs up in the air and his tongue sticking out the side of his mouth. Everyone grabbed one of his paws and began massaging. They showed Kevin their techniques and he followed along. Charlie made sounds of enjoyment and everyone laughed. They moved on to his legs, showing and explaining their technique to Kevin. When they were done massaging Charlie, Ava climbed onto the table and laid on her stomach. Rita and Tony each grabbed one of her feet and started to show and explain to Kevin their technique. Ava giggled once in a while and explained to Kevin that she was ticklish. They moved on to her lower legs and then upper legs. Kevin took over massaging from Rita and tried her technique. Ava told Kevin he was doing a good job. When they were done massaging her legs, Kevin volunteered to be massaged next. He giggled when Ava and Rita started on his feet and enjoyed the rest of the massage. They commented on his calf muscles being tight and recommended that he concentrate on stretching them in the future. Kevin agreed, and Tony wrote in his notebook. After everyone had their turn on the table, Tony showed Kevin how to fold it back up. Ava started playing the piano, and Rita continued her knitting. Tony then started to set up a film projector and a screen. Charlie laid in his bed, and Kevin sat in the chair next to him. As the film started, everyone stopped what they were doing and focused on the images projected on the screen. There was a man, and he was walking along a sidewalk. The film had no sound, so Ava started playing along with the action. Everyone began laughing at the actions of the man and the situations he was walking into. Tony was laughing so hard that he started to cry. Kevin noticed this and began to laugh even harder. Charlie licked Tony's face, howled, and paced around the great room. Kevin rubbed his back, and everyone kept laughing as the film went on. Ava laughed as she continued playing the piano along with the action. Rita eventually started crying from laughter, and Charlie started to lick her face. After the last scene, the screen went blank, and everyone clapped and cheered and sat exhausted from laughter. After everyone waited their turn to use the toilet, they all made their way to the washroom and carried out their evening routine. Kevin started acting out his favorite scenes from the film. Tony did the same, and everyone laughed. When everyone was done washing up, they made their way out the suite door. They confirmed with Kevin from outside that they had fastened their locks, and he confirmed he had done the same inside. They made their way to their respective desks and waved and greeted each other. Tony started to type out the day's events from his notebook, and Rita and Ava read each line. Kevin added details that he remembered from the day, Tony typed them, and Rita and Ava read them aloud. Kevin asked if the cameras in the house were recording like a film. Rita explained that their cameras were not recording. Ava added that there was no way to truly verify if this was the case. Tony smiled and shrugged his shoulders, and Kevin laughed and did the same. Eventually, Kevin and Charlie made their way into their beds and fell asleep before the reading of the day's events was complete. Tony noticed that Kevin was asleep and typed it out. Rita and Ava noticed and typed out their agreement. The three continued to type out their thoughts and feelings about what happened that day and how they were proud of Kevin and amazed by the many things he had done. They shared ideas about what to do the next day and discussed ways to improve the various things they had already done. They could all see each other yawning in their monitors, but they felt they needed to stay awake and discuss everything that was on their minds. They all could not wait for the next day to begin. Liberty Times. Article: Mystery at the Top of the World. By Redacted. Date Redacted. One could say that from time immemorial there have been two constant strands which have weaved together all human endeavors: mystery and the top. It's true that there is little mystery in the fact that there is a top to nearly all things in existence. The mystery lies, however, in the achievement of the top. How to reach those lofty heights, which all can plainly see from virtually any vantage point, but yet so few have grasped with any substantial evidence or experience. Even those who have lived through the mystery and attained the toppest of tops can scarcely articulate their journey well enough to allow others to follow in their footsteps. Indeed, far fewer can hold their peak long enough to even get a word in edgewise. Many humans in history have embraced the mystery of the top in the most literal of ways, by traveling themselves to the literal top of the world. So many have done so, in fact, that the mystery of the top of the world is all but revealed. That is, until recently, as a lone mountaineer was reported to be experiencing the top of the world longer than anyone in recorded history. It hardly seems surprising that the identity of the individual has remained a mystery. Recent climbers have reported seeing a man in slacks and a dress shirt seated at the summit, appearing deep in thought and completely unresponsive to any form. Collar cam. Name: Ava. Date: Redacted. Time: Redacted. Oh, wow, you're such a good listener. I can't believe it. It's just so incredible. Everybody's talking about it. No one can get enough. It's just so fucking incredible. No one can fucking take it. It's just so fucking amazing. Has anybody ever told you that? Just kidding. I know they have. Because they fucking told me that they told you. They couldn't fucking wait to tell me. I don't know why I let this kind of shit bother me so much. But Rita and Tony can just be so fucking insufferable sometimes. You're kind of cute though, dummy. Anybody ever tell you that? Yeah, me too. Never by anyone we want though, am I right? I can't believe I'm actually talking to you. I must be off my fucking rocker. I mean, there is something nice about knowing you will just listen and not budge in with your incredible insights. The world really would be a better place if people just kept their genius ideas to themselves. Or danced them out. Who put this ridiculous sign on you anyway? Let's talk. It screams Rita. Oh, you know what, dummy? I got something for you. That's right. right here in my bag. A bag is a girl's best friend. Don't let anyone tell you different. Here we are. Always have a biscuit in your bag. You never know when a cute little dummy is going to cross your path, looking for a bribe. There you go. Don't say I never did anything for you, all right? Auntie Ava always gots the goods. Good? Good. Looks like the garden is kicking ass again. It's really all 'cause of Grandma. Rita and Tony are probably taking all the credit for it, but they rarely know what the fuck they're talking about. They're out of their range of fucking comprehension. Grandma, on the other hand, was on another level of gardening. I mean, she was on another level of everything. See that tree in the yard next door? The first day I moved here, into that house, I climbed that tree. My little secret hiding place, away from everyone. They would call my name, looking for me everywhere. I liked the feeling of people being near me and yet having no clue where I was. Like I was invisible. And when I was up there, I would watch Grandma working away in this garden. Well, eventually, my secret was out. This little alley cat, Alan, found me. He would always meow at me while I was up there, and I would get so mad. It was like he was purposely trying to blow my cover. That little fucker. And I have been keeping treats in my bag ever since. There's always going to be dummies I gotta bribe to shut up and leave me alone. Anyway, I remember the first fall. Real bummer day. Leaves were falling, and my hiding spot days were numbered. I couldn't sleep, so I just went up in the tree. Figured Alan was around to keep me company. There was not a breath of wind. The moon was full and bright, and I just watched it through the patches of missing leaves. I could hear something going on over here in Grandma's garden. And I look over, and in the middle of all the dark, I saw her, white as the moon, naked as an alley cat, rolling around in the soil, making dirt angels. Big smile on her face, staring up at the moon. She was so fucking beautiful, I couldn't believe it. I don't think I've ever told anybody that before. Hey, whoa, down, dummy. Watch where you're pointing that biscuit breath. Yuck. I really vibed with Grandma. She never told me what to do. She never told me anything, actually. She just did her thing and let me join in if I wanted to. There was something to that. No matter what was going on, no matter what time of day, if you showed up at Grandma's house, you got fed. Period. She would just keep bringing stuff until you left. There was something to that. I wonder how old she was. I wonder, everything about her. We really don't know anything. How fucked is that? How fucked is it that I didn't even think that was a big deal at the time? So fucked. And then, one day, she just left. Was she in pain? Was she scared? I mean, I don't recall anything out of the ordinary, except for the fact that she was just all of a sudden gone. She had never quit doing her thing. She never missed a beat. I guess she never wanted anything else. An easy way out. She didn't want out. She just made her body do the leaving. She would never quit herself. She was totally pro-life. Apparently, LLU set us up with her, but I don't think we have any real proof of that. Fucking LLU. They are partly responsible for all this wackiness. Maybe completely. I mean, how did they even find all us wackos? Not a single sane person in the bunch. We're all just so up our own asses in our own special way. I mean, I guess Rita and Tony are pretty harmless. At least they appear to be. I suppose they've both been there for me at some crucial moments. My little dummy guard dogs. Freak show, though. Whoa. Fucking rabid dog. What a fucking psycho. I mean, Freak Show has his eyes on everything. So it's just a matter of time before he comes for you. Watch yourself. Who knows what has happened to that Freak Show over his lifetime? He probably doesn't even know. Maybe he just hit his head in that special spot. Random accident. And just flipped the Freak Show switch. The Freak Show stars aligned. Once in a lifetime Freak Show. I've definitely never met anyone quite so fucked up, before or since. My natural instinct was just to stay away. Don't stare directly at the Freak Show. Like looking at it will just pull you into it. But I guess attempting to ignore it just fuels it further. I think Freak Show went for Rita first. Easiest target. She practically asked for it. Always doing his homework. Rita the tutor. More like Rita the homework doer. Oh, I don't want to get started on her. I often wonder if her wanting to help is just her wanting to do it for you. Like, it starts out that she wants to show you how to do something, but it always just ends up her wanting to show you how she does it. Like, it was so fucking obvious that Freak Show knew how to do the work, and just lied to get her to do it for him. Like, so fucking obvious. She must have known. But she told herself that Freak Show actually wanted to be with her. Just levels upon levels of pathetic. I even confronted her about it, and all she would do is defend him. You don't know him like I know him. Yeah, I bet, dummy. I bet you know him real well. It really is just sad. And, well, poor Tony. His days were numbered from day one. Tony the punching bag. Imagine sharing a house with that Freak Show. Just the constant physical and psychological abuse. Constantly asking Freak Show to stop. Which basically meant the exact opposite to the Freak Show. Fuck. Rita always coming in to break it up. Tony just letting it happen. It really is just sad. There were some close calls in those days. I always managed to somehow wiggle my way out. But that one day, in the basement, I let my guard down. I wasn't thinking. I didn't have an escape route. And the Freak Show cornered me. We both knew it. Didn't have to say anything. Fuck was I mad at myself. I knew better. So stupid. Likely just followed me back from school. His manic smile. Fucking Freak Show. I don't know. I was tired. I didn't want to run or fight anymore. I just laid on the couch and buried my face in the cushion. Just ragdolled. Fuck, I remember the shaking. I shook so bad, I wiggled right out of myself. I watched us from up in the corner of the ceiling. Just ripping my pants down. Me laid out like a corpse. And then there's poor Tony. Just no idea what he's stumbling into. Was probably just going to grab a jar from the cellar and watch some TV. Freak Show yelled at him to get out, and I feel like every single other time he would have just followed the orders. But not this time. I had never seen Tony like that. I didn't recognize him. He didn't say anything. It was like his normal, slacker, slouched posture corrected for the first time in his life. He looked a foot taller. I don't even know what the expression was on his face. But I guess the closest description you could give might be dummy fearlessness. I mean, he didn't actually know I didn't want to be there, like that. But he knew, somehow. And with that, I wiggled back into me. And I turned from the cushion and looked him right in the eyes. And he started towards me. Freak Show probably threatened him or something. But Tony didn't stop. He didn't say anything either. He just kept looking at me on the couch. I fixed my pants, and I was just kind of frozen there, watching Tony getting thrown around the basement. Freak Show was using Tony like a fucking wrecking ball, just demolishing everything in the basement. All the while, Tony kept looking over at me, like Freak Show wasn't even there. I don't know why, but I couldn't do anything. I didn't want to run. I didn't want to help him. I didn't want to even say stop. I just cried and smiled as I watched him get absolutely pulverized. I couldn't stop looking him in his eyes. His clothes were like ripped to shreds. His body bleeding and bruised. Yet the look on his face remained exactly the same. Completely unfazed. Unharmed. And kept looking right at me. There was ruins of shit everywhere. Freak Show was full on fucking Freak Show mode. Rage blackout. Foaming at the mouth. Like he was fucking possessed or something. He must have noticed we were not paying attention to him at all. And that just pushed the Freak Show over the edge. If he would have kept on, he was definitely going to end him. But he had just slammed Tony into the bookshelf across from the couch, and as he stepped back, he lost his footing on something, fell over, and absolutely slammed his fucking head on what was left of the TV stand. Out fucking cold. And just like that, all was still. I thought I pissed myself, but it wasn't piss. And poor Tony just laid there, arms and legs splayed out, his right eye half shut from swelling, staring right at me. A grin on his lips, he licked the blood dripping from his nose, making a lip-smacking sound, and said, in the most perfectly dummy, fearless way. I fucking burst out laughing. Or crying. Probably both. Definitely both. My little dummy guard dog. Good boy, I said. And he started to laugh too. Hey, dummy. What did I say about that biscuit breath? So yeah, we just stayed there. Right where we were. I don't think either of us could have moved, even if we wanted to. Just staring and giggling at each other, because we couldn't do anything else. Like we were the only ones who were really there. Fuck, I totally forgot. To top it all off, the moment was broken by footsteps on the stairs. And who was it? Fucking Grandma. just slowly making her way down the stairs, one step at a time. And we just start fucking doubling over, giggling at each of her slow, cute little footsteps. She gets to the basement, audible gasp. We look over at her, and she's just shaking her head. Turns to the cellar, grabs a jar, and just slowly heads right back up those stairs. Fuck, did we laugh. Hey, dummy, what did I say? That's it. No more biscuits for you. Yeah, it wasn't long after that. Freak Show stole Tony's car and ended Brit. I mean, they said there was no real proof, but I fucking knew it. I could feel it. He knew how close we were, and he couldn't stand it. He wanted whatever it was that we had, without earning it. Fucking story of his life right there. That fucked me up real bad. Then Grandma left, and I was totally lost. Numb. I guess I kind of lost connection with everything. The two people I connected with most in the world were gone. The only one left was a fucking dummy alley cat. I mean, I'm not from this town. I'm not that attracted to it. It holds way more fucked up memories than good ones. So I just naturally fucked off to the city. Freak Show and Rita followed suit after they finished up with school. I was able to continue avoiding Freak Show completely, thank fuck. I guess there was more than enough people to prey on there to keep him distracted. Poor Tony stuck around here, though. I forced him to make a little cat door in the basement for Alan, just in case they ever needed each other. Tony just does whatever I say. But he never chased after me. I guess I always kind of liked him best for that. Rita, on the other hand, has never stopped bugging me to stay in touch. I mean, she's never been too nosy or anything. I don't know. I guess she was always trying to be like a big sister or something. Just wanting to tell me all the stuff she was doing. Like I gave a shit. I guess it's been nice to have a somewhat normal relationship with someone. Nice to know I had a place I could hide if I was ever in the neighborhood. It was also nice when she started going steady with Marshall. She stopped forcing me to hang out with her. I mean, if I'm honest with myself, I was a little envious of Rita. Everything about her life was just so normal. Normal job, normal house, normal man. I mean, compared to mine anyway. I remember she invited me over to celebrate their engagement. She had the backyard all decked out with lights, and her garden was just gorgeous. And they had some tunes playing, and they just started dancing there in the garden. It was just so corny and normal, and yet really fucking pretty and precious. Dummy! Enough with that. Gross! I hadn't let a man put his hands on me in a very long time. Like, I don't even know the last time. Probably since Freak Show tried, actually. Maybe not the most healthy thing. It's not like I didn't want it. And then, just a random passing thought I had while dancing one day, how Tony had such massive hands. I don't know why that popped in my head. I hadn't seen or thought of the guy in years. And I just thought, fuck it. So I took the train back to town to see him. He was still living here, in the basement, all this time. I felt sorry for the guy. But I mean, come on. Get your shit together. I guess he never really ever had his shit together before, though, so. Poor Tony. So much potential. When I got here, I saw the cat door, and I couldn't believe I totally forgot about Alan the alley cat. And he was still alive! Unbelievable! Dummy Alan the alley cat. Now old man Alan the basement cat. He totally remembered me too. I don't think I cried that hard since Britt left. I was so happy. I picked him up and we were dancing around the basement. He purred like crazy, so I did too. Tony said Alan never let him touch him. It was kind of fucked up being back in Grandma's basement after all that time. It felt like home, though. Tony had kept the garden up. Might have been the only thing he was up to since I left town. He said he basically canned the whole frickin' garden every summer and just lived off it the whole winter. What a guy. But yeah, his hands were just like I remembered them. Thick and strong. I couldn't keep my eyes off them. He was showing me some of his favorite tapes from his collection. Shit he recorded over the years. His hands so gentle, yet firm. I told him I had a kink in my neck or something. He put his hands on me and fuck. The floodgates just opened. I don't know. Something about being back in the basement and Alan in my arms and Tony's hands on me. I just felt safe. At home. At peace. I could see why he was down there this whole time. I told him he had to come back with me to the city. Most of the tapes he was playing were of the pros. I told him he could go see the pros play live, like every day. He almost sounded scared of the idea. I mean, it seemed like everything he was into watching was taped in the city. Except Grandma's house, I guess. He was hemming and hawing, and I continued selling him on the city. Told him he should take a break from the house. Change things up a bit. Live a little. He said he had been kind of down since the band was on their latest break, but just kept insisting that he couldn't leave the house. Well, I guess it was at that point I got a little naughty thought. I gave him one of my tapes to put on. I set Alan down and started in on a little striptease. Oh, his face was adorable. Like he saw a ghost. I finished up and laid face down on the couch. I looked over and could see his hammer piercing through his pants. I motioned him over with my finger, and he walked over, and I giggled and said, "Good boy." I couldn't believe how fucking soaked I was. With Tony. And oh my, that hammer. He put his hands on me again, and I told him to keep going. And he kept going. He was on my legs, and it felt so fucking good I couldn't stand it. I was moaning. Like real, full-on, uncontrollable moaning. Like I was having Grandma's pie. I couldn't stand it. I rolled over on my back, and he was still looking adorable. I'm like, pull that hammer out. And he did. And I said, "Good boy." And I said, "Bang that hammer." And he did. And I rubbed my flower and pinched my nips, and we just stared at each other. Everything watering. I look over, and Alan was just chilling in his little bed in the corner, just watching us like a little dummy pervert. Tony starts looking like he's gonna be sick, making all kinds of weird faces. My flower was bumping like crazy. For what? Tony banging his hammer, Alan chilling, and I'm just gushing. Tony starts hollering, and then I start hollering, and Tony starts unloading all over me like I'm on fire. And we're both just twitching, and I'm like, good boy. And we just start laughing, and we couldn't stop. Just laughing and crying.
Liberty Journal. Who? Redacted. And Nalana. What? Unknown. Where? Nalana's room. When? Redacted. Why? Unknown. How? Transcribed from recording. By? Redacted.
Well, look who it is. Death. Haven't seen you in a while. What brings you round? You look so different today. So extra specially pathetic. You really need to work on your presentation. You appear absolutely unremarkable. But I guess that's your specialty, hey? Nothing.
Sorry, it's actually redacted. I didn't mean to bother you. I'm just wandering around. My sister used to work in a place like this.
Oh, I bet she did. I bet she wiped out huge swaths in a place just like this. Tell me, is that your typical go-to line? It sure suits your general air of mediocrity.
My sister...
That's okay. You can save it. I've heard this one before. I've heard it all before. You best be on your way. You don't yet fully realize what room you've just stumbled into. You might not make it out alive. And of course, there's always a drip of sweet attached to every tsunami of stupid. And I don't know if I'm up to spoiling your minuscule rations today. Not that you would notice.
Do you mind if I record this? I hit my head a lot growing up and...
Death! It really is you! You've come to record my last will and testament! How delightful! Can we make it quick? Come on. What other tricks and treats are you hiding from me? Listen, Death. I mean...
Redacted.
I haven't been in this room very long. I don't last very long in any room. Nobody knows what to do with me. They transfer me around, one place to another, 'cause I drive everyone mad. No one knows what to do with me. But I know what they all want to do to me. I'm not stupid. I wish someone would just do it. I wish someone with a pair would just come around and finally go through with it. Maybe that's you. Are you hiding any pears in those pants? Look at those eyes. Look at the hope in those eyes. But it's not hope. It's blurred vision. Blurred with shit. 'Cause we are shit. We are all a pile of waste, and there's nothing we can do about it. We come from a long line of shit piles. Our closest living ancestor still throws their shit around. Are we really that much different? Is anything we do any different from a steaming pile of crap? I'm crap. You're crap. Your sister is definitely a big old mound of crapola. It's okay. It's the way of this toilet universe. We are all just the culmination of a long line of dumps taking dumps. Papa takes a dump in Mama. Mama takes a massive dump, and we flop out. We eat up all the shit we can, shit it out all over the place, and then convince ourselves of this shit and that shit until we inevitably shit ourselves to death. Am I missing anything? Oh yeah, the shit cleaners. Trying to clean up enough of other people's shit so that they can get someone else to clean up all their shit. What a shit show. No one asked to be shit out. Isn't that shitty? Not a single consenting dump. And no one knows why. All anyone knows is how to eat shit and shit some more. The human condition is simply trying to prove we are not just shit makers who make shit makers from a long line of shit makers. And no one has succeeded yet. Until we are not shit makers, we will always be shit makers. How can you be of shit makers and not be a shitty shit maker? Of course there is shit in denial. We are the shit we feed ourselves. It blurs our vision and gives us hope. Listen, shit stain. It's over. Smell the roses. They smell like crap. 'Cause they are crap. Maybe this is my shitty purpose in life. To counsel these blurry-eyed piles of shit to take an actual fucking whiff for once. See everything for what it really is. But fuck is it exhausting. You want to hear a shitty story? You want to understand what a steaming pool of diarrhea I am? I woke up in a hospital bed with a bunch of people crying around me, hugging me and staring at me, calling me by a name I never heard before. I didn't know these fucking people, but they claimed to know me, claimed to be my mommy and daddy and siblings. I never met these people in my life. In fact, I couldn't remember meeting anyone ever in my life. I couldn't remember a fucking thing before I woke up. I remembered how to talk, I guess, but I don't know how. Once the sob fest was over, they wouldn't leave me alone. They kept bringing in photos and videos, trying to convince me that I was who they said I was. Constantly trying to jog my memory. Their words. More like brainwashing me, I thought. The chick in their albums looked nothing like me. She looked fun and sexy. Not exactly a mirror image, am I right? It was exhausting. The mommy especially. She would not let it go. Like award-worthy performance. Verging on madness. Eventually, the siblings and daddy gave up. But this lady was just not having it. The shit hope was strong in this one. She obviously couldn't see clearly. Every fucking day, she kept on and on. Same shit script. You were in an accident. You suffered brain injuries. I am your mother. I love you. Crap. Like, why tell me this? I can't fucking remember, so what the fuck does it matter? For all I know, you fucking did this to me, and everything you're saying is fucking bullshit. And whether it is or it isn't, what the fuck is the point? The point is, she's a pile of shit, spouting shit, until she shits herself to death. Needless to say, she didn't take that so well. What can I say? It's better to live in reality. It's better to break all illusions and really smell those shitty roses. It's liberating. Once you have accepted how shitty everything really is, it can't get any shittier. In fact, there is no need to make it shittier or cleaner, because it's all shit anyway. Damn! You're recording this, right? I don't think I've laid it out this clear and concise before. It feels really great. Usually people are interrupting me or ignoring me. I feel like it really flowed. Really channeled it this time. I can really see it. Really feel it. Feels like dancing. Like when you're in front of the mirror. When the feel of it and the look of it are just vibing. You can just see it and feel it. And it's just great. I don't know why I'm crying. I'm sorry. I feel kind of funny. I could see myself dancing just now. In a mirror. Fuck, that was vivid. I could feel it. Watching myself. Feeling myself. I don't know where that came from. I'm sorry. I don't cry like this. I don't think I've ever cried before. Why am I crying? It feels so good. I'm sorry.
My sister was a dancer. I remember she had some tough residents to look after. Dementia. Didn't remember a thing. Even though she's looking after them, day in, day out. They didn't make a hint of sense. They didn't really seem like a real person. Not in the same way as her favorite residents. The ones who remembered her. The ones that looked forward to seeing her. Those ones really brightened her day. But with those tough ones, it's hard to say. She couldn't really rationalize it. I saw her try on many occasions. Inevitably, she would have to dance about it. Feel it out. You can try to rationalize dancing, but it doesn't make much sense to. Never seems real enough. Just like with those tough residents, she just had to feel it. There was something about the dance between them. The feel of it. It just felt right, and she couldn't really put it into words. There was something neither of them could ever dream of talking about. But it was there, and they could feel it, and that's all either of them really needed. And there was no need for a deeper explanation than that. It was as deep an explanation as one could possibly go, because nothing needed to be said.
I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm crying so much. I can't stop. It feels so good. I'm so embarrassed. I can't control it. I don't think I'm actually dancing in a mirror. I think I'm dancing with a partner. She's so good. She makes me so good. We're so good together. It's like we know what each other is going to do next. It feels like a mirror. I can't believe it. It's so good. I love it so much. I'm sorry. I'm such a shit. I can't believe it. And you're recording this. I don't know what has come over me. I'm really lost for words. And it feels so good. Do you believe me? I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I can't stop. I really am mad, aren't I? We really are so good together. It really feels so good. What the fuck is happening to me? Am I dying?
My sister loved to chill. She had these two cats, brothers. They loved to chill too. They loved to just chill together. That's not all they did. They did other stuff. But their chill time was important. No dancing, no playing, no working, just chilling. It didn't involve anything specific. It just had to be chill. That was probably their greatest time to really feel each other. To just chill with each other. See who could be the most chill. Can't say much about chilling either. It's all about the feel. You gotta feel a good chill. Not much else you need to do with it.
I like to chill too. I'm sorry. I just can't stop. This has been pretty chill, and I don't know why. And I guess that makes sense. It feels good. I'm sorry. Fucking fuck. I just don't get it. Wow. Fuck. I've been cooped up for so long. You know what I like to do? Go to some shitty restaurant and eat some shitty food. Talk about shit with some shitty people. You know? Something shitty like that. Just be a normal shitty person for once. Fuck. I just put it together. It must be some leftover residue in my system from the new shit in my trip. Last couple nights, there's been a shiny dancer outside my window. In some kind of shit ball. It's like her shit is constantly flowing out of her ass and into a big shit ball force field surrounding her. And then back again into her mouth and out again. Like a constant, regenerative shit flow. Basically a shit field. She really seems like she loves to dance, even with all the shit. She really does make me feel good. She really does. I'm sorry. I just can't.
Liberty Gazette. Article. All Around Liberty Leader. By Redacted. Date. Redacted. Liberty High celebrated the end to another successful year in athletics and academics. But unlike previous years, all arenas were dominated by one person. Nate, the leader everyone grew to love and admire on the football field, found the time to bring his speed and tenacity to the classrooms and threw up top marks in nearly every subject. It truly is a rare occurrence for someone to excel so substantially in physical and mental avenues while keeping their emotions in check. A natural-born leader and an inspiration to all. At this year's graduation ceremony, the captain of the class bestowed some words of wisdom. We did it. We knew we could do it. We knew we would do it. It was inevitable. There was never a doubt in our mind. There was nothing that was going to stand in our way from getting what was and is rightfully ours. We know those who tried to keep this from us. We know them better than they know themselves. We dominated all of them so precisely, they never had a chance of making it otherwise. They didn't want to make it otherwise. We so consistently, powerfully, and effortlessly dismantled the very being of those who stood in our way. By the time we were done with each and every one of them, they were nothing but our playthings. Something we tossed around. Something we completely controlled. Something indiscernible from ourselves. There's no way, no how, no one who can stop.
Of my mind, I wish I could have just had a baby. Everything would have just fallen into place. My world would have centered on them. My aim would have narrowed. My energy would have just naturally concentrated onto wherever it needed to be. It's all I ever wanted. Ugh, it's hard to let that go. I mean, duh, I was adopted. Of course I should just adopt. It's almost like I jinxed myself. I dreamt about being a mother my whole life, only to not be able to. Like, what a cruel joke. I guess there's a lesson in there somewhere. Oh, Marshall. Oh, here I go with the tearing up again. Thanks, honey. I mean, I don't want to sound corny, but it wasn't love at first sight. It was something more. It's hard to explain. But I guess we never really tried to explain it. And that was kind of the magic of it. We met on the dance floor. Who does that? It was salsa night at the studio. And for whatever reason, that day, everybody had something else going on. Never saw anything like it before or since. Just the instructor, me, and Marshall. I'm pretty sure we didn't even say hello to each other. We just realized what was happening and smiled at each other. And the instructor put on the music and let us go. I danced my ass off. Pardon me. It was incredible. Marshall was a fabulous dancer. I think we both just realized how surreal and special the moment was. We had both gone there to dance, and that's what we were going to do. I had never been handled by a man like that. So smooth, so sexy, but so professional, and so precise. He really was calculated, but not in a robotic way at all. Maybe I just hung out at the wrong studio, or was always paired with the duds. Whatever the case, I had never experienced that before with another person, on or off the dance floor. It truly was totalizing. And he must have felt that too, because we started dating right after that, and were together until, well, the whole relationship truly felt like a fairy tale. For once in my life, someone was absolutely taken with me. I mean, he adored me. It was too much. I was suspicious. I was really going insane. I thought for sure he must be making other house calls with other women from the studio or the other studios. First, I felt really jealous. Then I felt plain old pathetic. But eventually, I just didn't care. He was so nice to me. After a while, I started to think that he needed me more than I needed him. Like I was doing him a favor. He never touched me. Unless a dance called for it. And if so, always respectfully. He was never inappropriate. I call them house calls because they really were. It was like someone hired him out and sent him over to me. We would set up a day and time to meet. He would come over with fancy, expensive wines and other ingredients. First things first, we wouldn't eat or drink or even talk. We would dance. We danced so much. We knew each other's moves and timing so well, we were like a mirror image. Then he would start in on the ingredients he brought and cook absolutely divine meals. He would even clean up the whole kitchen afterwards. Never let me help. And then more dancing. When it was getting late or I seemed exhausted, he would just let himself out. Never put any moves on me. Never forced me into anything. He was so eccentric like that. I remember he would walk through my garden, always in bare feet, and touch and smell everything. Like really shove his face in there and moan and groan. Oh, did I love that. Oh, did it make me laugh. It was even erotic too, you know? Cannot explain it. He reminded me a bit of Grandma too. Just in love with gardens and food and preparing meals and enjoying them with loved ones. He never tried to fix me either. The number of fixers I've met over the years, I don't get it. Some kind of masculine instinct or something. Marshall would listen to whatever problem I was having and just say it back to me, but in different words. And by trying to coax the problem out of me, he would get a solution out of me too. He was just a really good listener. Kind of like you. Every time I tried to return the favor, he refused. He said he didn't want to trouble me with his silly stuff. I knew it wasn't silly stuff. He was very well respected. He would have other distinguished professors over to the house all the time to go through their predicaments. They always seemed to leave the house happier and more relieved than when they arrived. One night I could not take it anymore. I asked him if he loved me, and he said he loved my liberty. I still to this day do not understand what he was trying to say. Like I said, it was kind of our thing not to let words come between us, you know? So yeah, I don't know. I guess the combination of feeling he was right for me, but never really articulating it with him, it turned me kind of primal. I just jumped him, wrapped my arms and legs around him, kissed him aggressively, like I've never kissed anyone in my life. He didn't shy away. Soon he told me to stop working because he could take care of me. Well, I wasn't into that, but I appreciated the offer. We started living together, and I swear, food started to taste better. Work started to be better. We danced like it was the only thing keeping us alive. We made love like we danced, with passion and precision. Everything was just better. Everything was just falling exactly and perfectly into place. To this day, I am still not completely sure if I was more upset by the fact that I could not get pregnant or that Marshall left me as a result. I mean, he never came right out and said that was the reason he left me, but I cannot help but believe that it was the beginning of the end. I mean, we seamlessly glided right through every stage all lovers do. The first meeting, the courtship, the dating, the marriage, the house, just one after the other. Bang, bang, bang. It was like clockwork. Looking back now, it feels like a dream. But I really don't believe I am idealizing any of it. My years with Marshall were really as wonderful as I remember them. And it is truly all my fault it fell apart. Nothing else can be blamed. I mean, it was not completely my fault, but it was not completely my fault either. No matter how much I focus on the fact that it was really out of my control, I can't help but feel like I could have tried a little harder. There must be an answer out there that I have overlooked, that I can't see, that hasn't been uncovered yet, and I should be right there trying to figure it out. I mean, isn't that just the way this life goes, though? Some people get pregnant, and they weren't even planning for it, while others do everything they possibly can, and it just never happens. I researched extensively and obsessively and tried every option. Ultimately, no one is in complete control of their bodies, but some people really make some things look easier than others, without much hard work on their part. Maybe if I was born sometime in the future, someone would have eventually figured out a way for me to control this one part of myself that is disabled. But there is no sense in wishing. I mean, I was successful at everything I ever tried in life, because I worked hard at it. It was the first time in my life that I was a failure. And no matter how much hard work I put in, I was constantly failing. I hated the feeling of failure so much that I started to hate myself for feeling it. When Marshall told me that he was leaving, the feeling of failure, which had already crippled me, had now succeeded in crushing me completely. I don't blame him for losing interest in me. I would have too if I was him. I don't hate him for it. I love him more than anything, and I want him to have the family he always wanted and live a happy, complete life. He never told me I was a failure, but I could see it in his eyes and his actions. He had no use for me anymore. He might have been right, because at that moment, I had no use for myself either, and he just didn't know what to do with that. I did bring up the option of adopting, but that was merely my last-ditch effort to salvage what I knew was already over between us. To my shock and amazement, Ava has been my main, if not my only, source of comfort through these times. It was the first time in my life that I really needed her to be a support for me, and she was beside me every step of the way. In my darkest times, when Marshall started to lose interest in me, it was Ava who really stepped up and took control of the situation. I don't know what I would have done if she wasn't there to pick me up when I was at my lowest. She really started to convince me that I did not need to define success in my life by my ability to obtain and sustain a husband or a child. I mean, of course she would say that. She had never put any effort into obtaining either of those things for herself. But nonetheless, it was something I obviously needed to hear at the time. I really started to question my whole value system leading up to that point in my life. For as long as I can remember, I was always so in control of my professional and personal lives, and the dismantling of one really brought my whole life into chaos. I always had such confidence and ease handling any classroom size or age group. There was really nothing about educating children that was intimidating or challenging for me. The students knew I was tough but fair, and aside from a few special cases, I was respected for the work I was doing. I took the same tough but fair attitude to my home life, and Marshall gelled with that perfectly. I mean, we had the typical disagreements, but for the most part, we had our separate roles at home and at work, and it just suited us fine. I want to say that the confidence I had at home was the fact that I knew Marshall adored and respected me. The confidence I had in the classroom was that I thought the students had learned the wrong lessons at home or in the schoolyard, and I was going to set them right. I really thought I was saving the world, getting rid of the bad ideas and disseminating the good. And then, after a long day of saving the world, I would go home to my biggest fan, who I mutually adored. My professional and personal lives were actually balancing each other out more than I had initially realized. And once Marshall and I started hitting speed bumps, it became blatantly obvious how vital our relationship was to my professional success. At home, I had lost the confidence in my role as Marshall's partner, and once that happened, I was no longer recognizable to my biggest fan or to myself. I had always viewed children as ignorant people who required my guidance in order to be corrected. But when Marshall and I would eventually decide to have our own children, they would of course be nothing short of perfection. As much as Ava tried to reinforce the idea that I was not a failure and was actually perfection in my own right, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was no longer qualified, if I ever was, to right the wrongs of my students. My idea of my students, and children in general, took on a whole new meaning, and I no longer saw them as mere misguided wanderers requiring my insights. They were all incredibly complex, uniquely beautiful, and perfect in their own way. There was no longer anything wrong with any one of them. And so, I completely lost touch with any notion of my role. All of a sudden, I felt like the front of the room was the last place in the world I actually wanted to be. I could no longer see my students as the audience for which I was to direct and command, because I now wanted more than ever to interact with each and every one of them on a personal level. I wanted to hear their side of the story, understand the world from their perspective, and learn about all the other worlds that I had always been keeping quiet. I mean, I hate to say it. I don't hate to say it, but I definitely hate that I have to admit it. When Ava came by the house that one time, unannounced, like she always did, Marshall was there, and it was like he saw a ghost. It was like I ceased to exist. I mean, it happened before, obviously. Any time I was out with Ava, all eyes were on her. But this time, she had my Marshall. It was a real hit. I suppose it was bound to happen. The two closest people in your life are going to meet at some point. The two closest people. You think that would be saying something? Neither of them have ever really shared anything close with me. At least not anything about themselves. They were constantly bringing things for me, constantly listening to my every complaint. Very alike in that regard, I suppose. I guess I just needed to get out of the city. Literally every place was painted with some kind of memory of Marshall. Coincidentally, Anthony had just left Grandma's for the city, and it just felt like the right timing to drop everything, move back, and take over where he left off. It was like a no-brainer. He had kept the garden up all this time, and the soil is incredible. All of Grandma's stuff, everything I needed to grow and can, was still here. It felt like home, when I was completely lost. Probably saved my life. Here's a morbid thought. I couldn't believe it. I asked my doctor, after we tried everything he could think of to help me, whether he liked to dance. And he didn't. I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe he didn't like to dance. Couldn't believe how much I cared. Couldn't believe I never asked him before. I haven't done any dancing in like forever. And I think it shows. Physically, mentally, any way you look at it. It just breaks my heart to do it. Still, it has always been that thing which brought me joy. Brought me every good thing I can think of. But who am I kidding? I'm not a dancer. Not the best dancer. Not the best teacher. I don't know what I am. You know how insane I've become? Some days I just sit here on the back porch and just stare out into the sky. I'm not looking at anything. I'm not thinking of anything. I'll watch the clouds as they float by, morphing and changing, never staying the same. I do it for hours. So insane. Just hours of staring and watching my thoughts float by, morphing and changing. I'll laugh or cry or sometimes both. And it's hard to explain. Yet so simple and enjoyable. It has really helped.
The next morning, Kevin woke everyone up with a loud greeting over their speakers. Everyone was still fast asleep since they had stayed up chatting long after Kevin and Charlie fell asleep. They made their way to Kevin's door, opened their locks, and found that the door would not open.
Rita called through the door to Kevin to see if he had his key, and they could hear Kevin laughing. They looked at each other in confusion, and Ava repeated the question. Kevin laughed again. Rita and Ava both sounded and looked very concerned as they attempted to communicate with Kevin. After a moment, Tony smiled and let out a loud whistle, and Charlie began to bark. The barking grew loud and continuous until they heard Kevin undo his lock and open the door. Charlie stopped barking and paced throughout the kitchen, whining and wagging his tail. Kevin's face went from white and frightened to red with tears. Everyone entered and rubbed Charlie's back, and Kevin joined in. Charlie licked his face, and Kevin laughed. Everyone sat at the table to eat fruits and nuts and drink water. Rita and Ava explained that they were all going on a trip out of town. Kevin cheered in excitement, and Charlie howled. Everyone locked Kevin's door and headed to the truck parked on the street in front of the house. Tony sat in the driver's seat and Rita in the passenger. Kevin and Ava sat in the back with Charlie in between them. Tony started to pedal, and Rita played music on the sound system. Rita and Ava identified sights as they rode through town. When they reached the edge of town, they proceeded down a gravel road. There were rolling hills in all directions, with small patches of trees scattered sparsely throughout the hills. They turned onto another gravel road and traveled past more fields and small patches of trees. Tony slowed the truck down as the road led them into the forest. The treed path entered into a clearing which contained a large garden. Charlie began to whine and pace around the back seat as the truck came to a stop. Tony opened Kevin's door, and Charlie jumped out and ran into the trees. Kevin followed after Charlie, calling out his name. Kevin stopped at the edge of the trees as he could not see Charlie anymore. Everyone joined Kevin and walked deeper into the forest. They walked between large trees and eventually came to a clearing with 3 small houses. Charlie was running around the edge of the clearing, chasing another dog. The dogs ran up to them, and everyone rubbed their backs. Rita introduced Kevin to Wendy. Wendy looked very similar to Charlie, except she was not wearing a collar. Wendy and Charlie both licked Kevin's face. Everyone laughed, and the dogs ran off into the trees. They continued over to the houses, and Kevin noticed chickens walking around. He cheered in excitement and ran towards them. As he got closer, a man appeared in the doorway of one of the houses. He was hunched over, scratching the ground with his feet. His hands were tucked in his armpits, and his head was bobbing. Kevin stopped immediately, stood still, and watched the man with wide eyes. The man walked among the chickens, moving just like them. He walked a little closer to Kevin, flapping his arms and scratching the ground. Kevin turned around and ran back to the others, his face full of terror. Everyone laughed. As they approached the house, everyone walked right past the man, not acknowledging him or the chickens, and entered the house the man had come out of. Kevin kept staring at the man as he shielded himself behind everyone. The man never acknowledged any of them and went on scratching the ground. Inside the house were rows of chicken beds. Ava picked up one of the chickens and rubbed their back. Kevin did the same and laughed. Tony handed out empty cartons to everyone, and they walked through the rows, filling the cartons with eggs. Rita and Ava explained to Kevin how chickens ate and used the toilet like they did, but also laid eggs. They went on to explain that sometimes eggs have small chickens in them, but that these eggs did not. Loud chirping sounds were coming from the roof of the house, and everyone but Kevin started to laugh. The sound of birds grew louder as they left the house, and when they were outside, they could see many birds chirping on the peak of the roof. The man was also on the roof, perched up next to them. Kevin's eyes were wide again, and he began to laugh. Tony wrote in his notebook. Everyone made their way through the crowd of chickens and over to the next house. Once inside, Rita introduced Kevin to Daisy, the cow laying in the bed of straw. As Tony started to rub Daisy's head and chin, her long tongue licked his arms, and Kevin laughed. Ava rubbed Daisy's back, and Rita invited Kevin over to her stomach. Rita grabbed Daisy's udders and started to fill her bucket with milk. Kevin's eyes were wide as he started to use another udder like Rita. Daisy moaned, Kevin jumped back, and everyone laughed. Rita poured some of the bucket into a glass container and passed it around for everyone to try. Everyone drank and made sounds of enjoyment. Rita and Ava explained how Daisy ate and used the toilet like they did, but also made milk. Kevin drank and nodded his head. Tony wrote in his notebook. There were chirping sounds coming from the roof of the house, and everyone started to laugh. Everyone turned to look out the door of the house and saw many birds flying away from the roof. Kevin went to the doorway of the house to watch the birds, and the man dropped down from the roof to the ground in front of him and ran to the edge of the clearing. Kevin turned around and laughed, and everyone laughed and nodded. Kevin circled around the houses, following the man as he ran around the edge of the clearing. Kevin could hear a sound coming from the other side of the clearing beyond the tree's edge. The sound grew louder, and out of the trees appeared a horse. The man ran past the horse, and the horse ran after him. Kevin followed them as they ran around the clearing. Then Charlie and Wendy appeared from the trees and ran after the man and the horse. The birds from the roof flew down and followed everyone as they all ran together. Kevin kept running around the houses, laughing and watching them chase each other around the clearing. The horse was running up behind the man and brought its head down close to the ground. The man jumped up and landed seated on the back of the horse. Kevin laughed, clapping and running, calling out to everyone in Daisy's house. The man had his arms stretched out in the air as he rode the horse, and the birds flew all around him. He then hopped up and stood on the back of the horse as it was running. Kevin continued to laugh and cheer. The man kept his arms outstretched and balanced on one foot as the horse continued to run around the clearing. Suddenly, he dropped back down to a seated position, and the horse turned off into the forest, and the dogs and birds followed. Kevin ran over to where they entered the forest and could not see them anymore. Everyone smiled at Kevin when he joined them back in Daisy's house. Trying to catch his breath, Kevin explained what had happened in the clearing, and everyone nodded and smiled. Kevin walked over and rubbed Daisy's chin like Tony was. Daisy licked his face, Kevin jumped back, and everyone laughed. Rita invited Kevin to use one of Daisy's udders again, and they finished filling the glass containers. Everyone said goodbye to Daisy and walked to the last house in the clearing. Inside there was a bed, dresser, stove, and a large table without monitors or a camera. The walls were covered in drawings of birds, chickens, cows, horses, dogs, fish, and flowers. Kevin admired the portraits and pointed out Charlie, Wendy, Daisy, and the horse. Everyone smiled and nodded, and Tony wrote in his notebook. They made their way back around to the chicken house to find the man sitting on the ground with his eyes closed. All the chickens had stopped moving around and were sitting around him. Charlie and Wendy were also lying next to him, and watched everyone walk by. They carried the eggs and milk back through the forest and loaded them in the truck. They grabbed containers from the back of the truck and made their way over to the garden. Charlie, Wendy, and the man followed them. Everyone picked fruits and vegetables from the garden and filled their containers. Charlie and Wendy chased each other in and around the garden. Birds swooped down and sat on the wires holding up the tomato plants. They chirped and sang, and then Tony whistled back to them as he picked through the garden. Kevin watched and laughed. The man started to laugh too, without making a sound. Kevin saw the man laughing and started laughing too. Everyone laughed as the man continued to rock quietly back and forth. Kevin looked at everyone and laughed as the man kept laughing. Kevin saw that the man's face was red and tears were falling down his cheeks. The man never stopped laughing, and neither did Kevin. Eventually, Kevin started to cry, as him and the man continued to laugh uncontrollably. Everyone laughed harder as Kevin and the man continued. Charlie and Wendy ran over and started howling and licking everyone's faces. The birds chirped and sang louder, flapping their wings and jumping around the wire. Soon everyone was on the ground, holding their stomachs, laughing and crying. As exhaustion set in, everyone started to calm down, and the man started to clap without making a sound. The dogs continued to howl and bark, and the birds continued to sing and dance. Everyone started to clap with the man, and the man began to throw his head back and howl like the dogs. At the edge of the clearing, the horse entered, ran full speed around the garden, and then turned back into the forest. The man clapped at the horse as it ran by and stopped clapping when it entered the forest again. He closed his eyes and sat silently, with a big smile on his face. Everyone did the same, and Kevin watched everyone. Everyone breathed in and out deeply and giggled once in a while. Kevin did the same. The dogs laid in the middle of everyone, and the birds sat silent. Tony wrote in his notebook. Charlie and Wendy got up, ran out of the garden, and back into the forest. The man got up and started to look for vegetables again, and everyone did the same. Rita and Ava explained to Kevin which fruits and vegetables were ready to be picked and which ones were not. When Kevin filled his container, everyone cheered. Tony gave an empty container to Kevin and took his full one to the truck. Everyone drank from their water bottles and ate some of their fruits and vegetables. When someone found a large fruit or vegetable, they would hold it up for everyone to admire. Once all their containers were loaded into the truck, Rita and Ava grabbed more containers, and everyone headed back into the forest. They walked into the man's house in the clearing, grabbed 2 buckets and a net, and walked deeper into the forest. They came upon another clearing that was full of flowers. They followed a path to a small house in the middle of the clearing, and Kevin heard buzzing sounds as they approached. Rita and the man took a container and walked next to the house full of bees. Kevin watched with wide eyes as the bees flew around Rita as she switched out her container with one that was already in the house. They continued around the house and down the path to the other side of the clearing. Kevin, Ava, and Tony walked around the edge of the clearing to the other side, picking flowers along the way. When everyone met up again, they tried some honey from the container and made sounds of enjoyment. Rita explained that the bees ate flowers and that honey was the flowers which the bees spit back up. Kevin's eyes grew wide and everyone laughed. They continued further into the forest and stopped at a tree with a pipe sticking out of it. Everyone tried some of the sap from the container hanging from the pipe and made sounds of enjoyment. They headed further into the forest and came to a stream that was flowing over large rocks. They watched as Ava and Tony balanced their way along a line of rocks with the buckets and a net staring into the water. They stopped, and Ava dipped the net into the water. Tony filled the buckets with water, and Ava pulled out 3 fish with the net. Kevin cheered, and everyone laughed. Tony placed the fish in one bucket, and they walked back over the rocks. The man walked past everyone, continuing back in the direction they came, and everyone followed. When they returned to the clearing with the small houses, the man walked up to the fire pit in front of his house, and Tony set the buckets on the ground. He took the bucket of water and emptied it into the pot that was positioned over the fire pit. He collected some wood and let Kevin start the fire. Ava and Rita sat on either sides of the man, Kevin and Charlie next to Ava, and Tony and Wendy next to Rita. Next to the fire pit was a small table with pans and utensils, and in between Kevin and Tony was a drum. The man got up and walked over to a few chickens sitting in front of their house. He circled around them several times before walking back to the fire. As he walked back, 3 chickens followed behind him. He sat back down next to the empty bucket and stared into the fire. Kevin giggled, and everyone smiled as they stared into the fire. The chickens walked around everyone, inspecting and keeping their distance from the fire. One of the chickens walked past Kevin and went closer to the fire. The 2 other chickens stayed behind everyone and then started to make their way back to their house. The remaining chicken walked around the fire, then over to the man and sat in his legs. The water in the pot started to boil, and the man started to cry. Kevin giggled again, but everyone frowned and sat silent, watching the fire. The man closed his eyes and continued to cry. Kevin started to frown, and Charlie and Wendy began to whine. Tony grabbed a stick and started to beat the drum. He grabbed another stick and handed it to Kevin. They beat the drum together as Ava grabbed the chicken from the man's lap and held it over the empty bucket, while Rita used a knife to cut its head off and collect the blood. Charlie licked Kevin's face as he watched and continued to beat the drum. Ava grabbed a large flat board and knife and placed them on the ground in front of her. She grabbed one of the fish and began to cut it into pieces. The man continued to cry as Ava placed the cut meat into the fish bucket. Ava cleaned off the board and handed it to Rita to place it on the ground in front of her. Tony and Kevin continued to beat the drum, and Kevin's eyes grew wide as Rita grabbed the chicken by the legs and held it in the bubbling water. She pulled the chicken out, laid it on the board, and started to pull out its feathers and place them in a container. Tony and Kevin stopped beating the drum. Tony removed the pot from the fire, and Kevin rubbed Charlie's back. Ava grabbed the pieces of meat from the fish bucket and placed them in a container. She set the rest of the fish meat on a pan over the fire. Rita finished plucking the chicken's feathers and proceeded to remove the insides of the chicken into the bucket of blood. She placed the chicken meat inside of the last container after removing both legs and giving one to each dog. Rita closed all the containers and Ava served the fish to everyone. The man stopped crying and was smiling at the fire. Everyone enjoyed the fish. Tony whistled and motioned to the sky, and everyone got up and walked in a new direction through the forest. They came to a clearing with a large hill of rocks and grass, and made their way up on a path that wrapped around it. When they reached the top, they were above the trees, and the man clapped silently as he sat and faced the sunset. Left of the sunset was all fields, and to the right was all trees. Everyone sat and watched the sunset, and the man laughed and cried. Tony looked over at everyone and back to the sunset and began to cry too. Kevin saw Tony, got up, and rubbed his back. Everyone except Kevin laughed and cried as they looked out at the sunset together. Tony nodded at Kevin, and Charlie licked Tony's face. Tony wrote in his notebook. As the sun began to disappear on the horizon, everyone made their way back. They arrived to find Daisy and the horse laying by the fire. Ava sat beside Daisy and rubbed her back. Rita sat by the horse and rubbed his back, and Kevin joined her. Tony started to beat the drum, louder than before, and the man started to dance around in time with the beat. Kevin laughed, and the dogs howled and jumped next to the man. The horse yelled, and Daisy moaned. Kevin started to dance like the man, and everyone laughed. Rita danced with Charlie, Ava danced with Wendy, and Tony kept beating the drum. Everyone laughed and cheered and danced under the night sky. Kevin pointed out the moon at the top of the trees and howled, and everyone joined in. As everyone danced around the fire, Tony reached into his pocket, threw his hand toward the fire, and made it explode with sound, light, and color. Kevin laughed and cheered. The horse and dogs ran off into the forest, and Daisy returned to her house. After a while, the man danced his way into the darkness of his house and disappeared. Tony put out the fire, and everyone returned to the truck. Kevin kept looking back to the door of the man's house as they walked away. Tony whistled loudly, and eventually Charlie joined them, jumping into the back seat and licking Kevin's face. Tony wrote in his notebook and then started to pedal. The headlights of the truck passed over the garden and out down the gravel road. Everyone was smiling and giggling and looking at everyone else. Everyone stayed silent the entire ride home and joined in, rubbing Charlie's back.
Liberty Times. Article.
Are words useless?
By redacted. Date redacted.
Distinguished Professor of Mathematics, Marshall Mobius, has recently released a new book which is redefining the world of literature. It's called Words Are Useless. As you might expect from its title, the book is devoid of any words, save the title, and is exclusively filled with mathematical equations and figures. It appears to be one long logical proof, which all literary critics to date have struggled to put into words. What many of the initial avid readers have deemed to be an elaborate practical joke has grown to become an enormous concern. Many mathematically inclined individuals have been so taken in by Mobius's numeric prose that reports of readers up and leaving their jobs, commitments, and loved ones is becoming more and more common. Truth be told, a few staff from our own organization are among the many who have dropped everything to follow this maverick of mathematics. We requested comment from the professor, but were simply sent another copy of his book. Marshall, who was an immediate prodigy in his field, is greatly respected by all peers in his profession, as well as those in others. Infamous for saying very little, recent reports indicate that the professor has indeed retired from his celebrated career of lecturing and research and employing words altogether. Rumors of a farewell lecture explaining the philosophy behind his wordless writing and his exodus from our wordy world is circulating underground in nearly every corner of the... Women, man. Men only do the crazy shit they do 'cause of women, man. Truly. Chicks, man. Chicks are unknown, man. I mean, guys I get. I can empathize with guys. But chicks, man. I don't know about chicks, man. Fuck. Chicks are beyond me, man. Gotta love 'em, man. But you can't think too much about 'em, or you'll fuck up your fucking head, man. And I thought I had that pretty much figured out before I got to the city. But the city, man, fuck. The city just turns everything right up, man. The city just fucking maxes everything right out. Truly. The city chicks are just too fucking much, man. Too much. You'll burn your fucking eyes out just looking, man. Serious. It's fucking seriously maxed the fuck out. Totally unreal. But I fucking loved it, man. Every second. I ate it up. It was like I was on another planet. Living another life. There were pros everywhere. It's nuts, man. I don't know why it took me so long to go. I taped every fucking pro off the TV. You'd think I would have eventually went to see him for real in the city. Rita never pushed the city on me. Probably didn't want to be responsible for blowing my mind. But I think when Ava found out that after all that time I hadn't left town and I hadn't ever been to the city, she kind of flipped. She thought I was fucking nuts. And you know what? She was probably right. I lived so close by the whole time. Just needed to jump on the train and I could get off right downtown. Right in Pros Central, man. Nuts. First fucking night in the city, Ava sends me to the ballpark. It was ridiculous, man. Biggest place I'd ever seen in my life. I can't even tell you how many fucking games I taped from that park. Didn't matter, man. None of those tapes gave that park a lick of justice, man. It's too much. It's too much for one tape to take in. Too much to translate. Too much to contain. You can't contain it. You just gotta go and sit back and take in whatever you can. It's too much. And the pros just max it out. Oh, man. I met so many pros, it was nuts. Shaking hands and getting photos. I was on top of the world. And then, wouldn't you know it, Nate shows up. What are the chances? Hadn't seen or heard from the guy since he left town. I'm in the city for a couple hours, and he runs into me in the park? He fucking hates ball. Anyway, I barely recognized the guy. It looked like he was sick or some shit. He was pale, no hair anywhere, still ripped as fuck though. Even his eyes were white, which was really trippy. On top of that, he had this little crew following him around. A camera guy and a mic guy, and they were just fixed on him. He was acting like they weren't even there. What a trip. So we're sitting there, and I'm half expecting that he's going to kick my ass or something. The old muscle memory kicked in. But he was just talking. He's like, "Don't you see? This is all run. These guys aren't really playing. They're putting on a show. They are given the script, and they follow it. The teams aren't playing against each other. They are working together.
They are the same team. They are here to put on a show. It's not real. It's run. It's rigged. Don't you see that?
Leave it to Nate to say some fucked up shit. Some things never change, I guess. I mean, sure, it's pretty fucked up that you can't really prove who's on the take. Whether there's some hidden action underneath. There's gonna be rule benders in anything, and probably especially in the pros. At the end of the day, it don't bother me. It's the beauty of ball, man. Anything can happen at any time. And even if they're handing scripts out, I know there's at least one ball player out there who plays to his own script the best he can. Loves ball more than he loves himself. Knows ball is bigger than himself, and any lousy script some jack-off hands him. And he goes out there, night after night, playing true, and inspiring all those players down the wrong path to redeem themselves. To get them a little more on their own script. To get them loving ball again, you know? Like they used to when they were kids. I didn't say any of that, though. I can't think that fast. Guy caught me off guard. I just laughed and kept watching the game. I don't know what else he said. Something about a movement he started or some shit. I wasn't really paying attention. He eventually got angry with me. And just then, some nobody cracked a homer. I got up and cheered and slapped hands with people around me. Turned to Nate, and the threesome was gone. I didn't care if he was waiting outside to jump me. He wasn't going to ruin my night. In fact, if he did end up rolling me that night, I would have left this life a happy man. But he didn't. So win-win, I say. He hasn't bothered me since. Knock on wood. Oh, man. And the ball babes. The ball babes were nuts, man. So many. Half the time I wasn't even watching the game because I was too busy watching the babes, man. I was so busy creeping on a few that a foul ball whizzed right past my head. Oh, man, good times. Ava isn't into ball either. Something about an opiate for the masses or something? I don't know. I met up with her at the bar across the park after, and she took me out to this little rock and roll club, man. Oh, man, the chicks in there were nuts. Just everywhere. All kinds, man. Tough chicks, sexy chicks, hippie chicks, some ball babes too. Some band I never heard of was playing, and the chicks were dancing like crazy, man. It was nuts. Pretty good tunes. I told Ava I'd never danced in no club before, and she flipped and pulled me to the middle of the dance floor. Man, it was too much. I had to close my eyes sometimes. There was just too much to take in, man. Just sweaty babes, rubbing up all over me. I damn near passed out from overstimulation. Bunch of us ended up shutting that place down. They literally kicked us out. We didn't want to leave. Ava said she'd never really done that either, which kind of surprised me. But not really. She took me to this late-night pie place nearby. Oh, man, was that good. Man, I'm telling you, the city, man, it's got it all. And turned up, too. Then Ava tells me she's got this lady friend she wants me to meet. And I'm like, shit, I can't keep up with no city chicks, man. She's like, yeah, we met back when we were dancing at the titty clubs. I'm like, shit, I can't fuck with no city titty clubs, man. might blow my head clear off. She's like, no, this chick is like you. She's been holed up in her place forever. Doesn't like going out. I'm like, oh yeah? Sounds a little familiar. We walked around the city till the sun came up. She was telling me about all the places we were walking by. It's like she'd been in every place. We ended up in a pretty sketchy looking part of downtown. People just laid out in the middle of the sidewalk, like they in their living rooms. We pulled up on this little building she called her office. She didn't show me around the main floor, but took me up some stairs to the suite above. Huge space. Nothing in it but a mattress and a TV in the middle of the floor. She told me to crash and that she would be by later to take me to her friend. I laid out on the mattress and the TV was bright as shit, and I couldn't turn it off. Like a security camera in an office or some shit. So I passed out for a while, and I wake up when I heard a door shut. I look up, no one at the door. Man, I was wearing a rager. Must have been the million chicks I saw the night before. I look over at the TV, and it's Ava. She's strapping some guy's arms behind the chair he was sitting in, and all she's wearing is some kind of tight thing around her tummy. Some music starts playing, and she starts dancing with a pole set up in the corner of this office. My jaw is just fucking hanging, and my rager was going nuts, man. I couldn't look away. It was mesmerizing. She dances over to the guy and starts throttling his rager with her foot. I shit you not, man. She goes back to dancing with the pole for a bit, then back to the guy. This time, she gets on top of him, straddling like, and ties a blindfold on him. Then she gets up on his rager and starts moaning. Man, I'm starting to rage right now, just remembering this shit. Well, I couldn't take it anymore. I fell back, and I messed all over that fucking mattress. By the sounds of the guy on the TV, he messed too. I kind of just laid there twitching. Fuck. Ava got off the guy, set him loose, and just left the office. He was just cleaning himself up when I heard the fucking door unlock, and Ava rolls in and asks me if I'm ready to go. Fuck. So we head out for lunch, and Ava is telling me more about this friend of hers, Nance, and how she ain't like most chicks and whatnot. She grabs her bag and pulls this weird pair of undies out and tells me Nance wants me to wear them. I'm like, what the fuck? Ava's like, yeah, it's a fake pussy. I'm like, what the fuck? She reaches back in her bag again and pulls out a fake rager right there in the middle of this restaurant. I'm like, what the fuck, man? She's like, yeah, you're going to wear this pussy and Nance is going to wear this pecker. And I'm like, what the fuck? How crazy is this chick? Ava digs in her bag again and she pulls out a collar and leash. And she's like, you're going to wear this collar and Nance is going to walk you around. I shit you not. So we roll up on this massive fucking skyscraper downtown. My knees are knocking, man. We get into the elevator. Ava pulls a key out, turns it in this keyhole, and then hits the button for the top floor. Well, fuck. I'm fucking shitting myself. I think the highest I'd ever been at that point was a third floor. We get up there, and there's one fucking door. Ava is telling me to strip down and put on my shit. I'm like, you're not fucking serious. These fucking city chicks, man. This is too much. So I do it. She takes my clothes. She's like, get down on your hands and knees and don't say anything. And she takes that fake pecker and shoves it in my mouth like a fucking bone. Knocks on the door and then runs and hides behind a fake tree in the corner. The door opened and there was Nance. An absolute fucking babe, man. Just standing there, completely naked. And she's like, a puppy, are you lost, little puppy? I always wanted a little puppy. Come inside and let me take care of you, sweetie. That's right. You're so cute. Oh, what is that in your mouth? Is that a bone? Is that for me? Thank you, sweetie. Let me put that on. Okay, come on in. Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? You must have been scared out there all alone. You poor thing. Nance is gonna make everything better, sweetie. I shit you not, man. She already had bowls set up on the ground and everything. She started grabbing food and water and throwing them in the bowls. I don't know, man. What can I say? I was out of my element. I don't know what the fuck was going on. She really thought I was a puppy or some shit. What was I gonna do? I was already slobbering like a mutt just looking at her. I played right along with her, man. I did whatever the fuck she said. I shit you not, man. Fucking wild, wild shit. Once I ate and drank like she told me to, she started throwing a ball around and telling me to bring it back. So I ran after it on my hands and feet a few times, and she was kissing my face and telling me I was a good puppy whenever I brought it back to her. I damn near messed in my fake pussy just from that. Truly. After a while, she said that since I was such a good puppy, she'd grab a can of whipped cream. I shit you not, man. I'm raging again just remembering this. She started spraying cream on herself and telling me to lick it off. Man, it was too much. Tits, toes, I fucking sucked on every inch of her, man. She was moaning like crazy. It was fucking nuts. I shit you not. I messed all up in my fake pussy. I couldn't take it. It was too much, man. She even bent over and creamed up her crack. I shit you not. Once I finished cleaning her all up, she got real wacky. She fucking turned on me, man. Even her voice changed. She was like, "Are we ready? Are we ready for our bone? We don't know if we deserve our bone. Do we deserve our bone? Do we want our bone? Do we need our bone? We've been a bad puppy. When we're a bad puppy, we don't get to chew on our bone, do we? Where's our leash? Here. There we go. Get up on the bed. That's right. We know what happens to bad puppies around here. We know bad puppies don't get to nibble on our bone, do they? No, we know what happens to bad puppies around here, don't we? Bad puppies get hit with bones, don't they? We don't like getting hit, do we? I shit you not. I'm up on the bed, on hands and knees. She's fucking yanking on my collar and smacking her pecker off my ass cheeks. Well, my rager ran back inside quicker than you can say bone. Fuck. And then she threw her pecker in my pussy. I shit you not. I couldn't fucking believe it, man. Just choking me out with the leash and throwing her pecker in my pussy. Saying shit like, do we like being a bad puppy? Do we love being a bad puppy? Do we want some more bone? Do we need some more bone? I shit you not. All of a sudden, we hear the front door slam shut and someone said,
"We're here."
Nance's face lights up with this huge smile. She starts yanking me off the bed by the collar and shoves me into the closet. I turned around to shut the doors, and she already ripped off her fake pecker and threw it at me so fast it smacked me right in the forehead. And Nance, well, she switched her tune once again, man. Now she was all like, "Daddy, we're in here." I couldn't believe this chick. Part of me thought the visitor sounded like Nate, but maybe he was just in the back of my mind after running into him the night before. So I'm just chilling in the closet, though I wasn't exactly chill. I could kind of see through the crack between the doors, and sure as shit, the threesome walked in. What are the fucking chances? Nate was already naked with the full-on rager, and Nance was on the bed like, "Daddy?"
"Are we ready?"
"Yes, we're ready, Daddy. We're always ready for Daddy."
"Have we been bad?"
"Yes, Daddy. We've been so bad, Daddy."
"What are we going to do about that?"
"We need to be taught a lesson, Daddy. We need Daddy to teach us a lesson."
"Are we ready for our lesson?"
"Yes, Daddy. We're always ready for Daddy. Oh, yes, Daddy. Yes. Teach us, Daddy. Yes. We're so bad, Daddy. Teach us, Daddy. Harder, Daddy. Yes. Teach us harder, Daddy. Yes. Yes. Yes.
"Do we want to be good?"
Yes, Daddy. Teach us to be good, Daddy."
"Are we bad?"
"Yes, Daddy. We've been so bad, Daddy."
"Are we learning our lesson?"
"Yes, Daddy. Keep teaching us, Daddy. Just like that, Daddy. Yes. Yes. Oh, yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. Yes. Daddy. Yes. Yes. Just like that, Daddy. Yes. 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 Oh, yes."
"Have we learnt our lesson?"
"Oh, yes, Daddy. Yes. Thank you, Daddy."
"Are we going to be good?"
"Oh, so good, Daddy. Anything for Daddy."
"Good."
I shit you not, man. Fucking wild shit. The threesome just rolled right back out of there, slammed the door behind them. Nance was still laid out on the bed. She was still moaning and giggling, just laying there. Part of me was thinking she forgot that I was in the closet. I didn't want to let myself out, just in case she thought I was being a bad puppy. And I didn't want to run into the threesome again, so I just stayed put. Nance wasn't making any noises or moving anymore. Figured she was passed out. All of a sudden, she popped up real quick, opened the closet, and laughed at me. She took the collar off me and handed me a bathrobe. She put one on too and walked out the room. I followed her out into the living room. She went to the kitchen and grabbed 2 bowls of cereal and brought them over to the couch. I sat down next to her, and she handed me one. She turned on the TV and flicked over to a channel with funny failures. We sat back and ate and laughed at the TV. There was a series of ice failures. Some guy slipped on some ice and she spit cereal all over the coffee table. And we were both just bent over laughing. Another series was just people accidentally walking into shit. Some guy hit his head on a sign and milk started coming out of my nose. She looked over at me and tried to hold her cereal back, but she ended up spitting all over me. I started to fucking choke on cereal. She fucking fell off the couch and spilt the rest of her cereal on the floor. I was struggling to catch my breath once I coughed the cereal up, and she could barely breathe from choking on her own laughter. She shut the TV off so we could calm down a little bit. I went over to the kitchen to grab some wet towels and the garbage can. We wiped up as much spit and cereal as we could, still laughing as we went along. I put the cleaning supplies back in the kitchen, and she came back from the bedroom with the fake junk and collar and leash. She walked over to the front door, and I followed. She opened the door and threw everything into the hallway and laughed. She took the robe off me, whispered in my ear, "Goodbye, cutie," grabbed my junk and bit my ear. I didn't know what to do, so I just said, "Woof." She laughed, and as I walked out the door, I looked back at her, and she slapped her ass and laughed and slammed the door shut. Ava came back out from behind the fake tree with a big smile on her face, shaking her head. She tossed my clothes at me and pulled out some rubber gloves and a plastic bag to pick up the fake junk and collar and leash. We got back in the elevator, and as we rode down, she kept giggling like she saw the whole thing. I asked what was so funny. She just scratched my head and said, "Goo."
Liberty Journal. Who? Redacted. Others. And Willie. What? Unknown. Where? Alcoholics Anonymous meeting and parking lot. When? Redacted. Why? Unknown. How? Transcribed from recording. By? Redacted. My dad used to come to meetings just like this, pretty regularly. He would often mention how they saved his life. He offered to take me along to a meeting if I ever wanted to. Not sure why I never took him up on that. Guess I didn't feel I belonged. If he was here today, he would probably say that only losers worry about not being alive. We are alive, so we should talk about life. One day at a time. Today is all we got. May not seem like much to the uninitiated, but it's everything. Because we got more of a grip on today than any other. My dad was my coach. He wouldn't spend much time explaining the underlying complexities of the game, but he was able to sum up his breadth of knowledge into one important phrase. Skate! It would be impossible for me to forget the sound of his voice, continuously hollering that profound yet simple instruction from the bench. And it continues to sound more profound the older I get. I'm sure, like most things in life, when seeking finer details, you will inevitably get lost in even finer details. When all that needed to be done was do. Move. Skate! My dad had a few hiding spots around the house, though they could hardly be referred to as such, as his boozing career was coming to a close. I can still picture one of his last nights near the bottom. The walk-in closet in the basement. Door open, light left on, streaming through the darkness onto his back. Sitting there in his gitch, in front of his stereo, headphones on, toe tapping, and air guitar strumming. My room was in the basement, and I'd never seen him do this before. Wasn't long after that he had bought a guitar, and the only thing he was doing in the evenings, besides his meetings, was practicing. It was like watching the saddest midlife crisis you'd ever seen. Every day, at the same time. But we were all just glad he was sober. We could have excused almost anything he was up to. Sure as shit, though, after a few years, those same songs he was drunkenly strumming air guitar to, he was playing perfectly. He just kept strumming. He just kept moving. Now that's a high, if I've ever seen one. My dad was a golfer too. He knew golfers love to complain about the wind and their lie and the placement of the pins. Poor me, poor me, pour me another. Am I right? Dad would be like, "What are you, a bum? Would you rather be getting paper cuts in the office? Breaking your back on a construction site? Note the wind, note the lie, note the pin, pick the right club, and hit the fucking ball. Fucked up? Good. Now you know what you're doing wrong. Note the wind, note the lie, note the pin, hit the fucking ball. One shot at a time." I don't know much about AA. All I know is it worked for my dad. I probably pressed him a time or two on this or that thing about AA that I disagreed with. And he probably just laughed at me like I didn't know a damn thing. And simply respond, "But it works." But what is it, Dad? What is it that works? He'd probably say something like, "It's better to sit quiet and let them think that you're stupid than opening your mouth and proving it." Since my dad isn't here, maybe I should just stick to speaking for myself. I think addiction makes sense to anyone, because the living are addicted to life itself. It's just the normal state of affairs. There's not much more thinking needed once you realize that. All that's left to do is just live. Skate! It's when you mistake thinking for living that you get all fucked up. You get addicted to your thinking and start thinking you're smarter than you really are. I think I spent a lot of my life trying to prove my dad wrong. Trying to prove I was right. But the more I tried to know my dad in order to prove him wrong, the less I understood. Trying to be all smart about it. Oh, he was just addicted to not being addicted. And that new addiction kept him sober and alive. Trying to prove he had no power and I had all the power because I knew him better than he knew himself. Sounds like I had a bit of an addiction, don't it? If I really take stock of myself, I can freely admit that I am addicted to the truth. Addicted to that which I struggle to fully attain. Because there's real power in truth. It can get you higher than almost anything in life. But the truest truth there is mystery. As paradoxical as that sounds. After your greatest golf shot, you have no idea what the fuck you just did. But man, oh man, does that ball look good flying like that. Take it in. Don't spoil it with your smarts. Just watch the mystery fly. Feel it fly. It's my way of making sense of this AA thing. Making sense of my dad. The higher power is that perfect golf shot you have no idea how you hit. You chase after it, one shot at a time. Sometimes you get it. Most oftentimes you don't. But you know it's there all along. You can feel it. You know it'll show up if you do. And it won't if you don't. It's just one shot at a time. One shot at a time.
Hey, boy. Hey, it's Willie. You don't know me. I was inside there just now. That was quite the speech you gave there, boy. Sorry to hear about your pops. I lost my wife, Annie, but she's still keeping me on the straight and narrow, just like your old pops. I'd probably be curled up in a bottle of shine right now, like one of those little boats, if it wasn't for her. Oh, I had it bad, boy. Shoot. I was pissed every second of the day after my Annie left. Broke my fucking heart. Tried to keep it pumping with liquor. But that's not the way to go, boy. Shoot.
Do you mind if I record this? I hit my head a lot growing up.
Didn't we all, eh? I know some folks in these meetings are keeping steady diaries. I always thought that kind of thing was just for the women. Well, to each their own, I suppose. Whatever floats your boat out of that bottle, eh? I guess I'm preaching to the choir at this point. Sounds like you had yourself one hell of a pops. I have no doubt he's keeping you powered up. Giving you all the strength and purpose and whatnot. Sounds just like my Annie. Some of these drunks got everything they need, but they still struggle without that higher power, eh? They think they got all the power. Shoot, they ain't got shit. I know, 'cause I was there, boy. When my Annie left, I thought I had to do the work of two, eh? Ended up barely doing the work of one. No power whatsoever. I was in rough fucking shape, boy. Wasn't anything anyone could do for me. It got real fucking dark for a second there, boy. Shoot. So one night, I'm on a hell of a tear. Just as lost can be, boy. Real dark. Started grabbing shit from around the farm, anything that reminded me of Annie, so a lot, and throwing it up on the heap. I got this heap out at the farm, throw all my shit on there, and torch it up every once in a while. So I got the quad and the trailer, and I'm filling this bitch full of shit. Feeling real fucking powerful, eh? So I'm fucking past pissed at this point, and bringing another load over to the heap, when all of a sudden this golden dome just appears out of nowhere. Right on the fucking heap. I thought the fucking heap was on fire. I mean, you'd hear it and feel it if it was a real rager, but I was so fucking gone. Stumbling all over myself. Cut my fucking leg on the quad when I fell off of it. Oh, fuck. What a mess. Just blood and shit everywhere, eh? Well, before long, I wise up to this thing. And it is a fucking beauty untold, boy. I'm crawling up the heap like a fucking bum, and I'm just fucking freaking over this dome. Somewhere between interested and terrified, eh? I'm sneaking up on it, slowly. I don't know what to believe. Like, am I passed out? Dreaming on the heap? But I couldn't be. It felt too real, boy. A real quiet and cool rager. So I get up to the top edge of the heap, right? And I'm peeking over and cannot believe what I'm seeing, boy. I damn near pissed, shit, and puked myself right there, all at the same damn time. It's my Annie. I couldn't believe my fucking eyes, boy. My Annie is glittering gold right there on top of the fucking heap. Shoot. It still gives me goosebumps just talking about it. The power, boy. The fucking power. Now, I'm not one of these praying-ass cocksuckers who be believing without seeing, eh? Shoot. I don't think I've been to a mass since I looked Annie in the eyes and said, I do. But I know my Annie. She had more fucking power than all the women in the world put together on their best fucking day. And when she showed me that power on the heap that night, well, I was on my knees, begging her for some power. I was a bigger fucking mess that night than that heap could ever be. She must have thought I was some washed-up, pathetic shell of a man of what she married. And she'd have been right. Annie was never shy about telling me exactly how I was fucking up. No question, boy. She would whip my ass the second I had my head too far up it. Hell, Annie's probably the only reason I'm alive to this day. She didn't save my life. She gave me life. No fucking question. So to see her that night, powering over me, fucking A, boy. There ain't no questioning that. Shoot. No room for speculation. No need for believing, boy. She had just done to me what she always did to me. She set me fucking straight, boy, like only Annie could do. Shoot. And she didn't even have to say a fucking word. Nothing. She just shined her light on me and let me soak up some of her power. Shit. My own doctor don't even believe me. But I shit you not. That night on the heap, Annie set me sober, boy. I was drunk as drunk could be when I climbed that heap. But Annie, she sobered me right up. I never saw straighter in my entire life than when I saw her on that heap, boy. It's burnt in my fucking brain. If I could be so bold, she's burnt in my fucking soul, boy. No fucking question. And these fucks in this meeting won't have it, eh? Can you imagine the nerve of these fucks? They told me my Annie was a fucking Abora Aurealis or some shit. Shoot. They just say I was drunk as a skunk and there is no fucking way I could tell if it was Tuesday or moonshine. Shoot. I'll kick a fucker's head clear off the next time they say something like that to my face, boy. Shit, I'm getting a little fired up, eh? Shoot. I tell you, the real problem with these fucking drunks, and a lot of sober fucks too, mind you, they think they so fucking smart. They think they got all the answers, and that makes them feel like they got all the fucking power in the world. Shoot. I know damn well, boy. I was there. They ain't got shit. All they are is drunk on the power they ain't even got. They are loonier than the day is long. Now ain't that the truth? No question, boy. Anyway, that's my story and I'm sticking to it. Been stone sober ever since. My doctor can't fucking believe it. He said he's never seen me so good. He said he's never seen a turnaround like me in all his days. I believe that, boy. I can feel it. Stronger every day. All because of my Annie. I've been busting my ass like there ain't no tomorrow. I've never seen the farm looking so good. It's amazing what a dumb old bastard like me can do with a little higher power, boy. Shoot. I don't need to convince the world of nothing, boy. The world ain't gonna listen anyhow. Not only that, it's not my fucking job to make them listen. They gonna listen if they gonna listen, and they just ain't if they ain't. Simple as that. And I just ain't got the fucking time neither. I got work to do. I can't be fucking around trying to knock sense into all these people. Shoot! I got my job. I know what I need to do and when I need to do it. I get up bright and early every morning with a big smile on my face and stay in my lane, 'cause I know I got that unstoppable golden power looking over me, and everything's gonna be okay. No question. My Annie wouldn't have it any other. Liberty Talk episode. Welcome to Liberty Talk
by redacted. Date redacted.
Liberty Times is proud to present Liberty Talk, a new medium through which to connect with our liberated audience. Whether you're sitting, walking, biking, or driving, Liberty Talk is here to keep the conversation free-flowing. With me, your trusty host with the most,
Redacted.
I couldn't be prouder of Liberty Times and all the people on both sides of the content who have kept it running strong. But let's be honest, it's basically a monologue. Not that there is anything wrong with that. Heck, I'm doing one right now. But there is a time and place for everything, and here at Liberty Talk, we believe in a time and place for dialogue. At a time when the world seems at odds with itself, when regular, ordinary, liberty-loving people cannot get together and work out their differences through peaceful and honest debate, where are we left to turn? Who will act as a shining example of how to agree to disagree? Well, look no further. Liberty Talk is here to keep the dialogue going. Liberty Talk is all set to prove that civil discussion really can make all the difference in a divided world. Liberty Talk is going to show the world what liberty is made of and how it can be used as a means for good. So stay tuned for all the great shows to come. Now I'd like to take a moment to thank some of our tremendous sponsors for their incredible contributions to our show, and tell you a little something about the fantastic products and unbeatable service they bring to the market of the liberty-minded. Liberty Meats is the fastest growing, lowest costing, best tasting meat you can find. Starting from their pristine farmlands, to their generations of animal husbandry, to the scientific nature of their processing, Liberty Meats is one of a kind and tough to beat. Try their new Freedom Beef, Liberation Ham, or Sovereignty Chicken, and be immediately transported to flavor country. If you're tired of the ethical protein supplements, if your diet is missing the strong, the sizzled, and the savory, look no further than Liberty Meats. I myself have tried their Autonomy Lamb, and it is out of this world. Liberty Meats, the protein that's proud to be free. Liberty Greens are the naturally grown, locally sourced, healthiest herbs possible. When it comes to the holistic energies of a plant-based diet, Liberty Greens has you covered. Don't settle for animal-based lifestyles that are unsustainable and unethical. Live free with the palate of Mother Earth. Currently in season is their Freedom Kale, Liberation Carrots, and of course, their No Tyranny turnips that are sure to keep you feeling independence. Liberty Greens, the plants that are proud to be free. Your liberty is the most valuable part of you, so why not live off it? Start earning more today with Liberty Loyalists. Your liberty is no doubt valuable while being utilized by only yourself, but signing over your liberty to Liberty Loyalists will guarantee you top price or your liberty back. Enjoy the safety and security of being a part of the Liberty Loyalist family, the largest stockpile of liberty in the world. The potential of liberty alone is incalculable. However, With Liberty loyalists, the potential liquidity of your Liberty is limitless. Enjoy everything your Liberty has to offer and become a loyalist. Haven't thought about that in forever. But yeah, Nance got me my start at the Titty Club. Guess I've been trying to erase those memories from my mind. Nothing bad ever happened to me, but I saw so many depressing dances. I just never want to think of them again. We bumped into each other at the dance studio I had started to go to. I haven't been down there in so long. I wonder if it's still around. And I say bumped into, but Nance did all the bumping. I was avoiding everyone and just looking for a safe place to practice. She was so pretty back then, before all the enhancements. Poor Nance. I don't know how someone with all her looks had like zero confidence. She latched onto me so fast, I remember she said we were best friends, literally after we just met. She was heading over to the Titty Club after the studio, and I was curious, so I tagged along. Dancing was definitely not her strength. Like I said, she was a bumper. She would go flail on stage for a couple minutes and then go bump around all the tables for the rest of the night. She definitely had admirers, but more for her company than her moves. I think I started dancing there just to show those chicks how to actually dance. I don't know what they thought they were doing, but it was the saddest scene. I would show up there any time of day just to practice with the poles backstage. Try to give the ladies some pointers. They were all so sweet to me. Probably because I wasn't dancing on stage and stealing their livelihood. I know this because once I did start dancing on stage, they all kind of turned on me. And the more success I got, the worse they got backstage. Not all of them. Nance still adored me, but that's just because she was the most successful chick there at the time. And I guess she's just kind of a sweetheart, in a dummy kind of way. I mean, it definitely explains her infatuation with Freak Show. Only a dummy with zero self-worth could worship that fucking psycho. Thank fuck I decided to change my name when I moved to the city. When Nance told me she met a Nate, I almost shit myself. Like, what are the fucking chances? I guess really fucking good. I mean, it's almost like those two were fucking destined for each other. I could have tried to talk her out of it, tell her the whole story, but I didn't think it would have mattered. For starters, she probably wouldn't get it. And second, she would have probably blurted it all back to him, and then he'd be coming for me all over again. And thank fuck I stopped working at the Titty Club as early on as I did, or the fucker would have seen me dancing too. Fuck. Could you imagine? As much shit as I talk about the Titty Club, I do owe it some gratitude for giving me my start. The rest is kind of history from there. Nance kept telling me that the private dances were why she was still in the business. And for once, she was absolutely correct. At least as far as young bloods went. When we get one of the dummies alone in a private room, they basically become our little playthings. Just figure out what their kink was and just lean into that. It's really not complex mathematics. It wasn't long before I had a lineup of dummy regulars. It was almost dangerous to keep working there and having them fight over each other for the next dance. It just made sense to say farewell and go independent. I used all my earnings to lease out the office, which I eventually bought, and have been working out of ever since. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I would start doing it or continue doing it. But life is just like that. You make one turn and then another and another, and after a while you stop and wonder, is this where I set out when I started? How in the fuck did I end up here? I mean, as someone who was generally, shall we say, skeptical of men during that time, to then have this opportunity to make men obey my every command and get compensated for it, and also practice dancing in the process? Like, what the fuck can I say? Yes, please. I mean, I always knew males were interested in me, but they were mostly just predatory and erratic. I've definitely met many a dummy over the years who fit this profile exactly. They've never got very far with me. Of course, the odd one always slips by, but I've also learned how to deal with them too. I've developed a sixth sense for the monster dummies and have become nearly expert at avoiding them completely. I know how to identify all the endless varieties of horny dummies and figured out how to keep and cooperate with only my favorites. I was just so baffled after my first exposure to the world of horny dummies with expendable and disposable income. Like, who were these fucking dummies? Did they have partners? Families? Why aren't they spending time with them? And if they didn't have partners and families, were they really the type of dummies I wanted to fuck around with? I'm sure they are all great guys and deserve to find love in the world, yada yada, but I just didn't have time for them. I was just drawn to the committed dummies. The ones with wives and families and careers. The ones who had everything to lose. I just trusted them more. Still do. And I didn't want to fuck these dummies. It was all just so sad. I know I could have, and been making way more. Nance must have told me that every fucking time she saw me. Poor Nance. I really hope she stops one day. I don't think, deep down, she really wants to do it. Maybe she's just too much of a dummy, though. Maybe she is just destined to fuck these sad dummies. Poor Nance. I flirted with the idea, just like every dancer has. I mean, you're in a private room. He's offering you as much as you want. All you gotta do is throw it in for a couple pumps, and he's done. And then everybody wins. But it's just so sad. It was sad then when I first consider it, and it's still sad now that I think of it. Sometimes I wonder how all of it would have turned out if I didn't go soul-searching at the sex shop that one restless night. I had started going there already to help fulfill this or that kink of my dummies. But on that fateful night, I came across a strap-on pussy, and my whole world changed. Like, of course, a strap-on. Is there any more perfect use of dead forest than a strap-on pussy? I mean, probably. But the strap-on pussy really changed everything for me. Finally, the one last bit of control I needed over my dummies was achieved. There were some speed bumps, of course. A few dummies must have been experienced in the art of both real and fake, and started questioning the authenticity of my flower. Fair enough. If you don't trust your dancer, then it's time to move on to the next one. What can I say? I can't please everybody. I mean, eventually I invested in better tech, hired a designer. I got really fucking deep into fake pussies for a while. I like to think I helped revolutionize the industry. Still hold a few patents. Pretty good for a high school dropout, right? Those first couple years were fucking nuts. I mean, I was just honing my craft like crazy. So many dummies. My best dummies made it real easy for me. All I had to do was dance. Some of them I didn't even have to touch. One dummy really impacted my whole practice. He wanted to watch me pole dance while he danced on his pole, and he wanted me to make sounds of enjoyment while I did it. Like just saying, "Oh yeah," when I was really getting into the dance. It was the craziest shit. I couldn't believe it. He would mess all over himself just from that. But see, he clued me into something. My voice. I'm like the quietest person I know. I fucking hate talking. I rarely do it. And yet my voice turned out to be my superpower. Isn't that funny? Ha ha, and strange. So I'd dance a bit to get the dummy all riled up. And once I hopped on their lap and shoved them into the strap-on, my voice just took care of the rest. Even the softest and most seasoned dummies stood no match for my No dummy stands a chance against a couple good pumps with well-timed yeses. They always inevitably blow. Though if I'm honest with myself, my personal favorite would still have to be the foot fetish dummies. These dummies are the wackiest of them all, and the best part is, they love nothing more than to buy me shoes. I don't think I've bought a single pair for myself since I started. I am not into touching, of any kind really. But if a foot dummy comes along and wants to hold or suck or fuck my feet, I am all in. I get off just watching them get off on my feet. It's incredible. Who knew such dummies existed? Honestly, I'm getting all watery just thinking about it. But like I said, those first couple years were wild. I was definitely drunk on my new life. I mean, how could I not? Eventually, though, it got a little sad. I really did start to wonder, what is up with these dummies? Why are they giving me so much? Just to hump them with dead forests. I mean, they didn't know I was humping them with dead forests. Or maybe they did, and that was just their kink. Regardless of real or fake, why? Why the fuck were these dummies doing this? I mean, I know I'm the best, but still, if I wasn't around, I'm sure they would just move on to the next Nance. But why? Well, I guess I'm just curious like a dummy alley cat. I picked my favorite dummies, and I followed them around a bit. Had a little peek at their day-to-days. Got to know them pretty well. Pretty normal, boring shit. I was actually kind of disappointed. I guess I didn't know what I was expecting. A few of them had good careers, nice houses, beautiful wives. Just missing a little something. I don't know. I feel like if you're in a relationship with someone, you should want to be intimate with them. Otherwise, why be with them? I mean, I'm no relationship expert, but it seems logical to me. Obviously, there's a whole host of reasons why dummies get stuck in meaningless relationships. But I wanted to know more about my dummies. Isn't that why they were seeking out my expertise? Was it not a cry for help? Who's to say? So I picked one of the wives and followed her around. Beautiful woman, very classy, very reserved, bordering on stiff. She would leave the house every once in a while to pick up groceries or browse in some fancy stores downtown. She seemed kind of sad and lonely and bored. I'm assuming she hadn't climaxed in forever, if ever. Poor girl. My heart broke for her. I couldn't look away. I had to do something. Her dummy had given me so much already. He could have done so many romantic things for her. I felt bad. Was she just a dummy too? It really ate at me. I had to do something. I couldn't keep seeing her dummy unless I did something for her. So I told a little white lie. Well, maybe a few. Nothing crazy. Maybe a little crazy. I was crazy. I didn't know what else to do. I knew the firm her dummy worked at and just made up this stupid little story that my husband just started working there and that I was coming over with wine and snacks to introduce myself and make a new friend in the new city. I wore this sexy outfit I saw her try on at her favorite store. I even took off my shades, which I hadn't done since I moved to the city. I was full on committed. And she totally bought it. She let me in and toured me around as we drank wine. All I did was pump her tires the whole time. Oh, you look so beautiful. Tell me all your secrets. Oh, this wallpaper is perfect. Oh, this couch is incredible. Once we made it through the first bottle, I started to get a little naughty. I asked her about her dummy and their sex life. And I was fucking right. I knew it. Oh, did that feel good. I could have just left right then. But I had anticipated her answer. I reached back in my bag and pulled out all this stuff from the sex shop. She almost shit. I poured us another glass, and then I got real naughty. I told her me and my husband had a lull in the bedroom recently, and I decided to make a copy of his for myself. He loved that I was taking an interest, so that helped spice things up as well. But also, if I was ever longing for one of those real passionate sessions like we had when we first met, I would pour myself a glass of wine, grab my copy of his, close my eyes, and let him take me in my dreams. Well, she nearly watered all over her incredible couch. And me too. She covered her mouth instinctually with her hand, and when she brought it down, she had the cutest little smile on her face. I could tell by her eyes the naughty wheels were spinning. The goddess was awakening. She took off her sweater, she was so flushed. I just kept on how nice she had been and how naughty I was to barge in on her without asking first. She was totally cool with everything. She said she had a great time. I told her my husband thought I was out somewhere else, and he would end me if he found out that I was there, talking like that, and that we should keep this our dirty little secret. And she loved it. She made this sexy little smile I hadn't seen her make yet and laughed so mischievously it was erotic. That day is so much more vivid in my mind than any dummy I ever met. It really was another turning point. She started planning little get-togethers with her friends, And I started hanging with them. And then there, friends, I was the naughty girlfriend everyone wanted and no one knew they needed. I mean, I've really had a great run. But like, not a normal run. It can be a real bummer not being normal sometimes. Especially if you are spending time with all these normal people. So yeah, I don't know how to explain it. It was a bummer day. Wrong side of the bed. They had been happening more and more often. The sights and smells of the city just kind of disgusted me. It was suffocating. I needed to breathe. I needed out. I needed to see my dummy Alan. So, I hopped on the train. Tony mentioned Rita was looking after his food, so I was expecting a sickly Alan when I got here. I called out for him outside for a while. Thought maybe he was already gone, and I was just calling out to nothing. No end to the morbid day. Figured Rita would have probably said something if Alan was gone. It was kind of chilly outside, and I hadn't even checked in the basement yet. I got down there, and there he was. He greeted me with a hiss. I called his name out, and he hissed again. "Hey, dummy, what did I say about that breath?" He looked rough. Patches of hair missing. As I approached, he waddled away, like he had a limp. I watched him head back to his bed in the corner. He sat there and moaned, like a fucking demon. I said his name again, and he hissed again. His bowls were full. I tried to get closer to him, but his moan got louder. I started to cry and just sat on the couch. We stared at each other for a while. Bummer day. Enough with the breath, dummy. I kind of just bawled there for a while. I knew it was up. I said, "End of the road, Alan?" He moaned. I nodded my head. "You had a good run. I guess I'd be pretty upset too if I never got out of this bummer town." He moaned again. I cried and laughed a little bit. "You didn't miss much. It's a bummer everywhere. One big fucking bummer. Where are you headed next?" He moaned. Yeah. Oblivion. Sounds kind of nice." He moaned. I cried. Then I remembered one of my girls had recently given me a little jar of catnip. My mood improved. I dug around in my bag and found it. I got up and crawled over to Alan. He started moaning and hissing again. I got close enough that I tossed a bit on him. He turned over and swatted at it, just freaking out like an old fierce beast. It was pretty cute. He started to chill and rub around in it, making hilarious fucking moaning sounds. Flipped his little freak show switch. I watched him there for a while, then walked over to the washroom and started to run the bath. I came back and laid on the floor next to him and just watched him trip the fuck out. He looked really chill. He seemed at peace, just rubbing all over and moaning. I asked him, "How does it feel?" He just kept purring and moaning, and I just laughed at him. I focused back on the tub water filling, and I started to cry again, watching him purr and moan and rub the shit out of his bed. "Dummy, what part of Stop Breathing Biscuits don't you understand?" "Okay, fine." I took my clothes off and rubbed some of the catnip on my chest. He came over and rubbed all over me. I laughed and cried as he tickled me and cut up my skin. I rubbed him back. I picked him up and we danced around the basement, purring with him as he dug his claws into my arms. And I said, "Let's go to oblivion." I grabbed the rest of the catnip and made our way to the tub. He was tripping hard, like a rag doll in my arms. I dipped us into the tub and he didn't even flinch. I laid back, propped my knees up, and laid him out on my thighs so he was facing me. His back feet cutting into my abs as I rubbed his belly. He looked back at me, but through me. His eyes wider and his tongue longer than I had ever seen. I said, "Alan, you need to get a hold of yourself. You're losing control." I laughed and cried and dumped the rest of the catnip on his head. He completely ragdolled on my thighs. I kept massaging his belly and his arms and his feet. The only thing he was moving at that point was his tongue. Licking and licking. I thought his tongue would come right out of his mouth. I said, "Alan, I'm going to miss you. Take me with you." And I cried and cried. I grabbed him by the throat and I started to squeeze. I said, "Alan, take me with you. Take me with you." His forepaws latched onto my arm and I squeezed tighter. The tub was turning pink. I couldn't look him in the eyes anymore, so I closed mine and I cried and I cried. And I said, "Alan, take me with you. Take me with you. Take me with you. If you don't, I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss you." And I could feel that he was gone. He pulled me out of the tub and held me in his arms. And everything else was dark. I said, "I'll love you forever, Alan." And I watched the tub turn redder and redder as he pulled us higher and higher. The tub grew smaller and smaller and dimmer and dimmer, and everything got darker and darker and darker, and Rita came in and screamed, and I fell down and went splash.
Everyone maintained a steady daily routine through their first months together. Their days typically started when Charlie was ready to get out of bed. Every once in a while, Charlie would have to bark continuously to get Kevin to unlock his suite door. Everyone would meet in Kevin's suite and sit together at the kitchen table to casually eat and drink. Rita and Ava would read Tony's notes from the previous day, and everyone would point out discrepancies, add revisions, and bring up new inspirations. Tony would write it all in his notebook, and once everyone was satisfied with the plan for the day, they would do their morning stretches and go on their morning jog. The stretches and jogging were usually spent in silence, as everyone was concentrating on the neighborhood and their own bodies. Kevin did not want to use the leash on Charlie for their jogs, but Rita and Ava insisted that Charlie should always be leashed when he was out of the backyard. A few times Kevin had the leash with him, but neglected to attach it to Charlie, and neither Rita nor Ava noticed. Whenever they did realize, they would look for other people and warn Kevin that he should reattach the leash. If there were people around, Kevin would reattach the leash, but if there were no people around, he would laugh and ignore their warnings. Tony would laugh too. The morning jog always sparked more inspiration in at least one of them, and the second revision of their day's plan
was updated by Tony once everyone was in agreement. Everyone kept up their whistling practice, and eventually they knew all the calls Tony had with Charlie. Kevin talked to Charlie less and would whistle and signal to him instead whenever there was something he wanted his best friend to do. When the weather was nice, Kevin and Charlie would practice calls and tricks in the backyard. Rita would watch as she tended to the garden or tested a new recipe in the workshop kitchen. Tony would watch as he worked on constructing something in the backyard or workshop. Ava would also watch from the workshop with Rita and Tony, or on the grass, as she sketched or read aloud from a book. Whenever they saw Kevin and Charlie practice well, they would cheer. On any given day, Kevin was generally most interested in what was to be prepared for each meal. He would ask to be reminded of what they had previously decided to prepare and either begin or revise the menu as he felt inspired. Everyone would discuss the menu, share ideas about past meals before preparing each feature. Rita and Ava would suggest who should provide assistance for each feature, and Kevin would consider and direct everyone according to his inspiration. Kevin enjoyed being a part of the preparation of each feature and always shared feedback with whoever was assisting. If someone felt like an aspect of the meal could be improved, they expressed how, and Kevin would consider and direct everyone according to his inspiration. Each feature was repeatedly tested throughout the preparation process until there were unanimous sounds of enjoyment. Tony would write down all revisions to each recipe in his notebook. On the days when Kevin and Charlie were practicing in the backyard, they would constantly be looking through the fence boards to see if any children were playing in the park. When there were children playing, Kevin would alert everyone, and they would stop what they were doing and cheer on Kevin as he played in the park. When there were no children playing, and Kevin and Charlie were taking a break from practicing their calls and tricks, Kevin would practice handling his ball. He would try to keep it away from Charlie or kick it into the net that everyone helped construct in the workshop. When asked, Tony would stand in front of the net and try to keep the ball from going in. Sometimes Kevin would invite everyone to join him and pass the ball back and forth or keep it away from Charlie. Whenever Charlie intercepted the ball, everyone would cheer and rub his back. Kevin would also practice keeping the ball from touching the ground by continually bouncing it off his feet, knees, chest, or head. Sometimes he would invite everyone to join him in keeping the ball off the ground. Everyone improved at handling the ball as a result of practicing with Kevin. When the weather was wet, everyone would follow Kevin's inspiration into the workshop or his suite. Kevin would ask to be reminded of what they had previously planned to do and either began or revised the plan as he felt inspired. If Kevin was not yet inspired for action, everyone would sit at the table and he would draw and ask random questions. He would sometimes ask personal questions regarding everyone's past, and Rita or Ava would remind him that since he was still a child, he would have to wait until he was an adult to find out. Kevin did not enjoy this response and always followed it by asking when he was going to become an adult. They would always respond that they did not know, but that it was sure to happen one day in the future. When Kevin continued to not be inspired for action, Rita and Ava would retrieve encyclopedias from the bookshelves and read aloud about anything Kevin had already experienced. Kevin would listen and draw, and eventually he would hear something and get inspired, and Rita or Ava would continue reading about what was inspiring Kevin. If the books had pictures, Kevin was more likely to stop his drawing, look at the books, and sometimes follow their fingers along the sentences as they read. Tony was constantly writing down all of Kevin's questions and inspirations. Sometimes Kevin would become so inspired that the bookshelves could not provide enough information to satisfy him. Everyone would then grab bags, lock up the suite, and make their way over to the library. They would search the catalogs for books and videos on particular subjects inspiring Kevin, and check out the materials that he was most inspired by. They would return to his suite and make their way through all the materials, keeping track of all new inspirations. Kevin enjoyed the books with pictures and would draw what he saw as he listened to Rita and Ava read. Everyone would take breaks from reading the books to watch the videos. Kevin always made more sounds of enjoyment when watching videos. They also seemed to inspire more drawings than the books did. It was not long before every piece of wall in Kevin's suite was used to display his drawings. After a day of books and videos inside, or playing and practicing outside, everyone would take a break and begin to discuss the evening meal. They would go through the same process of reading the earlier agreed-upon menu, and at least one person would express an inspiration they had during the day and suggest a revision. Their inspiration would generally inspire another inspiration in someone else, and eventually they would have an updated menu, which everyone approved. Kevin was always the most engaged when preparing the features, moving from one feature to the other and making sure it was being prepared to his satisfaction. Always explaining what he felt needed to be changed and cheering when anything was being prepared properly. When the meal was done, everyone would taste and discuss what they felt about each feature and how they felt each feature complemented the others. They would discuss tastes and textures and make suggestions for future recipes, and Tony would write everything in his notebook. Similar to the after-breakfast routine, after supper, everyone would return to the backyard to stretch and relax and play with Charlie in silence. Once their meal had enough time to digest, they would head out for their evening jog. When they returned, everyone would gather around the fire to stretch and dance. Whenever the weather was wet, they would all jog in their rain gear. Kevin enjoyed jogging in the rain and would laugh and cheer when the rain was the strongest. When they returned to the backyard, they would dry off and warm up next to the stove in the workshop. After the evening fire, they would move to the great room and continue to relax and have discussions about their day. Evening activities often involved more books, videos, and drawing. Kevin would also practice knitting with Rita, or piano with Ava, or exercises with Tony. They also continued to massage Charlie and one another at regular intervals. Before leaving the suite for the night, they would decide on a movie to watch. They would alternate between new movies and ones they had enjoyed before. Usually, Kevin wanted to watch new movies when the weather was good and rewatch old ones when the weather was bad. Everyone started to do their evening washroom routines in their own suites and meet again at their monitors when they were done. Everyone maintained the nightly routine of reading out and revising the events of the day until Kevin and Charlie fell asleep. They would stop reading and continue to type their thoughts and feelings on the day's events until they could not stay awake. They also used their group chat time to point out and critique the actions or words they used in front of Kevin. They refrained from having these discussions with Kevin as they all agreed it would take away from Kevin's inspirations. Most of the time, it was Rita and Ava who were critiquing each other. Often, Tony was left to remind them both that their thoughts and feelings were valid, that neither of them was exactly right or wrong, and that they should agree on a resolution which benefited Kevin the most. When this was done, everyone would express their thoughts and feelings, and they were usually able to come to a resolution which helped everyone sleep peacefully. However, it was not uncommon for someone to wake in the middle of the night with an inspiration and race over to the group chat to type it out. They continued to make trips out to the forest to collect materials. Every time they arrived, Charlie would run to find Wendy, and Kevin would run to find the man. He would check all of the houses and only find the chickens and Daisy. The man was nowhere to be found. They would walk through the forest to all the places they had been with the man, but could not find him. Kevin seemed confused when the man was no longer in the forest, as everything else had remained exactly the same. On a recent visit to the forest, they came upon a clearing full of grass and straw that the horse and Daisy were eating. Kevin noticed a pile of Daisy's contents had mushrooms growing on them. He asked everyone what they were, and they said he would find out when he was an adult. They walked further and found another clearing, which was on the edge of a lake. Tony handed everyone little trees, and they dug holes and planted the trees in the ground, watering them with the lake. Wendy ran into the lake, and Charlie chased after her. Kevin laughed as they splashed in the water and decided to chase after them. He walked into the water until the surface reached his chin, and wondered how Wendy and Charlie were out so much further from shore. Everyone joined Kevin and explained that they were running in the water to keep from sinking. Kevin started to run like a dog and laughed when he was able to keep his head above the water. Everyone cheered as Kevin chased after the dogs. When everyone was tired from running in the water, they rested on the shore of the lake. Tony grabbed a stone and tossed it along the lake's surface. As it touched the surface, it bounced and flew back in the air and continued to make smaller and smaller bounces until it disappeared into the lake. Kevin laughed and he grabbed a stone, threw it at the lake, and made one large splash before it sank. He laughed again and watched as Tony threw another bouncing stone. Tony showed Kevin how he held the stones in his hand and slowed down his hand motion for Kevin to see. Eventually, Kevin made his stone bounce once on the water, and everyone cheered. Tony wrote in his notebook. Kevin started to lose inspiration after returning to the house from the forest. He would sit at the table and draw the man walking with chickens, riding the horse, and flying around with birds. He would show everyone his drawings and explain what the man used to do in the forest. Everyone smiled and nodded. Rita and Ava confirmed Kevin's drawings by reading back in Tony's notebooks. When they would return to the forest to collect materials, Kevin would continue to look for the man. When he could not find the man, he would take his new drawings and leave them in the man's house. Leaving the drawings seemed to make Kevin gain some inspiration, and he started to get inspired by new things other than the man and the forest when he returned to the house. As there started to be less fruits and vegetables at the forest and at the house, they began to take their remaining harvest to the basement and place them in jars. Rita and Ava explained and demonstrated each stage of the process, and Kevin would repeat their directions. They would change the process and ingredients slightly for each jar and each type of food, record their steps, and catalog each jar. Rita and Ava explained that they would leave the jars to let them practice their tastes, and then they would come back later to test out which jars made the greatest sounds of enjoyment. At the end of the growing season, everyone returned to the forest to collect the last of the fruits and vegetables from the garden. Charlie ran to the forest to find Wendy, and Kevin ran to the clearing to look for the man. The man was nowhere to be found, but Kevin's new drawings of the man were now up on the walls, with all of the other drawings. There were also new drawings of everyone too. Kevin ran back to everyone and cheered and explained that there were new drawings in the man's house. Everyone smiled and nodded. Kevin explained that he knew the man was still in the forest, even though he could never find him. Everyone smiled and nodded, and Tony wrote in his notebook.
Liberty Life Unlimited Films. Title:
Post-surgery wrap session on the Y.
Date: redacted.
Well, look who it is. Liberty Life Unlimited. How are we doing?
Woo! We're doing great.
Why are we great?
We are great because we just performed our very first mid-flight surgery, and it went flawlessly. We made history today. Woohoo! That's right, we did.
Okay, but why did we do it?
For fame.
But no one is going to know about it.
For money.
But we paid for it out of our own pockets.
Because we can. Ha 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 ha.
Good enough reason as any, I suppose.
Are you trying to be obtuse, Deidre?
No, David. I think we need to say the why. Of all the tapes we've made, over all the years we've done this, we've shown the who, what, where, when, and how in excruciating detail. But not the why. Never the why. We know deep down why we did it. But there really is something so historic about this moment. We need to say a why for once, don't we?
Daphne, did you slip Deidre something by accident? Or on purpose?
Ha ha ha. Oh, Daniel.
No, Daniel. I think Deidre's right. Honey, you're totally right. It's almost malpractice on our parts for not including a why this whole time. But the why is just implied, isn't it? The who, what, where, when, and how together imply the why, don't they? Aren't we muddying things up with a why? Maybe that's the real malpractice.
Ha ha ha. Maybe.
What do you think, Daphne?
I think Deidre's right. I may be biased, but I think she makes a great point. If we really are making history, we should not be leaving any room for conspiracy. Let's tell it exactly how it is. Did you hear that, Daniel? Tell it how it is.
Haven't we given enough already?
Come on, Daniel.
All right, you're right. You cannot malpractice health without a why. But you can sure malpractice history without one. I see what you're saying. So, why do we do this again?
Ha 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 ha. Daniel, you know you're on camera, right?
I was just testing you to make sure you knew. You know, Deidre is right. We've never done this on camera before. We've been avoiding the whys. Why is that? Ha ha ha. Why is the secret? It's the mystery. It's what ties it all together in a nice little bow. It's what no one really needs, but everybody wants. Whoa, yes, it's true. You almost don't want to touch the why for worry of messing it up. But it really is what it's all about. Deidre, you're absolutely right. And for that, you are absolutely wrong.
So who wants to be the one to mess it up on camera? Who has the confidence and the character to see this why through? It's a doozy. Okay, I'll try. Ooh. And by I mean we. I'll start, but we can all just chime in as we see fit, like we do for everything else. Ha ha ha. Okay. Everyone is an expert in themselves. Ah, yep. Great start. And that's all I got. Great finish. Really, though, I cannot think of a better, more succinct why than that. Any more, and it might get muddy. Well, yeah. I mean, as medical experts, we know an awful lot about how people work and don't work. But it's only because people alert us with their own exceptional expertise that we're able to do it. The patient truly is the only one who can know what they need. We are just here to get them where they need to go, a little quicker than they would on their own. Can you tell I've thought about this long and hard? But how does that make us any different from the rest of the medical monsters out there? They could say the same thing. They would say the same thing to justify just about anything, couldn't they? True. Daphne? Well, yeah, but we go out of our way to educate every patient on the true origin of the symptoms they report and the process by which we go about alleviating those symptoms. We try to help them understand how those symptoms may have resulted in the first place. They become an even greater expert in themselves, and we ensure that we do not take over their own expertise any more than we have to. We even try to inform and encourage them in never having to see us professionally ever again. Great points, Daphne. Perfectly put. Everyone intuitively feels they are an expert in themselves, but don't have the time, resources, or know-how to put it all into words or practice. We know people who have been to a doctor a handful of times in their life and never for anything serious. Now, if they aren't experts in themselves, I don't know who is. But I see where Deidre is coming from. In the hands of a medical monster, one of these expert patients might start to feel their personal expertise slowly get chipped away. Soon they're on medication, then medication for the side effects of the original medication, all because I don't even know what. David, remember those few cases where there wasn't anything physiologically wrong with the patients? We concluded that they essentially thought their way into feeling, instead of the other way around. They searched for the symptoms they wanted and felt their way through to the conclusion they had already set for themselves. And guess what? That is exactly what the medical monsters are doing as well. Talk about not being an expert in yourself. I've never thought of it that way, but you're so bang on. It's frightening. It's like the perfect storm of doctors being experts in patients and patients being experts in doctors, and neither of them have any expertise in themselves. They go around looking for each other, and of course they're going to find each other, and of course they're going to feed into each other's delusions and absolutely destroy each other in the process. Wow. That got dark fast. But you're so right. I almost don't want you to be right. And I'm trying to think of how you're wrong, and I can't. And that's even more terrifying. This is all your fault, Deidre. Poking around for a why. You are a troublemaker. Well, Putting our historic mid-flight surgery aside, though it was absolutely profound and incredible, isn't the why always going to be a little more historically significant? When you are sitting back on your last day, are you really going to be rolling through the whats and hows? Or will you be wondering why? Why did I live my life this way? Why didn't I do it differently? Deidre, no joke, I'll probably be thinking of all my greatest lays. Ha ha ha. And the true why comes out. Didn't take much tape. Seriously, Daniel? Hey, what can I say? I am man, I am flawed, and I don't know why. Spoken like a true medical monster. Ha ha ha. Daphne, honey, you ain't getting nothing tonight. Not with that attitude. What? Honey, if you're such an expert on your greatest lays, why don't you go think about your last one behind that tree over there and spare us all your malpractice? Hey, come on. Cheers to us. Cheers to finding each other. Cheers to knowing our whys. Cheers to everyone being expert in themselves. Cheers to all those. Kevin began to recognize certain neighborhood children who he frequently found playing in the park. Kevin was noticeably more skilled than the other children whenever they would play with the ball. After playing, Kevin would return to where everyone was watching, rub Charlie's back, and talk about how he played. One day when Kevin finished playing ball with the children, an adult approached everyone. The adult introduced themselves and explained that they were the parent of a child who was playing with Kevin. Rita introduced everyone and acknowledged that they had watched their child play with Kevin several times before. The parent admitted that they had also watched Kevin play in the park and thought he was very talented. The parent invited Kevin to play on the soccer team their child played on that they also coached. Ava thanked the parent for their offer and informed them that everyone would discuss it together and let them know in the future. Everyone said goodbye, returned to the backyard to stretch, and then proceeded to Kevin's suite to begin researching soccer. After making their way through all the soccer materials from the bookshelves, Kevin requested that they visit the library to gather more materials. After Rita and Ava had read aloud all the general rules to soccer and placed them on the chalkboard, Kevin was relieved to realize that he was already following all of the basic rules when he practiced in the backyard or played with the children in the park. He explained that some children in the park were not following all the rules when he played with them, and explained which rules other children were not following. Rita and Ava moved on to read about the positions in the game and what the purpose of each was. Kevin helped draw a field and the locations of the positions on the chalkboard. Kevin realized that he could play any position other than goalie, as he had already been practicing the purpose of every other position. Kevin admitted that he did not like when other children kicked balls as hard as they could right at him, and decided that he did not want to practice or play the position of goalie. They moved on from reading and started watching videos of soccer games. Kevin's eyes grew wide and was in shock when he realized how many people were around the field cheering on the players. He would follow the ball and notice how the players were using their positions to pass around the field. Kevin mentioned how the one team was simply keeping the ball away from the other team, like everyone kept the ball away from Charlie in the backyard. They watched an entire game where only one goal was scored and the goalies only had to stop a few kicks. Tony switched to a video which was a collection of successful plays from many different games. The video was much more exciting for Kevin to watch, as he was able to see many different ways in which players would score goals and the crowds that cheered after every goal. Kevin decided he wanted to be a soccer player on a team. After going through all the materials, Kevin still did not understand what a coach was and how they were a part of the team. He said that every player had a position to play, but there was no mention anywhere of coaches and how they were involved. Rita and Ava explained that there were no rules for coaches in soccer because they never take part in the actual game. Coaches watched the game from the side of the field and made decisions as to which player was to play and in what position. Kevin wondered why players were not able to pick their own positions amongst themselves, like they did when making meals. Rita and Ava told Kevin they did not know exactly why coaches were required, and that since there were no rules for coaches in the books or videos, he would have to find out the purpose of his own coach when he joined the team to play his first game. Kevin was excited the day of his first game. He spent most of the day practicing with Charlie in the backyard and re-watching the soccer videos. For the first time ever, Kevin was concerned with the time of day, as he knew what time he had to be at the field before the game. Everyone headed over to the field earlier than required, as Kevin was excited to get started. No one else had arrived to the field, so Kevin let Charlie off his leash and practiced with him on the field until the next players arrived. Tony offered to play goalie as Kevin practiced on the net. Eventually, the coach and his child came and provided Kevin with cleats, shin guards, socks, and a team jersey. Once the entire team arrived, Kevin recognized many of the neighborhood children he had played with before, and they recognized him. Rita, Ava, and Charlie sat on the side of the field, and Tony stood behind them, pacing and writing in his notebook. From the side of the field, the coach instructed and observed Kevin and his teammates as they practiced handling and kicking the ball in various formations on the field. The coach informed each player what position they were to play, and the game started. Kevin quickly began to realize that none of his teammates were playing their assigned positions properly, and that they were simply chasing the ball around the field like they usually did in the park. At one point, the ball and all the players made their way to the side of the field where Kevin's position was located, and he was left to stand and watch in confusion as everyone continued to be completely out of position. Kevin looked over at everyone, and they smiled and shrugged their shoulders. Eventually, Kevin chased after the ball, handled it away from everyone, made his way to the other team's net, and scored a goal. Everyone cheered, and Charlie howled. The teams took a break at halftime, and everyone returned to their coaches on the side of the field. Kevin's coach told his team that they were playing well and asked that they try and pass the ball to each other in the second half. After the team meeting, Kevin returned to everyone and explained how none of the players on either team were playing their positions properly, and how several players were not even following some of the rules of soccer. Kevin seemed to be frustrated and disappointed by the game, as he was expecting to keep the ball away from the other team and pass the ball to open players like they had watched on the videos. Kevin was also confused because the coach had not mentioned the team's inability to play their assigned positions or follow the rules of soccer. As the second half of the game was about to start and the players were taking to the field, Kevin tried to discuss with those teammates who were positioned closest to him how they should play their positions, explaining that they should remain in the area of the field that was assigned to them, and when the ball came to their area, they should handle it or pass it over to the teammate in the area next to them, if they were open. The game started, and all the players started to chase the ball around the field again. Kevin grew more frustrated and left his position to chase after the ball too. He handled the ball out of the crowd of players and tried again to direct his teammates to run into an open area of the field so he could pass the ball to them. Everyone continued to run along with Kevin, and one of his teammates tried to take the ball away from him. This allowed one of the more talented players on the other team to retrieve the ball and tie the game. Kevin's coach called a timeout, and the team gathered together. He told the team that if Kevin would have passed the ball, the last goal would not have happened. He told the players to keep playing their best, and the timeout was over. Kevin left the timeout frustrated and ran to everyone to tell them what had happened. Rita assured Kevin that it was an accident. Ava explained that the coach was obviously wrong, and Tony flexed his arm and pointed at Kevin. The game started again, and Kevin joined his team back on the field. The players continued to chase the ball around the field, and Kevin reluctantly left his position again to join them. He handled the ball away from the crowd and scored another goal. His teammates cheered and hugged him. Everyone cheered, Tony whistled loudly, and Charlie howled. As the game resumed, the players continued to chase the ball around, and Kevin handled the ball away and scored a third time. His teammates and everyone cheered again, Tony wrote in his notebook. When the game was over, Kevin returned to everyone at the side of the field, and they congratulated him on his excellent performance. Kevin described how he was disappointed that none of the players followed all the rules of soccer, and neither of the coaches seemed concerned. He removed the equipment that was provided before the game and returned it to his coach. The coach told Kevin that he played well and that he could keep the equipment for the next game. Kevin left the equipment with his coach and told him that he would discuss it with everyone and let the team know in the future. Everyone returned to the backyard, stretched, enjoyed the fire, and Kevin explained that he did not want to play on a soccer team. Tony wrote in his notebook. Kevin was inspired to practice with his ball in the backyard with Charlie, even though the weather was getting cooler. They would spend most of the day in the backyard, periodically checking through the fence to see if there were children playing. When there were children playing, everyone joined Kevin in the park and cheered him on. After playing, Kevin returned to everyone and talked about his inspirations. One day, when Kevin finished playing ball with the children, an adult approached everyone. The adult introduced themselves and explained that they were the parent of a child who was playing with Kevin. Ava introduced everyone and acknowledged that they had watched their child play with Kevin several times before. The parent explained that they lived a few houses down the bay from them, that they were having a party for their child, and that everyone was invited. Rita informed them that everyone would discuss it together and let them know in the future. Everyone said goodbye, and they returned to Kevin's suite to research parties. Rita and Ava explained that there was a lot of materials on parties because there were so many different kinds. However, all parties were essentially a gathering of people in order to visit, eat food, play games, enjoy entertainment, listen to music, dance, and celebrate being together. Kevin admitted that he often wondered if other children were partying in their houses like they did in his suite every day. Rita said it was most likely other people were partying in their own homes, and Ava added that there was no way to truly verify if this was the case. Kevin did not understand why the parents said they were having a party for their child. Rita and Ava explained that sometimes people dedicate parties to one person. Kevin did not understand how a party could be for one person if the purpose of a party was for people to join and celebrate being together. Rita and Ava explained that they did not know why exactly, and that since there were no set rules for parties, he would have to find out the purpose of the neighbor's party by attending. Kevin said that he wanted to know the purpose, and Tony wrote in his notebook. Kevin was excited the day of the party. The morning discussion took longer than usual, as Kevin could not decide on the type of features he wanted to prepare for the party. He decided on 4 of his current favorite features, since there was 4 of them to carry each one to the party. Kevin was extra attentive during the preparation of the features, as he wanted to ensure they were made exactly as they should be. He made sure to write out the recipe for each feature and present it with each feature at the party. Their feature presentation was completed well before the party was scheduled to begin, so Kevin decided to practice with Charlie in the backyard, the only games he imagined could be played at the party. At the stated time, everyone walked over to the neighbor's house with their features. The parent of the child answered the door and was happy to see everyone and all they had brought. Kevin explained to the parent each of the features they had brought and that everyone was excited to join the party. They entered the home, set their features in the kitchen, and were instructed to join the rest of the party guests in the backyard. When they entered the backyard, the children from the park recognized Kevin and Charlie, ran over to greet them, and rubbed Charlie's back. The child whom the party was for was left alone as a result and looked upset. The child came over to the group of children and asked Kevin why he brought Charlie to the party. Kevin introduced her to Charlie and told her he was his best friend. The girl started to cry and ran into the house. Kevin was confused, and Rita assured him it was an accident. Ava added that there was no way to truly verify if this was the case. Tony grabbed Charlie's leash from Kevin, and everyone suggested that he play with the other children in the backyard. As Kevin played, everyone watched from the group of other adults in the backyard. Tony wrote in his notebook. Kevin was inspired by the many new ball games the children were playing, as they were all using only their hands to play. Kevin watched and laughed as the children were throwing balls through hoops and at stacks of bottles. One of the children gave Kevin a ball to try the games, and he played well. Kevin was surprised by how well he was playing, even though he had not practiced the games before. He left the games and joined everyone and explained what he was doing. Rita and Ava told him that they were watching him play, congratulated him on his ability, and encouraged him to continue playing. Tony gave 2 thumbs up, and Kevin smiled and gave 2 thumbs up. Kevin continued to play the new ball games and cheer with the other children. The children cheered for Kevin as he was able to play the games the best. The girl whom the party was for came over to the cheering children and told them that they had to stop playing the games and follow her somewhere else. One of the children ignored the instructions, and the girl grabbed a ball, threw it, and hit them in the face. The child started to cry and ran to an adult. The girl started to cry again and ran back into the house. Kevin returned to everyone and told them what happened. Everyone rubbed Charlie's back and talked about how well Kevin played the new games. A song that Kevin recognized came on the stereo, and he started to dance. Some of the other children saw Kevin and joined him in dancing. Kevin could see Charlie wanted to join in, so he ran over to everyone and asked to take Charlie for a dance. Rita and Ava were hesitant and asked Kevin if he was sure. Kevin insisted and brought Charlie to dance with all the children. Kevin held Charlie's front paws and danced with him, and all the children danced and cheered around them. The girl whom the party was for came back out of the house crying and told the children to stop dancing. Kevin and Charlie stopped and returned to everyone. Kevin explained that he wanted to leave the party. They went back in the house, and Kevin informed the parent who invited them that they enjoyed the party and they would retrieve their feature containers sometime in the future. Everyone went for a jog around the park and stretched and relaxed by the fire pit when they were done. Kevin explained that he enjoyed the party, but did not think the girl who the party was for had enjoyed it. Kevin thought the girl wanted to instruct the other children how they were supposed to party, similar to how coaches instruct players on how they were supposed to play their games. Kevin felt that all the children enjoyed partying with each other, and yet the girl was unable to enjoy it too. Similar to how the coaches were unable to enjoy playing with the team they were coaching. Kevin figured that this was most likely why there were so many accidents at the party. He concluded that there should be another party where the girl did not have to be the coach and could enjoy the party just like all the other children. Everyone smiled and nodded, and Tony wrote in his notebook. They went inside and sat around the table to discuss the next party. Kevin wanted to propose the idea of a party to every house on the bay. He explained that each house could prepare their favorite features, accompanied by a recipe, and bring them to the center of the bay for everyone to enjoy. Then each house could provide games or entertainment in their front yards for everyone to enjoy. There could also be one large game which everyone could enjoy together, after all the other games had been played. The party could then end with a big dance. Ava was writing Kevin's ideas on the chalkboard, and Rita suggested that they produce invitations for each house. They kept writing out all of Kevin's inspirations, and Kevin began to read and copy them into his notebook. Once the invitations were completed, everyone walked to each house, and Kevin introduced everyone. He presented the invitations and explained their ideas for the party. When the people were excited to join the party, they asked when it was going to be held. Kevin suggested they provide dates which they preferred, and once Kevin had discussed the party with all the houses, they would choose a date which was suitable for everyone. Every house that answered their door enjoyed Kevin's ideas and wanted to join the party. Once they had invited every house to the party, they reviewed all the provided dates and found one which was suitable for everyone. Kevin was excited and decided to make new invitations with the official party date included. Once the invitations were complete, they delivered them to every house. There was several days left before the Bay party, and Kevin was very inspired to start planning the features, games, and entertainment they were to provide. After they made their way through all of their previous recipes and the cookbooks from the bookshelves, they went to the library to borrow more materials. They read through different recipes, and Kevin noted the similarities and differences to the recipes they had already prepared or researched. Tony wrote down all of the new recipe ideas which inspired Kevin. Once they read through all the recipe materials, they used each of their meals before the party to revise some of the past recipes that they had already enjoyed and try new recipes that inspired Kevin. With every new feature, Kevin concentrated on the processes and tastes, noting which ones inspired him the most and which made the most unanimous sounds of enjoyment. The features Kevin wanted to use for the party were revised and changed each day they got closer to the party. When they were not testing recipes for their meals, they started to go through the bookshelves for information on games, and then went to the library to borrow more materials. They read through the materials, and Kevin was amazed to realize all the different games anyone could play. He noted the similarities and differences from the games he was already familiar with and tried to understand the rules and purpose of each new game. He was pleased to understand that most of the games could be played properly with any number of players and no coaches were required. On the day of the Bay party, everyone gathered at the kitchen table and discussed the 4 features they were going to prepare. They reviewed the recipes they had tasted the previous days, discussed which ones were their favorites, and decided on a menu. Kevin followed the preparation of each feature to ensure that they would turn out as expected. When the features were completed, everyone gathered at the table again to discuss the 4 types of games and entertainment they were going to provide. Kevin admitted that there were so many games that he was interested in playing, but he had not practiced any of them. Rita suggested that Kevin entertain the partygoers by handling his ball and keeping it from touching the ground. Kevin agreed, as he had practiced it many times. Ava suggested that Tony play goalie in their net so partygoers could try to score. Kevin laughed and agreed. Tony smiled, nodded, and wrote in his notebook. Rita suggested that she make 3 different types of juice and get people to taste and guess the flavors. And Ava suggested that she draw portraits of the partygoers as they visited their yard. Kevin agreed and cheered when he realized they were finally prepared for the party. Just before the Bay party was scheduled to begin, Kevin was eager to start setting up the front yard and the tables and utensils in the center of the bay. As they started to set everything up, Kevin noticed that some of the other houses were starting to set up as well. Everyone waved at each other as they set up their party equipment, and Kevin cheered in excitement for the party. Slowly, each house began to set up their front yards with games and entertainment, and were bringing more tables to join with theirs at the center of the bay. At the scheduled time, they carried their 4 features out to the center of the bay, and the other houses joined in. Everyone read through the recipes of each new feature and tasted them. When they found a recipe that was enjoyable and inspiring, they pointed it out, and Tony wrote in his notebook. All of the houses tasted everyone else's features and commented on which ones they enjoyed the most. Once all the features had been tasted and everyone was satisfied from eating, the children ran to one of the front yards and started to play the games and enjoy the entertainment. Kevin joined them as they laughed and played. He ran back to the front yard where everyone was waiting, and a few children followed him. Ava had the stereo playing and started to sketch one of the children's faces as they were tasting the juices that Rita provided. Ava handed the child the portrait, and they cheered when they realized what she had done. Kevin started to handle his ball, and the other children cheered him on. Ava started to draw another portrait as the next child was trying the juices. Kevin took a shot at the net and scored on Tony. Everyone cheered and Charlie howled. One of the children tried handling the ball like Kevin did, and another tried to score on Tony. Kevin took Charlie by the leash and ran to another house with other children and started to play a new game. Kevin continued trying new games and returning back to update everyone. Everyone kept watching Kevin and Charlie as they moved around the bay, and Tony tried his best to watch Kevin and Charlie write in his notebook and protect the net. When Kevin had finished visiting all the yards and had enjoyed all the games and entertainment, he returned to everyone and asked Ava to turn up the stereo. Kevin started to dance with Charlie in the street, and everyone joined in. The children heard the music and saw the dancing and joined them dancing in the bay. Everyone laughed and danced with the music. The children started to wave and call to the adults at the other houses. Some of the adults joined the dancing, but most just enjoyed watching. Rita continued to serve juice to the children and adults, and everyone enjoyed the refreshment. Ava pulled out a larger canvas and started to paint the scene of the street, and everyone dancing. Some of the adults and the girl whom the previous party was for watched and admired Ava as the painting progressed. As the children danced and the sun started to set, Tony jumped into the back of the truck and started to shoot fireworks into the sky. Kevin ran over to Tony and danced and cheered in surprise. Everyone watched the fireworks and cheered and danced and laughed together in the bay. When the fireworks were done, Kevin gave Tony 2 thumbs up and cheered, and Tony did the same. Everyone gathered around Ava's canvas with some of Rita's juice and watched as she finalized the painting. When she stepped away, everyone cheered and Ava smiled and drank some juice. The girl who was watching Ava paint pointed at a girl dancing happily in the painting and asked if it was her. Ava confirmed that it was her, and the girl giggled and blushed. Kevin asked Ava if the girl could have the painting. Ava agreed, and the girl cheered in surprise. Some of the adults started to retrieve their items from the center of the bay and make their way back into their houses. Eventually, everyone collected their items and then relaxed by the fire pit after everything was put away. Kevin talked about all the features he enjoyed, the games he played, that he did not witness a single accident, and how the fireworks were his favorite part of the entire party. Everyone agreed, and Tony wrote in his notebook.
Liberty Journal. Who? Redacted.
Brendan and Mike.
What? Unknown. Where?
Mike's open mic.
When? Redacted. Why? Unknown. How? Transcribed from recording. By? Redacted.
Do you mind if I record this? I hit my head a lot growing up and...
You a fucking fed?
No, not at all. I just might not remember this later.
Fucking A, me neither.
Mikey, ain't you a sight for sore eyes? Let's have one. Maybe just leave the bottle. Cheers, man.
Fucking A.
Is that you a fucking fed? No. I got a bad head. I probably won't remember this later. Fuck. That sounds fucking delightful. Mikey, you won't believe it. They fucking canned me. It's official. Walking papers and everything. Done.
Fuck, eh?
Yeah, man. Fuck. All the years, all the service, they are out of their fucking minds, man. Shit is getting real out here. We ain't just under attack, bud. They are already fucking here. Fuck. You got a fucking staring problem too, bud? No, sorry. Yeah, you cooked your melon. Well, you better uncook it real fucking fast, bud. 'Cause it's fucking showtime now.
Fucking A.
Mikey, I love you, man. But I don't know what the fuck we're gonna do. The more I think about it, the more I think we're fucking fucked, man. Losing our jobs, getting our fucking heads cooked. Fuck, man. Listen, bud. I don't think you realize what we're up against here. The show is rolling, and characters are getting written off, left and right. I don't want to spook you or nothing, but I guess you're too cooked to care. Maybe you can take this fucking tape and spread the word or something, 'cause it's getting fucking real out here, bud.
Fucking A.
Look, couple nights back, I'm working the graveyard at the shit plant, north of town. Fuck, I can't even remember the last time I wasn't.
Fucking A.
So I'm doing the rounds, checking the levels, just normal shit. Fuck, I'm probably the only one who has kept that bitch running smooth all these fucking years.
Fucking A.
So I'm checking levels, and I'm out at the ponds, and all of a sudden, there's this light blob sitting in the middle of pond 2. I ain't been drinking or doing no drugs. I done checked all the levels. There ain't no alarms going off. So there ain't no chemicals leaking and making me wacky. I'm fucking tip-top. The plant is fucking tip-top.
Fucking A.
So what the fuck is going on? I'm looking in the sky and into the distance for a chopper or some shit, throwing a spotlight down or something. Nothing. You could hear a cricket fart out there. Meanwhile, the blob of light is just sitting there. I'm like, what the fuck? So I start walking towards it, and it starts to move, and I stop walking, and it stops moving. So I'm like, what the fuck? This thing is obviously fucking with me.
Fucking A.
So I don't know what else to do. I can't really get an eye on the fucking thing. Then I remember I got my pappy scope in the truck. So I go over to the truck, and as I'm pulling out the scope, the fucker's sitting on the hood of the truck. Well, that scared the shit out of me, and I fucking dropped the fucking scope. Go down to pick it up, fucking thing is gone. Get out the truck, I could see it back in shit pond 2 again. Like pretty fucking far away. I'm like, what the fuck? So I get the fucking thing in my sights, and it's gone. Pull the sight down, it's on the fucking hood again. And I'm fucking freaked, and I fall over. Look up, gone. Back at the pond. Look around, can't find the fucking scope.
Fuck.
So I don't know what the fuck is going on at this point. I'm pretty fucking sure I ain't seeing shit, even though I've never seen anything like this before. Couldn't be someone I know fucking with me, 'cause no one I know be pulling off anything like this. This is some wild shit. Do I call in? I haven't called in for shit. Ever. I pride myself on taking care of shit when shit goes sideways.
Fucking A.
So I'm fucking crawling around in the dark. Finally found the scope under the truck. I crawl under, and from there, I can get the top bit of the blob in my scope. And I tell you, every hair on the back of my neck stood right the fuck up. I thought they'd shoot straight out of me. It's some fucking broad. And she's in some kind of shit-powered vehicle. I fucking shit you not. She's flying a shit vehicle on the fucking shit ponds.
Fuck.
Oh man. Makes me smile every time I think of it. Can you believe it? How could I make this shit up? I shit you not. That's not even the most fucked up part. She was fucking feeding on her own shit.
Fuck.
I shit you not. I fucking swear. How could I make this up? Why would I make this up? So the bosses would have a reason to fire me? Because that's what they did. Wish I had a fucking camera instead. Maybe then they'd believe me. I ain't fucking lying. I ain't fucking wacko. But they think I'm a bit of both. These fucks made me piss in a cup for fuck's sakes. Didn't find fuck all.
Fucking A.
But that don't matter. I won't shut my mouth about it. And they ain't having that. 'Cause they are already in on the show, bud. They're already in on the show.
Fucking A.
I mean, it took me a fucking minute to straighten myself out. But I put the pieces together. They're already here, bud. And they're eating up our shit.
Fuck.
I shit you not. How else do you explain this fucking shit? And can you think of a more fucked up enemy than one who eats shit and drives a shit-powered vehicle? I mean, I sure can't. You couldn't dream that shit up in your worst fucking nightmares, bud. But they're here, and I just lost my fucking job trying to expose them.
Fuck.
I don't know, man. How could I be the only one without the proper clearance to figure this shit out? But I might be. Fed's probably thinking this is just too shitty to inform the public. The people'd be shitting themselves. Running in the streets. Crying for mama. I don't buy that shit for a second, bud. You gotta call it as you see it. All this secrecy shit, that's what got these fucking shit eaters flying all over fuck knows where in the first place.
Fucking A.
Fuck. All this secrecy. For what? Security? Never heard of anything so fucking backwards in all my days. My pappy and grandpappy rolling in their fucking graves right now. Fighting for security. Fuck that. They fought for freedom, bud.
Fucking A.
They fought for fucking freedom. They all but secured the freedom. And yet there are still some secretive shit eaters out there who got the world backwards. They think you need to fight for security. Set the security free or some shit. Like security is free or some shit. Like, what? Like, what kind of backwards shit is that? I mean, that's all fine and well if they want to power their security with their own shit or whatever the fuck they be doing. But don't expect a freedom fighter to eat that fucking shit.
Fucking A.
These shitty secret fuckers really think they're secure. They're secure, all right, in their own fucking shit prison. They tell these fuckers they are free and they are fighting for freedom. Get out of here with that shit.
Fucking A.
I never took too good to basic training. They telling me what to do and shit. We on the same fucking team here, shithead. How about we go fuck up them real shitheads? All this yes sir, no sir shit. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm on your side, man. Like, shit. Let's fucking do this. Like, they were going to war with me first. And my freedom. Before we even got to war with the real shit. Like, what kind of backwards shit is that? There's only one fucking rule out here in the Wild West, as far as I'm concerned. And it's us versus them. You're either with us, or you ain't. Like, why the fuck you think I'm here? Fucking freedom, fuck. Of course. I just don't get it, man. These fuckers are all working for those shit eaters. They must have been already here. 'Cause it sure felt like it. Sure didn't feel like we was on the same fucking side, man.
Fucking A.
I want to say this nice and clear and right into the microphone. So these shitheads get the message. You think you're gonna fuck with freedom, fucker? Well, you're fucking wrong. If you don't let freedom reign, freedom gonna make it rain for you, fucker. And all your little shit eaters you send over here, fucker, you have no control over their freedom. And you're gonna learn real fucking quick. Because freedom gonna figure out how you eating up all the shit. And freedom gonna eat it better, faster, and stronger than you secret security shit-eating son of a bitches ever could.
Fucking A.
Fucking A. Cheers, man.
My brother had a shitty job.
What? Mikey, gonna need another bottle, man.
My brother had a shitty job. Teacher. You could never pay me enough to babysit someone's shitty kids. But that's kind of key to the beauty that was my brother. He was turning those shitty kids into something useful. He could see the potential in the shittiest of shit kids and bring it out of them. Some kids had some really shitty starts in life, dealt a shitty hand. There really is no end to the shittiness of a hand you can be dealt in this life. But you can find the potential. You can put in the work. Keep the good cards, exchange the shit ones for something better, and just keep at it. There's a lot of potential freedom in the shittiest of hands. Fucking A.
Fucking A.
Parents send their kids to school for many forms of security. Physical, mental, social. Though generally they are safe from physical harm, they are mentally and socially bombarded with new information and situations that they couldn't possibly be prepared for or protected against. And it's kind of the mark of the best of us who are able to overcome the obstacles by embracing the limited freedom they have and rising above to another level of achievement, which everyone will benefit from observing. Fucking A.
Fucking A.
If my brother was here today, he would say that nothing is inevitable, so long as you are willing to understand what is happening. Fucking A.
Fucking A. That's what I'm saying, boys. Your brother sounds like a smart man. A good man. Believes in the fight. If we keep our eyes on these shit eaters, we could reverse engineer their shit in no fucking time. Just gotta be willing to understand. Just like you said. Gotta call it as you see it. They tried to write me off the show today, boys, but the show ain't over for me. No sirree. Not by a fucking long shot. I'm just getting started. These shit eaters think they can come in here and eat my shit. Well, fuck you, fucker. That's my shit, and you can fuck right off. Ain't no way no shit eaters are gonna take this fucking town. Not as long as I have anything to say about it. Fuck.
Equalizer Entertainment. Script. The Great Equalizer Brings World Peace. By We. Date. Redacted. We open on a round table of the leaders of the most powerful nations in the world. More the merrier. Completely naked. Just sashes with their respective nations written on them. They are arguing about their bodies to each other. Maybe one country with little tits is mad another country has nice tits. One country mad that they shaved and another country didn't. Mayhem breaks out. Pushing and shoving, hair pulling and slapping, choking with sashes. Then we walk in, ready, and just stand there. Mayhem freezes. Mouths drop. Eyes wide. All of a sudden, there's apologies left and right. Hugs, fixing hair and makeup. Getting back in the seats around the table. Compliments on tits and ass flying everywhere. Mayhem again. We are walking around the table. We are hitting shoulders, and nations are taking subtle notice. We make it all the way around the table and finish up at the head. We, ready and set on top of the table. All eyes follow. Complete silence. We go, this gathering, to finally, once and for all, bring about world peace, is now in session. Cheering erupts. We make our way through each and every one of the world leaders. One by one, they walk up to get their piece. Suggested ad-lib for world leaders includes, world peace tastes so good. Oh yeah, gimme that world peace. Oh yeah, this world peace is so big. We want that rock-hard world peace inside. Shove that world peace in deep. This world peace is gonna make us...
Drove me insane. Grandma didn't write a single thing down. And what was even more puzzling is I believe she knew how and still chose not to. She knew it all by heart, so she didn't need to. I remember I would watch her cook and write down what she was doing. She would watch me and smile and shake her head. Eventually, I ended up with her cookbook. When she left, I remember thinking, even though I documented every second of her recipe, no one will ever taste her cooking ever again. You can have all the steps, all the quantities, all the details, but that touch, that feel that you cannot put into words was gone forever. Isn't that beautiful? It's sad, but beautiful, you know? Oh, I'm tearing again. Thanks, honey. I'm really never like this. Grandma was no pushover, though. I remember we started going to her place after school because we knew that she would feed us. We'd have our books laid out on the table, going through homework. Someone would inevitably annoy someone else, and we would all start arguing. Grandma would be at the stove preparing like we weren't even there. The only time she would break us up is when she wanted input on what she was making. She'd bang her wooden spoon on the table and motion for us to go over and taste and add anything we wanted. Such good memories, you know? This place really is the only real home I've ever had. It feels good to be back. And the garden, my goodness, the garden. Just look at it. It's immaculate. I'll take a little bit of credit for it, I guess. But Grandma's handiwork is still here. She's still in this soil. She's still in this garden. Anthony, too. The soil remembers all the sweat and tears put into it over the years. How could it forget? I mean, just look at it. It knows exactly what it's doing, and it doesn't have to say a thing. As soon as Anthony got back from the city and stepped into the backyard, he was instantly emotional. He tried to be a tough guy about it and cover it up, but I could hear him sniffling as he walked through the rows. Poor guy. He gets it. I guess you could say, since I've been back, I've embraced a new profession. Gardening. It wasn't long before I ran into some old classmates of mine who wanted to catch up. They came by the garden and were blown away. A few of them were so impressed and inspired, they wanted me to help them rip up their yards and get gardens going. Pretty soon, word spread, and I got gardens going everywhere. I mean, it has been physically and mentally terrific for me. I have a poster inside with all my gardens mapped out and my schedules for weeding and watering. It's a full-time job. I don't ask for payment or anything. Gardening is all the payment I need. One of the ladies calls me the garden ambulance because people are getting after me to help them out with their gardens. I'm like the garden whisperer around here. It's been fun. I don't know why, but I never really appreciated food so much as I have since being back here. Don't get me wrong. I enjoyed cooking and gardening when I lived in the city, but I guess I was always so preoccupied with my mission of saving the world that gardening and cooking just seemed so simple and mundane. Like it's so old and repetitive. And then there are all the new books by new people discovering new things. Why waste so much precious time on anything else? But it's like the old and repetitive is how we got the new and exciting, you know? And there is something to the old and repetitive that fills me with so much more than all the new books combined. I mean, I can't prove it, but that's how it feels. I mean, in the words of Anthony, the garden eats its own shit. I had never thought of it that way, but I guess it's true. It eats rain and sunshine too, but the gardens ain't gonna grow themselves. Well, they will, but not as well. They need a little help. Humanity ain't gonna grow itself either. Well, it will, but it needs a little help too. Humanity, like gardens, just needs a little understanding. To understand what can be done so they can be the best they can be. Just pay attention to them, and you will just feel what they need. They know best. They are the experts. Nature is the true expert. And what does it give us? Something we can experience and enjoy with all of our senses, so we can do it all over again. It's just too wonderful for words, you know? Oh, I'm tearing again. Thanks, honey. Yeah, it's good to be back in town. I have to say, would never have thought. The ladies have been a big part of that, though. They are constantly planning little dates to do this or that. I've never really had that before. It's cute. I look forward to it. I mean, sometimes all we do is go stretch in the park, you know? Just stretch. Together. Listening to the birds and the wind in the trees. Those are probably my favorite dates. I guess it's all kind of like dancing, but not really. It's like pre and post dancing, without the dancing. You know what? Maybe that's what Ava needs. I mean, she probably needs more than that. Sorry, bad joke. But really, I bet it would be good for her right now. I mean, when I found her and Alan in the tub, I nearly had a frickin' heart attack. Why would she do such a stupid thing? That poor girl. Who knows what she has been through and what's going on in her head? Who knows? I don't think I ever want to know. You know? I think she's doing better now, though. I think she is going to stick around a while. It's probably best that she stays away from the city right now. I mean, maybe it's my turn to take care of her. Actually, well, I already mentioned Brittany, Ava's old dance partner. Well, the wackiest thing happened. I'm out with the ladies, and there's this new friend of a friend, and she's a teacher in town. So we start talking about this and that, and then she mentions this student she's struggling with. An orphan named Brittany. She's bright, polite, but awfully quiet and reserved. Not participating in class, not completing any of the homework. Just spends her time daydreaming and writing in her diary, Poor thing. And I don't know what came over me, but I felt like I needed to do something, you know? So she set it up, and I met the girl. Look, I have the tingles just saying this. She looked exactly like Ava's old friend Brittany. Exactly. Like same age, same build, same face. It freaked me out. I couldn't believe it. But there she was. I mean, you know, not the same personality or anything. This Brittany was like a sadder, quieter version. Very unkempt as well. Apparently, she had some kind of phobia of water. I tried to ask her about it, but she wasn't interested. She didn't make eye contact with me at all. Let her bangs kind of hang over her face, giving one-word answers to questions. Oh, my heart just broke for her. So, the teacher set up a time with the girls' guardians, once a week, for me and Brittany to have a little date, just to see what I could do. First things first, I brought her to the garden. Where else would I take her, right? She liked it. I even got her watering. I thought that was a win. We didn't even talk. Not once. I felt like grandma, you know? Showing little me around the garden. When we were done with watering, we walked over to the indoor pool at the school. We got as far as the door. We just stood there, looking through the windows, watching some kids playing. I opened the door and looked back at her. She just shook her head no, and we left. The next week, back to the garden, she goes straight into watering. No problem. We make our way back to the pool. No one else was there, which I think helped. This time, she followed me inside the door, but stayed leaned up against it. Poor thing. I went over to the steps at the shallow end and just sat on the ledge, put my feet in, and splashed the water around. I looked back at her, and she just shook her head no, and she went back out the door. Week after that, same thing. But this time, she sat down at the door and started to shimmy and slide her way over to me while on her backside. Oh, I'm tearing up again. Thanks, honey. She made her way right up next to me and laid flat on the floor. Oh, I just can't. Thanks, honey. How silly am I? Wow. I'm sorry. She laid there for a while, then grabbed my hand, and she put her feet in the water. And she let out this cry. I'm sorry. Thanks, honey. Wow. I guess I've never talked about this before. She let out this cry. It was like a feral howl. Chilling. It rang out and reverberated in the deserted pool area. I thought she was going to break my hand. She was vibrating. I didn't know what to do. The poor girl just dipped her toes in the water. The simplest thing. She kept breathing quickly, laying there with her eyes closed, holding my hand. Eventually, she tired herself out, opened her eyes, looked at me. She sat up and looked at her feet in the water. I kicked one of my feet and splashed the water. She jumped a little and squeezed my hand, then started to move her feet in the water and smiled at me. Oh, what a day that was. What a win. I didn't want to push it though, so we just got our feet out of the water and I held her hand until we were out the door. We kept going back to the pool every week, going a little deeper each time, and every week you could see the changes in her personality too. Even her teacher said she noticed more participation in class and schoolwork. I still can't believe it. I mean, like, I can believe it. I saw it with my own eyes. But I can't, you know? I'm sorry. Thanks, honey. Eventually, she started swimming and floating all on her own. She didn't even need me there. She's such an amazing girl. You'll love her. I'm excited for you to meet her. I think you two will hit it off. Oh yeah, so the other day, Ava must have spotted us together or something, because all of a sudden, she's telling me that she started to book out the old dance studio and thought it would be fun if I invited Britt. Britt. That's what she called her old dance partner. I thought it was a cute idea. She made her way off to the studio, and I was making my way over to pick up Brittany. The studio was just a couple blocks off my route, so I thought I would walk by on my way just to check it out. Hadn't been there in forever. I peeked in the little window in the door, and there she was. I have seen her dance probably 1,000,000 times before. It's hard to think of a memory of her that she wasn't practicing some move or another. But honestly, I can't remember the last time I saw her dance. She was hypnotizing. She was remarkable. She danced like she was possessed. She sucked me in. I don't know where she got her energy, but she was channeling something. It's like she was on speed. And no pull. Just her 2 feet and a heartbeat. Just her gliding through the studio like she wasn't even touching the floor. So beautiful. I couldn't believe it. But I could. Oh, you know. She was born to do it. I always believed it, but I had forgot. It was like with every move, she was saving her own little world. Oh, I'm tearing again. Thanks, honey. Oh, what an exhausting day. I don't think I've teared so much in all my life. Like, where are they all coming from? I gotta be running out soon. Anyway, I went and picked up Brittany, and we went to the studio, and it was just perfect. We all had a wonderful time. Ava was wonderful. Brittany was wonderful. We didn't even chit-chat. Ava's music was blaring when we got there. Great music, by the way. I didn't recognize it. And we just got swept up in it and danced our asses off. Pardon me. Oh, I think we were all overdue for a good old dance session. I was a little out of practice, but I didn't care. There's no keeping up with Ava anyway. Who am I kidding? But Brittany, oh Brittany, she was incredible. I never saw her like that before. She was glowing, beaming, laughing. Her laugh is infectious, intoxicating. I don't think any of us wanted it to end. At one point, Ava even took her sunglasses off and threw them across the studio. Oh, again, with the tears. Unbelievable. How is there any left? Thank you, honey. Oh, all these years, I forgot she had those beautiful eyes. Frick, is she gorgeous. Oh, did we dance? Oh, did we laugh? Oh, did it feel good? Oh, did I love it? We didn't want to stop. We didn't need to stop. We didn't know what we needed anymore. And that feeling was absolutely...
Liberty Journal. Who? Redacted. And others. What? Unknown. Where? Mathematics Department, Liberty College. When? Redacted. Why? Unknown. How? Transcribed from recording and observations. By? Redacted. Smells kind of funny in here. Kind of like my car, if more people were living out of it. There's no one at the front desk in the main office. Just a stack of words are useless. Snagged one. Some equations written on the chalkboards. Does not look familiar. Name tags removed from the office doors. No one inside the offices. First classroom next to the office has 8 people in it. No one acknowledged me when I opened the door. Smells worse in here. No one acknowledged me when I said, hello. 4 people writing out equations on separate chalkboards. Nothing looks familiar. The 4 others are just watching them write. Everyone looks tired, unhappy, unwashed, entranced. No one is saying anything. Second classroom empty, dirty, chalkboards full of equations. Cannot make sense of any of it. Next classroom has a lady in it. She sounds like she's sobbing. Her hair is messy and blocking her face. She keeps writing out a line of an equation and erasing it. She seems angry. She's punching herself in the head. She didn't respond to me saying, hello. I want to help her, but I don't know how. Next classroom over is locked. Can still see through a window in the door. There's 4 people inside. They also look tired and entranced. No one is responding to my knocking. The chalkboards are full of equations. Nothing I can understand. They appear to be taking apart electronics. I see a table full of cameras and tape players and other devices I don't even recognize. Little pieces are laying everywhere. Everything is arranged very neatly. One of them looks to be typing at a computer. Another is behind them, watching and pointing at the screen. Another is positioning a camera on an apple on a desk. And the 4th is positioning another camera on another desk that is empty. Sounds like people are coming in the front entrance. Laughter is coming from down the hall, from the front desk area. Someone just said, "We're here." Cannot see anyone. The 4 of them are all huddled behind the computer and periodically pointing at the screen. They are taking turns sitting in front of the keyboard and typing. They are still not responding to my knocking. Looks like 2 people are opening the door to the first classroom. One of them said, "Well, look what we have here." The other one said, "We like what we see." They went into the classroom and shut the door. The hallway is quiet again. The 2 camera operators are back to adjusting their cameras. The 2 computer operators are looking at the cords plugged into the back of the computer and into the cameras. It looks like they are moving the cords around. One of them moved back to the computer screen. The first classroom door opened, and the 2 are walking towards me. The one said, "Well, look what we have here." The second said, "We like what we see." The camera and computer operators are back behind the computer again. The empty table now appears to have a... Kevin was very inspired by one of the new games he got to play at the Bay party. The game involved connecting blocks together in order to construct larger objects. There were different shapes and sizes of blocks to use,
with no rules on how the blocks were to be connected, or what was ultimately to be constructed. Kevin admitted that he wanted to play the building block game more than any other game at the Bay party, even though it did not involve handling a ball, running around, or other participants. Everyone followed Kevin's new inspiration and began discussions on how to produce blocks for the game. They went to the workshop and started to write and sketch their ideas on the chalkboard for how the blocks could be designed. Tony showed previous molds he had produced for other similar items, and everyone began to construct molds for the different shapes of blocks they had designed. Once the molds were completed, they began to test different recipes of materials they collected from the forest to make the blocks. They used chicken feathers, straw, sap, and eventually found a combination and process which produced a desired material for the blocks. They also used various types of plants and flowers to add color to the blocks. Once they figured out the ideal material combination, they revised their process of block production, allowing them to produce more blocks more efficiently. Kevin's concentration and attention to detail towards each step of the block making process was just as precise as his daily meal preparation. Once Kevin felt they had produced enough blocks, they set up a large table at the end of the workshop, and he began his game of building block construction. Tony wrote down every detail of the process in his notebook. As Kevin continued to construct, he was inspired to design new shapes of blocks to be produced. He sketched them on the chalkboard, and they started to construct new molds. Rita continued to test new combinations of the materials they had already utilized for previous blocks, and Ava continued to test new combinations of materials to generate different colors. Kevin periodically halted his new construction to check on the progress of everyone's experiments. They discussed their progress and inspired each other in the process. Everyone cheered whenever someone completed a new experiment successfully, and everyone admired Kevin's construction as it grew. Everyone realized it was a miniature version of their house. As the weather got colder in the weeks that followed the Bay party, everyone started to wear the clothing they had previously knit. Kevin laughed as everyone could see their breath in the air when they jogged. Everyone found it uncomfortable to stretch and relax by the fire pit, and Kevin suggested that they construct a shelter around the fire pit to protect them from the weather. In the workshop, they found unused pieces of wood and a spare wood-burning stove. They measured all of the pieces, made smaller versions of all the pieces in the workshop, and began to use those pieces to construct different model designs for the new winter shelter. Everyone discussed each design and sketched them on the chalkboard. After producing several designs, they decided on a mutual favorite. As everyone began to assemble the pieces for the shelter, Kevin could see that the pieces were not connecting well enough and the construction was unstable. Everyone went back to the workshop, read through the woodworking materials, and found diagrams showing techniques for making connections between the pieces they had. Everyone returned to assemble the pieces and found that the connection techniques were more stable. Once all the walls and windows were constructed, the roof, stove, and chimney materials were assembled and connected, and the shelter was complete. Everyone cheered and then relaxed and enjoyed their new warm shelter. After enjoying a few calm and relaxing evenings inside of the new shelter, they experienced a very windy evening. Everyone noticed that the shelter was starting to shift slightly back and forth between gusts of wind. After extinguishing the fire in the stove, everyone evacuated the shelter and returned to the workshop to consult the woodworking materials. They searched for construction techniques for reinforcing structures for wind and used some of the unused wood in the workshop to reinforce the walls of the shelter. When they finished reinforcing the walls, the shelter remained still and sturdy as gusts of wind continued to push against it. Everyone cheered and Charlie howled. They restarted the fire and continued to relax and discuss construction techniques, and Tony wrote in his notebook. The weather continued to get colder, and eventually rain turned to snow. Kevin would pile all the snow in the backyard and dig out tunnels for Charlie to run through. On one of their evening jogs around the park, Kevin noticed that people were playing on a patch of ice surrounded by a fence. They were sliding around on their feet and using sticks in their hands to chase and pass a small black disc. Kevin watched with great excitement as the people were speeding across the ice faster than anyone he ever saw run on grass. When they returned to the house, they started to gather all their materials on hockey. Kevin noticed many similarities between hockey and soccer. Both games required nets and goalies, a certain number of players, on two separate teams placed in specific positions. Kevin noted that the people playing hockey in the park did not have the correct number of goalies or players for all the required positions or coaches. Kevin was still inspired, so they went to the library to find more materials. They watched a video of an entire game of hockey, and Kevin laughed when he saw the players skate quickly up and down the ice, passing and shooting the puck. Kevin admitted that there was much more movement and action in hockey compared to soccer. He also admitted that there was much more hitting in hockey than in soccer, though the people in the park did not hit each other. When they made their way through all the material, Kevin said he wanted to practice skating and handling a puck with a hockey stick. Tony wrote in his notebook. Everyone went to the workshop and began to design skates, padding, sticks, and pucks. Each piece of hockey equipment was sketched on the chalkboard, and they discussed the different attributes to determine what would be most efficient and how each would be constructed. They utilized materials they had collected from the forest and began making Kevin's equipment. Kevin was involved with the procedures for constructing each of the pieces in production. He assisted Tony in heating up metal for the blades, Ava in shaping the wood for the sticks, and Rita in using the sewing machine to seal up the padding. As each piece was completed, Kevin would test them out, provide feedback on the attributes outlined previously, and adjust any aspects to improve the functionality. When all of the pieces were completed satisfactorily, Kevin put on all his equipment, everyone cheered, and Charlie howled. In the attic of the workshop, Tony retrieved more skates, sticks, and pucks. Rita and Ava explained that they had practiced hockey before, and Kevin cheered. Everyone headed to the rink in the park so Kevin could complete the testing of his equipment. They put shoes on Charlie so he would be able to run around on the ice without slipping. As Kevin took his first step on the ice, he lost his balance, threw his stick in the air, and landed on his backside. His eyes were wide, and he laughed as his equipment had softened his fall and he was not injured. Everyone cheered, and Tony wrote in his notebook. Rita and Ava suggested practicing skating first before stick handling a puck. They each held one of his hands and proceeded to guide him slowly around the rink. Tony skated in front of them, showing Kevin how to use one foot to glide on and the other to push himself forward. Rita and Ava used the same movements together with Tony, and Kevin did the same, while Charlie followed behind. Everyone acknowledged Kevin's movements and improvements, and eventually he asked to try on his own. He glided for a few strides and then fell again. He laughed and explained that he was not hurt and that he wanted to keep practicing. Kevin continued to practice on his own and fall periodically. Everyone followed him around and cheered him on. Everyone decided to stop practicing for the day after a group of people showed up to play on the rink. They returned to the backyard and relaxed in the winter shelter. Kevin explained that he enjoyed skating and wanted to practice more in the future. He looked out through the window of the shelter at the empty backyard and suggested that they fill the backyard with ice. Tony and Ava nodded in agreement, but Rita was worried about the grass and garden. They discussed the possibility further, and Rita suggested that as long as they constructed a barrier to separate the ground and ice, the grass and garden would be protected. Kevin cheered in excitement, and Charlie howled. Ava suggested modifying their procedure for producing the blocks and design a thin sheet to place over the ground. They tried several combinations of the materials and processes until they produced a few products with the desired attributes. They subjected the sheets to water and ice in the backyard, monitored their performance, and made more modifications to the material combinations and procedures for the products which performed well. Eventually, one product was found to perform the best, and they began to mass produce the sheets to cover the entire open area in the backyard. Once all of the sheets were produced, they connected them together to create one large continuous sheet. Everyone shoveled the snow off the yard and melted it in the workshop. They left some space between the edge of the ice and the fence to allow for future snow to be shoveled and a path for Charlie. They laid the large sheet over the exposed ground and began pouring the water from the melted snow over the sheet until they reached the desired thickness. Once the ice was sufficiently frozen, everyone put on their equipment and skated and cheered. Charlie howled as he followed them around the ice from the outer snow edge. Kevin was very inspired by the backyard ice and wanted to spend most of his time there practicing skating. They had utilized the wood for making sticks to construct a support frame for Kevin to hold on to while he skated to protect him from falling. He would continuously skate laps around the ice, and Charlie would follow along beside him. Everyone would watch from the workshop or winter shelter as the two best friends traveled around the ice together. Eventually, Kevin replaced the support frame with a stick, and everyone would join him periodically to practice. Instead of skating laps, they started to skate back and forth across the ice, stopping at each end and skating back the other way. Everyone demonstrated and explained how to stop, and Kevin kept concentrating and practicing. When Kevin was not practicing hockey in the backyard, he was following his inspiration in the house or the workshop. As he became inspired, everyone would go to the library for more materials. As they would make their way through the books and videos, Kevin would have more inspirations and note the connections to subjects he had learned before. Tony continued to write down all of Kevin's inspirations and connections in his notebook. Kevin continued to draw in his own notebook, and when inspired, he would write words which Ava had written out on the chalkboard. By the time the weather started to get warmer again, Kevin had improved in his ability to handle the puck on the ice, as well as his pencil in his notebook. When outside, everyone would play together and cheer when Kevin performed well. When inside, everyone would listen as Kevin presented his drawings and writing in his notebook and cheered each time he finished. When the ice melted, they collected the water in large containers and stored the sheet in the attic of the workshop. Kevin and Charlie started practicing with the ball in the backyard again and waited for children to arrive in the park. Eventually, 4 children arrived in the park, and everyone followed Kevin to watch and cheer him on. Kevin was able to handle the ball away from them, and they all chased after him. After a while, Kevin returned to everyone and asked them to join him, so together they would keep the ball away from the children. They tied Charlie's leash to a nearby tree, and everyone spread out and continued to pass the ball in the same direction. All of the children ran and followed the ball as it was passed around. Eventually, one of the children anticipated a pass and intercepted the ball. The rest of the children ran towards the ball and called out for it to be passed to them. Kevin intercepted the ball, and they continued passing it around the children. The children grew tired from chasing the ball around, and each of them began to concentrate on one of the 4 people keeping the ball away from them. When the ball was passed to the person they were concentrating on, they would try and retrieve the ball. When the ball was passed away to someone else, they would watch and wait for the ball to come closer to them again. The children intercepted the ball and began to pass it amongst themselves, keeping it away from everyone. Kevin cheered as the children continued to pass the ball amongst themselves. They continued to intercept and handle the ball away from each other until everyone was exhausted. When they finished, everyone cheered and Charlie howled. Kevin explained to the other children that they played well, and Tony wrote in his notebook. Kevin spent the following years in much the same way as the one which preceded them. He would follow his inspirations in the house or the workshop, make connections to things he had learned before, and find new inspirations. He continued to practice handling his ball when the weather was warm and his puck when the weather was cold. He was constantly checking the park and always joined in when others were playing. Other players continued to invite Kevin to join their teams, and he always turned them down, claiming that he rarely witnessed an accident when he played in the park. He also continued to be inspired by his Bay parties, and suggested the Bay celebrate being together when the weather started to get warm and again before it got cold. As the years passed, Kevin improved his ability to handle his pencil in his notebook. He spent more time on his drawings and writing and would laugh in embarrassment when he compared his first drawings and notebooks to his recent ones. Rita and Ava stopped reading the day's events every night as Kevin began to read everyone's typing in group chat. They would all sit in their rooms and type out their responses to Tony's daily notes and provide their additions or corrections in silence. The fire pit continued to be the place where everyone would join together to relax in silence or share their inspirations. Each year, when the weather turned cold, everyone would make their way to the workshop and begin redesigning a new shelter for the stove. The designs always followed Kevin's current inspirations and changed every year. Kevin grew inspired by construction and took the opportunity to experiment with different styles they had never tried before. He would always incorporate his favorite attributes from past designs in hopes of one day creating the perfect shelter. As Kevin continued to grow through the years, he was able to jog faster and longer with everyone. Charlie started to get tired faster, and each year was not able to run as far as everyone else. One morning, Kevin laughed over the speakers, claiming that Charlie was still exhausted from the day before and did not want to wake up. Kevin let everyone in his room to see Charlie, and they told him that Charlie was gone. Kevin was confused and wanted to know where Charlie had gone. Rita and Ava explained that they did not know where Charlie had gone. Kevin got on the floor next to Charlie, whistled in his ear, rubbed his back, and called his name. Charlie laid motionless in his bed, and Kevin kept asking him, in a worried and curious tone, where he had gone. Everyone started to cry and rubbed Kevin's back. They wrapped Charlie up in a blanket, got in the truck, and headed out to the forest. Kevin held Charlie in his arms in the back seat and continued to ask him where he had gone. When they arrived at the forest, Tony carried Charlie and Kevin led everyone through the forest to the clearing. When Wendy saw them, she ran over and started to howl as she approached. Kevin tried to greet Wendy and rub her back, but she backed away and continued howling. Tony sat down next to Kevin and revealed Charlie to Wendy. She whined as she slowly approached, licking Charlie's face, and then ran into the forest. Everyone made their way over to the houses in the clearing and did not find the man. Tony took Charlie and laid him in the fire pit. Everyone sat around and cried as they looked at Charlie laying motionless. Wendy appeared from the forest, and the man was following behind her. They walked over to everyone and sat down in front of Charlie. The man started crying, with his eyes closed and his head tilted back. Wendy sat next to Kevin, licking his face as everyone sat together with their eyes closed. Kevin grabbed one of the sticks and started to beat the drum. The man looked up at Kevin as he started to play, nodding his head with the beat and smiling as tears flowed down his face. Kevin locked his tear-filled eyes with the man's and continued to keep the beat. The man stood up and walked into the fire pit, and Tony started to beat the drum too. The man sat down in Charlie, faced Kevin, winked, and an explosion of sound, light, and color shot up from the fire pit. Charlie and the man were completely covered in flames. Tears streamed down Kevin's face as he cried through his closed eyes and continued to keep the beat. Wendy howled at the fire as it roared and rose loudly into the sky. Another explosion erupted from the base of the fire, causing Wendy to jump, and she ran back into the forest. Everyone's eyes watered and dried as they tried to watch the fire. Suddenly, a fireball formed, rose up out of the flames, and floated off, disappearing in the sky. Kevin stopped beating the drum when he noticed that there was nothing left in the fire pit. He started to cry again and ran into the man's house. Everyone went after Kevin and found him laying on the man's bed. As they stood around the bed, Wendy appeared at the door of the house with a puppy hanging from her mouth. She walked over to the bed and placed the puppy into Kevin's arms. Kevin's eyes and smile grew wide as he held the puppy, and tears streamed down his face. He kept calling the puppy Charlie and asking it where he had gone. He laughed as the puppy kept licking his face. He explained to everyone that he never felt like Charlie was far away. Everyone cried, and Wendy licked their faces. They rubbed her back and admired the two best friends.
Liberty Talk. Episode We Liberty by Redacted. Date Redacted. Welcome back to Liberty Talk. I am your trusty host with the most, Redacted. And with me now is today's guest, the leader, founder, and all-around figurehead of the new movement. You may have heard of it. We Liberty. Really looking forward to this dialogue. I have no doubt it will be extremely insightful. You caught a good one today, listeners, so please, stay tuned. First, we need to take a moment to thank our fantastic sponsor. No. I'm sorry? No, we don't need to. Good one. We don't need to do anything we don't want to. True enough. True enough. Listen, sorry. I forgot to ask how you prefer to be addressed. We don't need to resort to name-calling either. Oh, man, that's a good one. You got me. We shouldn't name anything until we agree on a name. Sure enough, sure enough. But what about We Liberty? Liberty is whatever we want it to be. Well, I suppose, in a sense. Is that it then? Yes. Wow, this is going to be a lot quicker than I thought. We can go as long as we want. I guess you could say we can do just about anything we want. We sure can. Anything. Well, that is an exciting message. I'm sure a lot of our listeners out there are happy to hear a voice of hope in these rather uncertain times. We are happy to do whatever we want. Well then, what are some things We Liberty are looking to do to bring more hope to the world? We could start by naming the world. Wow, start big. I like it. I like it. Any preliminary ideas you're throwing around? We. We? Yes, we. A world called We. What a place that would be. A little more united, a little less divided. Surely, anyone in their right mind would go for something like that. We think so. Well, I gotta say, I thought there would be some insightful messaging coming out of today's dialogue, and there was never a doubt in our mind. There was nothing that would stand in our way from getting what was and is rightfully ours. We know those who tried to keep this from us. We know them better than they know themselves. We dominated all of them so precisely, they never had a chance of making it otherwise. They didn't want to make it otherwise. We so consistently, powerfully, and effortlessly dismantled the very being of those who stood in our way. By the time we were done with each and every one of them, they were nothing but our playthings. Something we tossed around, something we completely controlled, something indiscernible from ourselves. There is no way, no how, no one who can stop. Beats me, man. I have no fucking idea how I ended up hanging around all these top-notch chicks. Lucked out hard, I guess. I don't know how else to explain it. Like I said, chicks are beyond me, man. I ain't never had no clue. I mean, at the end of the day, we're just on different trips, man. Different private property. Different natural resources. I could not even begin to imagine the trip that chicks are on, man.
Not even maybe. It's nice to be back at the house, though. Once the city grabs a hold of you, she don't want to let go, man. At least now I know what's just a train ride away. Ava's been back a minute, and she's already saying she wants a bunch of walls thrown up. She said she can't handle running into Rita as much as she has been. Who knows, man? I'll have to hit up the boys for some pointers. I'm sure we could throw a couple walls up in a day. There ain't much we can't do if we get in a fucking groove, man. On the train ride back here, going through the forest, I remember the time Donnie took Johnny and me up to where he was tree planting. A few years back. Man, you want to toughen up? You get your ass out there in the middle of nowhere and plant trees. Fucking nuts, man. You'd never think that old Don the softy would be a seasoned planter, but that hippie is a fucking machine. He starts every planting season with what he calls a great reset. He'll munch on a bunch of these wacky mushrooms and just trek into the forest with his massive machete. I shit you not. That's all Donnie fucking talks about if he gets your ear. Anyway, he bugged us to join him like a million times, so we finally went up with him. We each downed 3 of these little bastards, which tasted like actual shit, by the way, and headed out for our great reset. Well, fucking A, man. It's a slow burn at first. Your stomach starts grumbling, and you get warm all over. Then your senses start to get all turned up. Everything looked and sounded fucking amazing, man. Then, shit started to get groovy as fuck. Pulsing. Sunlight through the leaves was just shimmering and waving. Just normal everyday shit was just so fucking beautiful, man. It's like I hadn't ever really looked at anything before, you know? And you're like really grooving on that beauty, you know? Just felt fucking incredible. Started smiling and laughing. Then I guess I kind of peaked out there. I kind of hit this place when I wasn't even thinking in words anymore, you know? I don't know what I was thinking. My eyes were just darting everywhere. Everything I looked at, I didn't know what it was, you know? Kind of just like an overall, what the fuck is going on kind of moment, you know? You guessed it, a reset. I didn't know if it was fucking Tuesday or mushroom. I saw the boys walking ahead of me, and I kind of figured we were together, you know? But I didn't know how to explain it. And I wanted to call out to them and say something, and I couldn't spit anything out, you know? I didn't know what the fuck words were, man. I didn't know shit. I knew how to walk and look around. That's about it, though. It was fucking primal, man. I didn't know how to know or some shit. It was this weird dance between the part of my head that was trying to figure out what the fuck was going on and the part I was just naturally doing and just keeping my eyes on everything, you know? Whoever I was fucking gone, man. But in that moment, I didn't think that way. In that moment, I was just one with everything that was happening. One with the boys. Even though I had no idea what the fuck anything was. But we kept trekking. Kept moving. Eventually, I guess I started to make my way down, so to speak. I started asking, what the fuck? Like out loud. I don't know if I was asking myself or the boys or the fucking forest. Just kept saying it over and over. Like a fucking mantra. What the fuck? Little pieces slowly started coming back to me, you know? Starting to piece it all back together. Like, oh yeah, we ate those fucking wacky things. We came to a clearing in the forest, and there was this mound of huge fucking rocks all grown in. There was a path that wrapped around it, and we made our way up to the top. The sky was dusking something fierce, and it just looked absolutely too much, man. The colors. We all just started cheering. I guess it felt right in the moment, you know? Donnie was tearing, which was expected, but Johnny was pretty emotional too, man, which was surprising. I ain't never seen Johnny like that. I was tearing too, I guess. It did feel pretty great, man. I must admit. Just felt natural. We just kept laughing and cheering at the dusking sky. It was heavy, man. I just kept saying, what the fuck? I couldn't stop. Johnny kept saying, wow. And Donnie, of course, wouldn't stop saying, I fucking told you, boys. Over and over. He fucking told us is right, man. Fucking A. The Great Reset. I don't know, man. Ever since then, I just look at shit differently, you know? Couldn't believe a couple fucking mushrooms could do that to a guy. Definitely understood why Donnie is such a soft hippie, though. He's probably just one big walking mushroom at this point. Like, I'll watch a flock of birds in the sky now, and I'll be wondering if it's a band of brothers, you know? Just out there grooving. The only way they know how, you know? Maybe they're actually a couple couples. Or a ragtag gang of orphans. Fuck, who knows? So I go out to the open mic last night, 'cause I haven't been around in a while. And wouldn't you know it, the fucking boys were there. Didn't call them or anything. Like, what are the fucking chances? Johnny was working out some new solo tunes. A little slow and sad for my taste. I guess he just broke up with his latest babe. I can listen to any of Johnny's stuff, though. He's the real deal, man. They said they're both going to be in town for a while, which is cool. And by the sounds of it, Johnny ain't using his jam space for fuck all these days. So we're probably going to do some fucking jamming coming up here soon. Music to my ears, man. Can't wait. It's been too long. We go too long without a sesh, and we get all fucked up. Need to get the groove back, you know? Fucking A. When I got back last night, I ran into Ava. She gave me a little portable tape player with headphones and a bunch of mixtapes. She said they were really bumping and that her and Rita were really throwing down to them at the old dance studio. I thought that was pretty cool. They are both really great dancers, man. You really should see them. It's a sight. Who you should avoid watching is me. So, I took the player and the tapes with me to the basement, and she was right. They are pretty wicked. Not my style, but maybe they're my new style, you know? Don't tell anybody. This is some top secret shit. I pushed all the shit out of the way and made a little dance floor down there. And I was just grooving in the dark, man. Don't you tell nobody. I never done that before. I don't know why, though. It was fucking psychedelic, man. This one song came on, man. Fucking nuts, man. These two chicks, beautiful voices, man. I don't even know how to describe it. So much attitude. So sexy. So groovy. Oh, man. I got fucking sucked right in, man. I was shaking my ass like there was no tomorrow. Truly. I've never fucking danced like that. I've never fucking felt like that. I had my eyes closed in the dark, but the music was just painting my mind. I must have hit rewind on that fucking song like 100 fucking times, man. I couldn't get enough. I was fucking dripping sweat. I could kind of sense where all the shit was in the basement, so I could dance around and not bump into shit. Probably around the 10th time through this track, I started to see these chicks in my mind, man. They were fucking dancing around all sexy and singing at me. I don't even remember what these chicks were singing, man. It was just how they were singing, man. Just perfection. Like, where the fuck does Ava find this shit? Man. It got so fucking real in that basement last night, I started raging while I was dancing. Truly. Full on raging. It was fucking nuts, man. I never done that before. There's something to dancing, man. I don't know what it is, but I'm a fucking believer now, man. But let's just keep that between you and me. Rita gave me some notebooks and pencils. Not as sexy. Says it'll help me with my words if I just start writing them down. I guess that makes sense. I guess she's a teacher through and through, and now she's trying to teach this old dog some new tricks. I guess there's no harm in giving it a go. Probably be a little more helpful around the house if I can read and write. What I need to do is channel some grandma vibes, man. Maybe if I close my eyes right now. There. I can still see the garden there in front of us. And maybe grandma is standing up from one of the rows and, oh fuck, there she is. What the fuck? There she is. I can't believe it. I don't want to open my eyes, 'cause then she'll leave again, you know? Oh, thanks for the kisses, man. Thanks.
Liberty Journal. Who? Redacted. Others. And Marshall Mobius? What? Unknown. Where? Mathematics Department, Liberty College. When? Redacted. Why? Unknown. How? Transcribed from recording and observations. By Redacted. Smells kind of funny in here. There is a few people in the audience I recognize. A few I do not. Marshall Mobius is standing at the front of the room, not moving. Some people are still filing in. There is nothing written on any of the chalkboards. No one is saying anything. How can I talk about what cannot be talked about? Mathematics. His body just went fuzzy and see-through, like a damaged videotape, but playing in the air instead of on a screen. He is back to normal again. That is why, today, my words appear here with, through, because of mathematics. His body flickered, again.
seems like it happens when he says the word mathematics.
If I close my eyes and I think of the word light, a light appears in the darkness. It just appears. What is it? Where is it? How is it? And why? Oh, why? Tough to say. But nonetheless, there it is. And it appears to be everything it needs to be. It does not appear to need anything else except, well, for me to think. All I have to do is think of something, and it appears instantly, as if it is right before my eyes. And as I think differently about whatever it is I'm thinking of, it appears differently. I don't know what these appearances I think of really are. I don't know where it is that they appear. I don't know where it is that they appear from. No idea how, no idea why. And yet, things always seem to appear, whenever and however I want them to, with just a thought. And so here I am, my eyes closed, with what appears to be the sun, shining for me. I look at the light, not for too long, or it will turn everything dark. Of all the obvious ways the sun appears to be, big, bright, brilliant, steady, spherical, I concentrate on one. The light appears to be one. One thing. It appears to be working alone. It appears to be self-reliant. It appears to be everything it needs to be. Now, is it possible that the opposite is reality? Is it possible that the sun is not as it appears to be? That the light is not one thing? Not working alone? Not self-reliant? Well, yes, of course. And so, if that is the case, and the light is not what it appears to be, it is only because of one fundamental reason: the earth. Sure, I could argue all the other planets and all the other light and dark in the cosmos are working against the sun's self-reliance, but let's stick with Earth, because, well, my words would not be here today without it. And, well, neither would you be here to receive them. I imagine now that I am the sun. I put myself in the light's shoes. I empathize with the sun. I appear to myself to be one. I appear to be everything I need to be. I can constantly see in every direction of the cosmos, all the time. From this position, it appears that nothing could possibly sneak up on me. There is no behind me. So, how does the cosmos appear to me now? How does that appearance make me feel? Well, the cosmos, from the light's shoes, appears and feels essentially the same as it does from my own shoes. Except for, of course, the one fundamental thing: the earth. From the sun's shoes, the earth appears and feels much different than it does from anywhere on earth. From the light's shoes, the earth appears to constantly and consistently spin and travel all the way around. It appears as though the earth may be self-reliant, but also, at the same time, fundamentally reliant on me, the sun, though the earth appears to be doing most of the work. Now, if I really want to empathize with the light, I concentrate closer on the earth, and I notice something else that appears consistent about the earth. Change. With each revolution of the earth, the side which appeared yesterday has changed into one that appears today. Appears anew every day, from every night. The dark, the other side, unknown. Uh-oh. How does that make the sun feel? The light, which appears to see in all directions of the cosmos at once, appears to still be missing something which it cannot see. I would say, from the sun's shoes, this appearance of the earth, or lack thereof, makes me feel uncertain. At first, the earth appeared somewhat reliant on the light. Upon further examination, the earth appears only half reliant on the light. In fact, it appears that the earth, by virtue of its very existence within the cosmos, both relies and does not rely on the light. Well, what is the apparently self-reliant sun to do? It looks all around, and all the other planets also appear to be only half reliant on the light. Their moons as well. The only hope the sun has for proving anything's reliance on the dark is to find out what the dark uncertainty appears to be. What exactly is in those dark places in the cosmos, between all the light, where nothing appears to appear? The sun appears to be in a tough spot. From the earth, the light appears to be self-reliant, but from its own shoes, it appears uncertain of itself. The sun appears to be uncertain of the very things which make it appear certain of its own self-reliance. Whoa. What is the sun to do? Well, it appears the light has a few options. Option 1. Bring the uncertainty in for a closer look. This would definitely shed some light on the dark, but fortunately or unfortunately, will also completely remove the earth and everything else from the cosmos, changing it into more light in the process. In fact, many mathematicians on Earth believe that if the apparent self-reliance of the sun was made larger by taking in more and more uncertainty, eventually the sun's own growing abundance of light would change into dark uncertainty, thereby becoming the very thing it was seeking to know. Whoa. More options, perhaps? Option 2. What actually appears to be happening, according to many mathematicians on Earth, is the opposite of option 1. Everything appears to be moving away from the sun, making everything, including uncertainty, appear to be less than it actually is. In reality, though, no sizes have changed, and the planets merely get darker, more uncertain. Uh-oh. There must be another option. Option 3, of course. Consult with all the other lights of the cosmos that are positioned in such a way to actually have a view of the sun's uncertainty. Of course. But note that the uncertainty also appears to reside behind every other sun in the cosmos. All other lights appear to be half reliant on the dark. Uh-oh, again. I have run out of options. Now what? Well, the sun appears to be in a tough spot, though of course, I cannot say for sure. And because I cannot say for sure, I appear to be in some sort of a tough spot too. But of course, I cannot say for sure. I cannot even say for sure if I cannot say for sure. Everything I know for sure appears to be at least half known and half uncertain. Half unknown. Could even be more than half. All I know for sure is there appears to be unknown, and I am not exactly sure that knowing that is knowing anything at all. Whoa, tough spot. I'm really not exactly sure how I should feel about that which I do not know. How am I to feel about an implied unknown? Uncertain? Unprepared? Unsafe? Reliant? Tough spot indeed. Regardless of how I feel about an implied unknown, is there a certain way I appear to unknown? Do I appear to be known? Certain? Prepared? Safe? Self-reliant? However I end up appearing, am I able to be certain of it? Oh dear. Where am I really? Am I wearing light shoes? Am I wearing dark shoes too, as a result? How would I know? For all I know, this empathy exercise is fundamentally futile, and I cannot properly put on anything's shoes. Tough spot. What else can I say? At the end of the day, when I'm in my own shoes and I open my own eyes, I appear to be a middleman. I appear to be like the earth. I appear to be reliant on both the light and the dark, the known and unknown. Uh-oh. How exactly could I be known and unknown? Well, ask the light. Though, as explained already, a complete answer does not appear to be certain. Well then, how? How to remove uncertainty? How to get to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All known and no unknown. Who knows? Well, regardless, I appear to me to be a middleman. I appear to be both an outside and an inside, made of known and unknown. But then, as a result, something else. A something where insides meet outsides, where light meets dark, where unknown becomes known. An in-between, a link, a bridge, a border, a middle, an it. What is it? Where is it? How is it? And why? Oh, why? Tough to say. But nonetheless, there it is. Whatever it is, I cannot call it known unknown, because it appears I cannot know for sure. So it appears to me that I am as close as words are going to get to it. Whatever it is. However, fortunately or unfortunately, mathematics appears to me to be the only other way I can get closer to it. Closer to certainty. closer to the truth.
His body keeps flickering, briefly, in the same way whenever he says mathematics. The people around me do not even seem fazed by it. They look as entranced as they do at their chalkboards.
That's right. From my shoes, mathematics appears to be the only provable way to it. That it between uncertainty and certainty, known and unknown. Of course, many a name has been given to it, even though it remains to be proven what it is, where it is, how it is, and why it is. Every word uttered, a mere unprovable projection of it. Mathematics, however, is a provable projection of it. Mathematics is it. It is mathematics. Or at least it appears to me to be. Though I know how uncertain appearances can be. Oh, words. Who really needs them? And for what? Well, my mother. That's right. My mother appears to need words to tell me about me. She doesn't need to show me her mathematics, because I am her mathematics. I am her proof of her it, her mathematical projection of her known unknown, in the flesh. And she just loves to remind me of this fact with words. Well, this realization has no doubt made me speechless. But it also made me immensely more appreciative of mathematics. Maybe that was Mother's plan all along. Oh, to be my mother. I could not even begin to imagine. I could not even begin to fit into those shoes. What incredible, unfathomable shoes. To bring life into existence. The sheer mathematical complexity of her proof is virtually incalculable. Absolutely extraordinary. Truly beyond words. Truly my greatest mathematical inspiration. And yet, truly my rhetorical foe. If there is anyone who can speak for me, it is me. But the person who made me has earned that same right. Though my mother will be the first to acknowledge my inherent liberty, she is also the first to remind me I was liberated by our equality. I don't remember this, even though I apparently lived through it. I cannot speak with any great detail like she can. But she does not even need to. She could never use enough words to explain everything involved in our equality, which gave liberty to me. There is no clearer or perfect way to prove her unprovable it than to give birth to it. Every other projection of it, other than birth, is unprovable. That is, other than mathematics. And wouldn't you know it, my mother hates mathematics. She will never hesitate to remind me. Oh, the headaches this has caused me. My founding mother, my liberator, my expert of equality, my master of mathematical projection of the unprovable it, will never even bother with simple arithmetic. And she doesn't have to. She's already among the greatest mathematicians on earth, and she never had to write a single proof. For she has given birth
to the only proof she needs to provide. Any other proof after that point would just be reverse proof of the proof that she already proved. Not only does she not have time for that, but she has no need for it either. And who better to know that than her? She'd much rather sit back and watch me try and do it myself. What a mysterious master. That is the only thing I could possibly do for my mother that could even come close to her genius and expertise, to prove the mathematics that led to me. Of course, I could elicit some help, some fair lady to give up her liberty so I could show my mother that I helped another become a great mathematician on earth, like she has always been. But it's just not the same. Of course she would adore this hypothetical grandchild of liberty, but not in the same way. Not the way she would adore it if it came only from me. Only from the one unprovable it, which was proved from her unprovable it. Only a proof like that could she really, truly adore. Only through a proof like that could we truly empathize on the equality we once shared. Is there anything greater I could give my mother? To me, there appears to be nothing of greater value and no better representation of gratitude, love, and respect. Well, other than listening to her talk. Oh, words. Let my mother have her words. No one deserves them more than she does. Let her sing every syllable to her heart's content, for she is the sole reason for mine. She is the sole reason for my everything. It breaks my heart knowing hers might stop beating one day. That my master mathematician will sing no more. The utter tragedy that my giver of life will not continue to give life to herself. That her genius will not preserve her genius. Oh, what a tragedy. Oh, how it breaks my heart. Why must you take life from yourself and give it to me? Why give up your liberty for me? Why? Oh, why? Well, inspiration, of course. Uncertainty. My mother appears to have inspired me from day one and has never stopped. If presenting her with a grandchild, either myself or with help, is the ultimate of ultimate expressions I can give her, then giving her one more second, minute, hour, day, week, month, year, lifetime with her grandchild would be the next ultimate of ultimate expressions I could give. What else is there? I cannot even fathom losing her current continual inspiration. There would be no reason for any of this. If she goes, I go too. I don't know who I am without her. Without her, nothing would make any sense. Without her, there is no example of mastery to attain. Without her is uncertainty. Unknown. Oh, words. This is why I stay away from words. They get my heart in trouble. And I know they do. I've known all too well for way too long, and yet they continue to get the better of me. Weeping over life when I should be calculating it, deriving the weeping equation. All words are just a rephrasing of one day
I won't be alive, and I don't know why. Whereas all mathematics are just a rephrasing of, this is how I'm alive. Words are useless. Words produce every problem and never prove a single solution. Words can only handle correlations, while mathematics handles every causation. Words can only convince you of falsehoods, and mathematics cannot. Mathematics, which requires words to explain it, is not mathematics at all. Words can only lead to fantasies, while mathematics explains reality. As I mentioned before, I cannot fault my mother for using words. She didn't invent them, but she did invent me. She can talk all day and night about how she made me, but she doesn't have to. I am all the proof she ever needed to provide. Should only mothers be allowed to use words? Maybe. Less people using words would certainly be a net positive for the earth. All words are fundamentally phony because all word explanations are unprovable. Words are just projections of projections without any proof. But if my mother needs to use words to express how it feels to bring life onto the earth, I cannot stop her. In fact, I encourage her. Reluctantly. Look, I get it. There must be some benefit to words, or my mother wouldn't choose to use them. As far as I'm concerned, her and all other mothers should definitely keep using words, if they feel they need to. They have done enough for the earth that they may indulge in this illusory extravagance. I cannot say why mothers feel the need to use words, but I can speculate that it may have something to do with the equality they feel with their child. More than any other human, mothers feel, on a very fundamental level, the true meaning of equality. Their children feel it too, but most likely not from experience, and most probably from empathy after the fact. A mother's equality with her baby is as close to real empathy as anyone has ever got. They should be expressing those feelings. However, of course, this is where the word problems start. My mother was able to bring life onto the earth under the one condition that she give up her liberty for equality. Once she gave birth to me, she had experienced both a loss of liberty into our equality and a liberation from our equality back into liberty again. Full circle. I, on the other hand, only experienced the liberation from our equality to liberty. I have no memorable experience of our equality or of returning back to liberty. Liberty is all I've ever experienced. Liberty is all I've ever known. My mother's ability to make life was conditional on her giving up liberty. Once she had been liberated once again, through my birth, she had the liberty to act unconditionally to me. I was the other part of her conditional equality, and as such had no ability to act out my liberty in any other way than conditionally. I simply did not know any better. I cried until I got what I wanted, and I loved whoever ended up giving me what I needed. This, of course, was my mother.
As I mentioned earlier, the closest anyone can get to their unprovable it, which resides between their known and unknown, is through mathematics or giving birth. Mathematics is fully utilizing one's liberty, and giving birth is fully giving up one's liberty. My mother gave birth to her unprovable it. She proved her unprovable it. Me. And the first thing she did with her proof, her truth, was attend to it unconditionally. She didn't know what I wanted, and neither did I. But she came to my rescue every time to figure it out, to remove uncertainty. My mother truly is a master mathematician. So, if my mother talks equality, she comes from a place of profound experience. I share that experience with her, but it was not memorable for me in any provable way. She experienced a loss of liberty, but in return, a regaining of liberty, and more profoundly, proof of her unprovable it. She made the ultimate sacrifice for an even more ultimate reward. She gave up her liberty to give more liberty to the world. A true liberator. I could never empathize with her talk of equality without a similar experience of it, through mathematics or actually giving birth, or both. Fortunately or unfortunately, many people throughout history have thought differently. There is no other way besides giving birth and dying where someone can experience losing their liberty. And only one of these scenarios can provide any proof. All those who try to convince themselves and others that their liberty has been taken away or that they never had liberty to begin with are simply showing you how poorly they use their liberty. There is truly only one equality among all people, and that is our respective liberty. Equality through liberty. Throughout history, words have been the key for people to empathize with the mastery of mothers without using mathematics or giving birth themselves. In fact, words have been the primary way through which fake equality experts have benefited from the mathematicians and mothers as far back as history goes. If fake equality is truly empathic, then ask those experts to put on your liberty shoes and tell you what they would do in your position. Let me guess. They tell you you're wrong and that to be right, you should do what they say. Oh, words. What a fantastic fantasy. The toughest part of dealing with my mother and her words is her insistence on referring to me and her as we. Probably because, in our equality, when I was inside of her, we truly were a we. But that stopped the moment she gave me liberty and got hers back. She won't let it go. She looks at me, and she still feels like I am a part of her. I don't have the memories of this experience, so I cannot empathize. All I know is liberty. All I know is me. I understand my mother feels that me and her are a we still, but we are not. Not in the same crucial way. A lot has happened since then. she couldn't possibly know what it is like to be a part of me anymore. I mean, her sheer ignorance of mathematics alone. She just cannot fathom, cannot empathize, unless she did the work. But even then, I'd need to see some definitive proof. I mean, I feel for her. Her and I were a real we once. Really together. Really united. So, I let her do it. I let her refer to me and her as we. If it makes her happy. Oh, words. So, what am I trying to say? Well, that which cannot be said. Good thing I am using mathematics. To me, there appears to be no better way of using liberty than mathematics or giving birth. It's the only way to prove our unprovable it. It's the only way to make the earth and the cosmos more certain. All other ways require words, and so all other ways are fantasies, fakeries, phonies. They do nothing but bring more uncertainty to the cosmos. They do not appear to be everything they need to be. Uh-oh. They let their words get the better of them. They tell themselves what they want to hear. Uh-oh. They tell themselves they are mothers when they are actually acting like babies, when they are really, truly neither. Uh-oh. Why, oh, why? Well, the mothers taught them how to do it. And who can blame them? They are the only ones who deserve to talk like phonies, because they are the only ones who are truly not. Well, them and the mathematicians. But no one is listening to us. Oh, words. What are we going to do with you? You are articulating the most precious form of liberty, as powerful and profound as that is, but you are missing that all-important piece. Proof. Oh, how words have got the earth into trouble. Oh, the troubles. Oh, the uncertainty. It is utterly incalculable. I know my mother felt that our equality was real. Our equality was the only true form of equality that exists. So, no wonder she needs to talk about it. But all talk is fake, phony, a mere projection of our true equality. I know she needs to express it, but her expression is not proof. Her words about it, as real as they feel to her, are nothing. Nothing compared to the real thing. The real experience. There are no words, though there may be mathematics, which is why I'm using mathematics to say this. But what am I saying? To me, there appears to be a real issue using words to produce certainty, because they actually do the opposite. I cannot trust words, because they are always working for their opposites. Technically, words should be spelt with their opposite words in their words, because technically, they already are. Every word is defined by what it is not. Any semblance of peace is a perfect target for war, and vice versa. There's no getting away from it. Words trap you in an opposites game, where you always empower that which you are against. Try to be a strong theist, and you strengthen atheists. Denounce the existence of free will, and you perfectly illustrate an example of it. Not only are people's most sacred words the hardest to define, but given enough time, they will switch definitions with their opposites. Words are, by definition, the antithesis to certainty. They prove nothing. And so, those sure in themselves do not use definitions. Those sure of their definitions are unsure in themselves. Which brings me to the worst trouble words have helped people to create on earth. Naming unknown. Those who name unknown fall into both the theist and atheist movements. But any mathematician can see they are all one in the same. They name unknown and then proceed to claim mastery over unknown. Of course, without any proof. I refuse to name unknown, so I refuse to relay the many words they've named unknown. Unknown is unknown. Naming unknown anything else would be displaying some kind of knowing of unknown, which is, well, unknown. Of course, these unknown namers would have you believe that the only way to begin discovering unknown is with a name. I think history shows that this project has failed at every turn, and that calculating unknown always has and always will be the only humane mode of communicating proof and certainty. Furthermore, and most troubling, is that naming unknown is actively removing any and all benefits from unknown, from uncertainty, from doubt. Like all words, naming unknown is misleading people into believing they know more than they really do. Once someone is convinced they know unknown, they attack anything that dares to question their certainty. But of course, any good mathematician knows that uncertainty is what fuels the future. Doubt is the main driver which inspires all innovation and true understanding. The real incentive. Illogical incentives could only be generated with words. They may respond back with certainty, arguing that saying one cannot talk meaningfully about unknown is saying something meaningful about unknown, which of course one cannot say. Well, yes, unless you are using mathematics, like I am right now. Detriment of doubt implies a conditional hate. Benefit of doubt implies an unconditional love. You cannot conditionally love unknown. You cannot conditionally do anything with unknown. Those who believe in the detriment of doubt must do so conditionally, which is impossible. To hate unconditionally is also impossible. It is impossible to hate unknown. It is possible to love unknown, but only unconditionally. Regardless, at the end of the day, all words are trying to name unknown, so all words are a detriment to doubt. Unless, of course, you use mathematics. Then anything is possible. He disappeared for a second while he laughed. People have colored me with words my whole life, and I've never believed them. 'Cause there aren't enough words to define my color. I think they were just trying to tell me I looked bright. Well, I'm bright enough to know not to correct them. You might say I became bright enough not to use words with anyone at all. You can only see my color from my eyes anyway. And it truly is a sight to behold. So what is left to say about that which cannot be said? My mother is a dancer. A beautiful dancer. Probably the most beautiful dancer I've ever seen. And I've watched her closely. She has taught me everything I needed to know. And she didn't have to say a word. Dance with liberty. Dance and never do anything else. Dance so well that liberty does not know where liberty ends and you begin. Dance so well that liberty is convinced she is dancing with herself. Liberty needs you to dance with her. Liberty needs you to push her boundaries with her, to her. Oh, liberty. Love her liberty, so she will dance with it and never ignore it. All you can do is love her liberty, with the hopes that she falls in love with her liberty. Believe so strongly in her liberty that she does not have to believe in her liberty if she doesn't want to. Liberty is everything she needs to be. The sun may not be everything it needs to be, but it does appear to be. I wasn't around when they dropped the bomb, but my mother was. I can never forgive anyone for that, because it wasn't mathematics that flowed through their hearts when they brought the sun to the earth. It was one word, liberty. And with that word, they risked the life of my mother. With that word, they broke my heart. And with that realization, I vowed to never acknowledge a word ever again. Well, to me, there appears to be nothing else to say. Please prove me wrong. Thank you for your time. He flickered again and then disappeared. Completely. Nothing is happening. It is completely silent in here. Everyone is still entranced and staring at the front. After Kevin reunited with Charlie in the forest, everyone returned to the backyard and relaxed together again by the fire pit. Kevin noticed that Charlie was not responding to his commands as usual, and that he was using the backyard as a toilet. Rita assured Kevin that it was an accident, and Ava added that there was no way to truly verify if this was the case. They explained that Kevin simply needed to continue practicing with Charlie, and eventually the two of them would communicate as well as before. Kevin admitted that he missed Charlie when he was gone, and that even though Charlie was not communicating with him like before, he was glad to have his best friend back. Kevin and Tony both wrote in their notebooks as everyone sat silently around the fire. Kevin and Charlie were both yawning and exhausted from their day, and everyone decided to go to bed. The following morning, everyone gathered in Kevin's suite and admired Charlie as he wandered around, smelling and exploring everything in Kevin's suite. Rita and Ava explained to Kevin that since he was getting closer to becoming an adult, he would need to start getting used to having more independence. Each morning, everyone was to meet on group chat instead of Kevin's kitchen table to type out their inspirations for the day. If Kevin was not inspired to do anything with everyone, he did not have to explain what it was he was going to do. Everyone would describe the features they were inspired to prepare for their 2 meals, and if Kevin was not inspired to prepare anything or join in the meals, he did not have to. After the morning group chat discussion, everyone would remove their locks from Kevin's door and join together to stretch in the backyard. If Kevin was inspired to stay inside of his suite with Charlie, he was allowed to do so, and everyone would simply jog around the backyard instead of the park. Kevin was always to leave his lock on the inside of his door if he was inspired to remain in his suite. If Kevin was inspired to use the backyard, he was to lock the outside of his suite door, and everyone would stop what they were doing and allow him access to whatever space or resources he was inspired to use. As before, if Kevin was inspired to explore the park, library, or anywhere else, he was to inform everyone and they would accompany him. As before, at the end of each day, Kevin was to place his lock on the inside of his door, everyone would place their locks on the outside of his door, and they would all meet together on the group chat to discuss the events of the day. Once everyone understood the new daily routine, Rita and Ava asked Kevin whether or not everyone should take Charlie for a jog around the park. Kevin agreed, and everyone made their way to the backyard to stretch. Kevin placed his lock on the outside of his door and requested that everyone place their locks as well. After they stretched, they headed out and followed Charlie. Charlie did not run well with everyone like before and was making more stops than usual. Kevin kept asking Charlie to continue jogging with everyone, and eventually Charlie would obey. When they arrived back at the house, Kevin wanted to return to his suite. Everyone joined Kevin in removing their locks. Rita and Ava asked Kevin whether or not everyone should leave him and Charlie alone in his suite, and Kevin said that everyone could stay as he continued to practice with Charlie. Rita read from a cookbook, Ava started a new drawing, and Tony wrote in his notebook. After a while, Kevin and Charlie moved over to the great room to practice, and everyone followed and continued practicing their own tasks. When it was mealtime, Kevin stopped practicing with Charlie, and everyone joined together in the kitchen to prepare the features. Charlie ate his portion quickly as usual, and everyone enjoyed their meal. Once everyone finished cleaning up, Kevin wanted to continue practicing with Charlie in the backyard. Kevin placed his lock on the outside of his door and requested that everyone do the same. Kevin and Charlie practiced together in the backyard, and everyone practiced on their own in the garden and workshop. Everyone took breaks periodically to cheer on Kevin and Charlie as they continued to practice. Kevin also took breaks from practicing with Charlie to see what everyone else was practicing. When it was time for the evening meal, Kevin requested that everyone join him in his suite to prepare and enjoy their meal together. When everyone returned from the evening jog, they relaxed around the fire pit and admired the two exhausted best friends. Kevin kept trying to practice communicating with Charlie, but Charlie just laid next to him. Everyone laughed and decided to go to their suites for the night. Charlie fell asleep as Kevin and everyone were reading and revising Tony's typed notes on the day. Kevin had admitted that he was tired from practicing with Charlie all day and was frustrated that even though they had spent all day practicing, they were still not communicating as well as they had before. Everyone assured Kevin that he simply needed to continue practicing with Charlie, and eventually the two of them would communicate as well as they had before. The next morning, Kevin woke to find that Charlie had used the bedroom floor as a toilet. Charlie was too short to sit on the toilet like before, so Kevin had set a container next to the toilet for Charlie to use. Kevin transferred the contents from the bedroom floor to the container next to the toilet. He sat and used the toilet in front of Charlie, showed him the contents in the toilet, and then how to flush the toilet. Kevin grabbed Charlie's container, emptied his contents into the toilet, showed Charlie his contents in the toilet, and then used his paw to flush the toilet. When they were done in the washroom, they returned to the bedroom and Kevin reported his morning events. Everyone admitted that they had got out of bed when they heard Kevin find Charlie's contents and tried to assure Kevin that he was practicing well with Charlie. Kevin's inspiration for the day was to keep practicing with Charlie as he did the day before. Everyone else agreed that they wanted to continue with what they were doing the day before as well. Everyone discussed the menus for their 2 meals and agreed to meet outside to stretch and jog. Their jog around the park was similar to the day before, with Charlie making many stops to smell and explore, as well as using the park as a toilet. When they returned to the backyard, everyone continued to practice their inspirations on their own and checked on everyone else periodically. At meal times, everyone joined together in Kevin's suite to prepare the features. When the meals were done, they continued to practice on their own. At the end of the day, when they were relaxing together around the fire pit, Kevin admitted that after all his practicing, he could see no progress with Charlie, and he questioned whether they were still best friends. Rita and Ava assured Kevin that all the practicing he was doing with Charlie was working, even if it was hard to see the progress. They told Kevin that, like always, he was being a great best friend to Charlie, and that continuing to practice with Charlie would eventually result in a return to the great communication they had before. Kevin cried and nodded as he listened to Rita and Ava. He rubbed Charlie's back and laughed as Charlie licked his face. Kevin admitted that he missed the communication he used to have with Charlie. He was very worried they would never be able to communicate well again, and they would no longer be best friends. Rita and Ava continued to remind Kevin of all the practicing he had done with Charlie before, and how much whistling practice he had done before he ever started to communicate well with Charlie. Kevin cried and laughed as he listened, and Charlie continued to lick his face. Tony gave Kevin 2 thumbs up, and Kevin smiled and nodded. Tony flexed his arm and pointed at Kevin, and Kevin laughed and flexed both of his arms. Kevin said he felt exhausted, and everyone decided to go back to their suites for the night. The days that followed were nearly identical to the 2 which preceded them. Everyone continued to jog and eat together and spend the rest of their time practicing on their own. Kevin and Charlie continued to struggle with their ability to communicate with one another. Charlie would not respond to the calls Kevin was making and continued to place his contents everywhere except his container next to the toilet. Each evening, everyone would join together at the fire pit, and Kevin would cry in frustration as he explained his lack of progress with Charlie. Each passing day, Kevin grew more exhausted and frustrated from all their practicing and lack of progress. Kevin eventually stopped reading and typing the events of the day at nighttime, so Rita and Ava read them aloud as Kevin laid in his bed. After a few more days of no progress, Kevin woke to find Charlie's contents on the bedroom floor. He yelled into the camera that him and Charlie were not best friends anymore, and he wanted Charlie to leave his suite and for everyone to leave him alone. Everyone went down and unlocked the door, and Kevin began to place Charlie's bowls and beds and other items outside. After Kevin had removed Charlie and all his belongings from the suite, he slammed the door and placed his lock on the inside. Everyone took Charlie and his belongings to the workshop, and watched Kevin on the monitor as he laid in his bed and cried. Everyone moved to the backyard and stretched and began to jog around. Tony held on to the container that Kevin had been using for Charlie's toilet. Charlie followed along with everyone as they jogged, and when he stopped to smell something, everyone stopped and jogged on the spot. When Charlie stopped to relieve himself of his contents, Tony held the container to catch them. When Charlie was done relieving himself, they showed him the contents in the container, and everyone cheered and rubbed his back and gave him a small treat to eat. Everyone continued to play and practice with Charlie in the backyard until it was time to prepare their next meal. Everyone returned to their suites, and Rita and Ava asked Kevin if he would like to join everyone in preparing features for their next meal. Kevin continued to lay in his bed with his back to the monitors and did not respond. Everyone began to type their thoughts and feelings on the situation to each other and agreed to leave Kevin alone as they had previously agreed. They decided on what they were going to prepare for their meal and agreed to meet in the workshop to prepare it together. As they enjoyed their meal, they watched the monitor and saw Kevin had not moved from his position in bed. Everyone returned to the backyard with Charlie and played and practiced as they had done earlier. They would periodically take breaks to check on Kevin with the monitor in the workshop. When it was time to prepare the next meal, everyone returned to their suites and noticed that Kevin was sitting and eating at his desk. They also noticed that Kevin had the dictionary and his notebook opened on his desk. Everyone waved at their cameras, and Tony showed Charlie on his. Kevin waved back at everyone and continued to eat and look at his group chat monitor. They began to type to Kevin, asking about his day and what he was eating. Kevin did not respond to their questions, but continued to concentrate on the group chat. Tony suggested that Kevin was most likely reading the previous group chats on his monitor and could not see the questions they were currently typing. Everyone continued to type out the events from their day as usual and discuss the features they were going to prepare for their next meal. They agreed to join together back in the workshop to eat and then continue playing and practicing with Charlie afterwards. When it was time to relax by the evening fire, everyone returned to their suites to find Kevin still concentrating on the group chat. Everyone waved at their cameras and Tony showed Charlie on his. Kevin smiled and waved back at everyone and continued to concentrate on the group chat, periodically checking the dictionary and writing in his notebook. They continued typing to Kevin, asking him about his day and whether he wanted to join everyone in the backyard to relax by the fire. Kevin did not respond to their questions and continued to concentrate on his monitor. Everyone decided to leave Kevin alone and join together to relax by the fire. After a while, they noticed the light turn on in Kevin's kitchen, and he stood at the window and waved. Everyone waved from the fire and waited, and soon the kitchen light went out again. Everyone decided to return back to their suites for the night and place their locks on Kevin's door. Everyone waved to each other on their cameras and typed out the day's events and their thoughts and feelings. They watched Kevin concentrate and periodically laugh and write in his notebook. The weeks that followed were nearly identical to the previous day. Every time they would type to Kevin to see if he wanted to join them in their daily activities, he was unresponsive and concentrating on the group chat. Everyone continued to discuss their plans for each day in the group chat without Kevin's input. Everyone continued to jog and practice around the backyard with Charlie, and when he had to use the toilet, they would hold the container underneath him to catch his contents. When they did not catch the contents in time, They would sound and look disappointed at Charlie, and he would whine and bow his head in response. When they did catch the contents in time, they would show Charlie his contents in the container, cheer, and feed him small treats. They also took turns practicing alone with Charlie so they could each work on their own projects too. They would check on Kevin periodically with the monitor in the workshop and found that besides taking short visits to the washroom and kitchen, he remained on the group chat and wrote in his notebook. When they first started returning to their suites to update the group chat and failed to interest Kevin in communicating with them, they began to wonder if they should also be reading through the previous group chats like Kevin was. They suspected that the group chats which Kevin was reading were most likely the late-night discussions which he had never experienced. They could remember in detail all the major discussions that took place over the years and decided that they did not have to read through them again, or at least not then. They admitted that they always assumed one day Kevin would want to read through all of the group chats, since he most likely did not remember all that had taken place since it started. However, they had never discussed what to do once Kevin had decided to read them. They always knew the group chats were serving as a historic record of their life together, with the greatest emphasis being Kevin's gradual development. They believed that the group chats held as much importance to Kevin as his own constructions and creations did, if not more. As the weeks passed by, they still failed to have any communication with Kevin, aside from waving at everyone over the monitors or from the kitchen window. They became concerned that Kevin was not getting the fresh air, exercise, and food he required to stay healthy. They began to spend longer periods on their nightly group chat discussions, trying to figure out a path forward to rectify the situation. They wanted to continue to respect Kevin's independence to do whatever he was inspired to do without intervening. But they were becoming more concerned for his health and well-being. When they observed him through their monitors, they all felt that he looked healthy, content, and engaged in the group chat as he continued to laugh, look up words, and write in his notebook. Nothing in his actions indicated that he was unhealthy, but he had not left his suite for several weeks and spent the vast majority of his days at his desk. There appeared to be no great emergency, but they needed to reach him to tell him their thoughts and feelings, as they didn't know how much longer he was going to keep himself locked in his suite. They decided to draft a letter to Kevin and paste it to the outside of his kitchen window. By placing it there, Kevin could decide to read it if he wanted to. They didn't want Kevin to feel like they were forcing him to communicate with them or trying to invade the independence of his suite. The letter was handwritten over several pages. In it, they explained how they were glad that Kevin was finally inspired to read through the group chat and how they wanted him to continue doing so for as long as he was inspired to. They mentioned some of the meals they had been eating over the past couple weeks and how they hoped that Kevin was eating enough food to remain healthy. They offered to provide Kevin with whatever food or materials he required while he was inspired to remain in his suite. They gave a summary of what everyone had been working on lately and explained how they were making progress in communicating with Charlie. They ended their letter by saying that everyone, including Charlie, missed him very much. They attached their letter the following morning after another failed attempt to communicate with Kevin through the group chat. They continued their day as usual, stretching and jogging in the backyard with Charlie. After the first lap around the backyard, they made their way past the contents container, and Charlie made his way over to it. Just then, the door to Kevin's suite opened, and Kevin stepped into the backyard as Charlie emptied his contents into the container. Everyone stood in shock as they watched and jumped and cheered when Charlie had finished. Kevin ran to Charlie, picked him up, and hugged him and cheered. Everyone cheered with Kevin, and Charlie howled. Everyone hugged each other as they cried and laughed and cheered together in the backyard.
We Liberty Talk. Episode We Liberty Talk by We. Date redacted. Welcome back to We Liberty Talk, where we know what we're thinking. Wasn't this show called Liberty Talk? Wasn't there a trusty host with the most? We remember the recent episode where we found out that our name was indeed incorrect. We had forced that name on our listeners when we should have been working together on a name from the beginning. Well, we had ourselves a little equalization ceremony after that last show, and we are forever grateful that we did. Finally, we were able to see the light. We have remedied our past mistakes and are so excited to bring our listeners a show where we can all truly feel united. As for the previous host, we feel we are going to bring something a little more trusty than was ever possible before. We are so excited for future shows, but we will have to stay tuned and wait and see what we end up with. In other important news, We Liberty will be hosting a private equalization ceremony for its most dedicated listeners very soon. Though everyone is welcome, to keep things comfortable, there will be a limit on how many of us may attend. So, act fast. All participants are encouraged to bring their significant others so that we have the most electrifying We Liberty gathering of the year. Please apply with a photograph of those interested in attending. As those who have experienced the equalization firsthand, we cannot stress enough just how fulfilling this.
Kevin understood why everyone wrote their letter to him and explained that he had just finished reading the most recent group chats before he joined them in the backyard. He confirmed that he had indeed spent the previous weeks reading through the entire group chat. He felt very upset when Charlie was no longer his best friend, and he wanted to check back in the group chat to the early days of their friendship. He wanted to uncover any insights into how they became best friends, as he could not remember all the details. It was after looking back through the first entries that he discovered everyone's evening discussions, which he never realized had always been included in the group chat. At first, he assumed he had simply forgotten the discussions took place, but then he realized that they must have occurred after he had fallen asleep. He admitted he was upset to learn that they existed without his knowledge, but as he continued to read through them, he began to understand that the discussions were everyone's way of practicing communication, and that reading them had helped him understand how to communicate better. Kevin admitted that he did not find the information he had initially set out looking for. He said that based on the earliest group chats, it took him much longer to communicate well with Charlie than he had remembered. He mentioned how Charlie was so patient with him when they first started to communicate, and he now felt embarrassed and angry with himself, knowing that when it was time for him to be patient with Charlie, he gave up so quickly. Kevin pointed out that through the many evening discussions, everyone was very patient with regards to his own understanding of various topics, which he later understood. There was so much that they wanted him to learn and understand, but they never lost patience or gave up on him when they failed to properly communicate. Kevin explained that there were many group chats which he still did not understand, and whenever he became confused, he wrote down the dates and words corresponding to those topics in his notebook. Kevin admitted that as he read through the group chat, he began to miss his best friend. He also explained that the more he read, the more he realized that they were also his best friends, and he missed them too. He always felt that they were his best friends, but after reading through the group chat, as well as seeing how much progress Charlie had made in the weeks they were apart, he was certain that everyone, including Charlie, were always and will always be his best friends. Kevin explained that from the group chats he could understand, he was able to realize just how much patience and dedication it takes to be a guardian. He emphasized how good of a guardian Charlie had been for him in the early days and how it was time for him to be a great guardian for Charlie. He admitted that he didn't care if he became an adult because his new inspiration for the future was to learn to be as great of a guardian as his best friends had been for him. He promised that from that day on, he was always going to remember to remain patient no matter who he was communicating with, because it was both patience and communication that were the most important ways to build and sustain the best friendships. In the weeks that followed, everyone returned to the routines they had established before Kevin began his reading of the group chat. Everyone joined together at their desks in the morning to discuss their inspirations for activities and meals, and joined in the backyard to stretch and then jog. If Charlie did not relieve his contents into the container before they left, Kevin brought the container along just in case Charlie was inspired to use the park as a toilet. Eventually, Charlie would routinely use the container in the washroom when Kevin used the toilet, and Kevin would cheer and treat him for doing so. Kevin continued to play and practice with Charlie, and everyone would cheer when they saw the best friends communicating well. Kevin would check on everyone's projects in order to share inspiration and encouragement, but he wanted to keep Charlie his main focus until he was completely satisfied with their progress. The only addition to their daily routine was initiated by Kevin, who requested that after their evening fire and before they returned to their suites for the night, everyone was to hug everyone else, including Charlie. One day, on their way to the library, everyone was approached by a neighbor as they passed by their house. They asked Kevin if he was interested in mowing their grass while they were out of town. They told Kevin which days they would be away, how many times Kevin would likely have to mow, and that they would pay Kevin for mowing. Kevin informed them that everyone would discuss it together and let them know in the future. Everyone said goodbye, and they continued to the library. Kevin asked everyone what the neighbor meant by paying. Rita and Ava informed Kevin that the neighbor would give Kevin something in exchange for his time and energy. Kevin wondered what the neighbor could possibly give him, since they did not say. Rita said that it could be anything, but since the neighbor said pay, it was most likely currency. At the library, Kevin searched for materials pertaining to currency and trade. Kevin began to understand that taking time to do something for someone else could result in earning something in return. He also began to understand that he could obtain nearly anything he wanted without having to take the time to construct it himself. He was inspired to start calculating how long it would take him to mow a yard, how much he would get in return for the time spent, and how many yards he would have to mow in order to obtain certain products. He then calculated how much time it would take to construct certain products himself, and determined whether it took more time to construct or to mow in order to obtain the same product. He then began to understand that after a product was constructed, the more someone had previously used the product, the less work was needed to obtain it. In some cases, the used product may require only half the mowing time to obtain. Kevin concluded that even if a product was worn out, the time he would save by not mowing would be more than enough time to restore it to near perfect condition. In the weeks that followed, Kevin mowed his neighbor's grass when it was required and also went door to door throughout his neighborhood, offering his services. The majority of households he approached declined, but a minority were interested, and the majority of those were seniors. Kevin explained that he accepted currency or used items which he was interested in. When they inquired further about the amount of currency or used items required for his services, Kevin mentioned the value per mowing session that he had negotiated with his first neighbor, and adjusted the value based on the size of the yard. Of the minority originally interested in Kevin's services, a majority of them agreed to his offer and set up appointments to have their grass mowed. Of Kevin's original agreements with his neighbors, only a minority had declined a second appointment. Keeping track of all his clients' houses on a large map in his great room, Kevin outlined the next neighborhood for which he would offer his services. Similar to his initial neighborhood, a minority of the households were interested in Kevin's services and fees, and a majority of his clients were seniors. Kevin continued to schedule future appointments with his current clients and explored the rest of the neighborhoods in town to offer his mowing services. Eventually, Kevin had visited every grassed property in town and established a substantial list of repeat clients. Kevin admitted that he was growing more inspired to have a bicycle of his own, to speed up his travel time and to save energy when commuting to and from appointments. He had long ago noticed children and their bicycles in the park, but had never become inspired enough to join them. He explained how he could always play with Charlie by running in the fields or skating on the ice, and since he had always failed to see how Charlie would be able to enjoy playing with him if he was riding on a bicycle, he was never inspired to have one of his own. Kevin decided that by using a bicycle to get around to his appointments, he would have more time and energy to spend practicing and playing with Charlie. Kevin had accepted various items from his clients in exchange for his time and energy. The first used item Kevin always suggested for payment were plants, as he had admired many of the plants in the homes of his clients, especially those which he had never seen before. In his first weeks of mowing, he had filled all the window and shelving space in his suite with various plants and flowers, and eventually stopped accepting more as payment. Once he became inspired to obtain a bicycle, he began requesting bicycle parts from his clients as payment. When his clients were not able to provide bicycle parts, Kevin began accepting currency to use as payment towards parts for his first bicycle. One of the last clients Kevin acquired had a used bicycle they were interested in selling. The bicycle fit Kevin perfectly, and he told the client how much currency he had. The client agreed to accept the currency in exchange for the bicycle, as long as Kevin agreed to mow their grass for the remainder of the season. Kevin realized it was a good deal and agreed. He brought his first bicycle back to the workshop and started making it as good as new. Kevin practiced pedaling his bicycle, which he started to call his bike for short, slowly around the backyard. He asked that someone jog next to him and hold his seat so he would not tip over. It wasn't long before he was comfortable enough to pedal without additional support. Everyone cheered him on, and Charlie howled and ran alongside him. Once Kevin had stopped acquiring new clients, he began to schedule his appointments by neighborhood so that he could reduce his amount of travel time in between appointments and maximize his time with Charlie. Before heading out, Kevin would outline all of his appointments with everyone and set off to the first one on his bike. Everyone would jog behind Kevin and meet him at the appointment where he would already be mowing. They would continue jogging to the next appointment as Kevin biked ahead and then return to the backyard with everyone to relax when he was finished for the day. As the end of the mowing season was approaching, Kevin had developed relationships with all his repeat clients and eventually began spending as much time visiting with them as he did mowing their yards. All of his clients enjoyed spending time with Charlie as well after Kevin showed them different games that Charlie would play. Kevin started to realize that regardless of the neighborhood, all his senior clients had similar interests and they all seemed to be lonely. Kevin decided that before the season ended and the weather turned cold, he was going to host a client appreciation party in the backyard where he could introduce certain clients to one another. The next time he visited his clients, he invited them to his appreciation party and they provided dates which they were able to attend. After all the clients had provided their availability, Kevin chose a date, informed his clients, and began planning the party. Kevin ensured his clients that food and beverages would be provided and that they could bring anything they wanted. Several clients had provided food and beverages during his appointments, so he had a general idea for the party menu. He decided to provide finger food instead of features since it was an afternoon party. Kevin had his list of attending clients and started to construct a seating chart, placing the clients with similar interests at the same tables. Everyone borrowed the required amount of chairs and tables from their immediate neighbors and offered invitations to all the seniors they were borrowing furniture from. They had arranged the tables as per Kevin's seating chart and placed name tags accordingly. There were also name tags for everyone to place on their shirts. All of the clients who agreed to attend the party showed up, and a few clients who initially declined their invitation also came. Everyone served the food and beverages, and Charlie greeted all of the clients. Kevin made his way around to every client and made sure that he introduced all of the clients to each other. He tried to strike up conversations related to the interests that the clients at each table shared, or to get them to play games which all of them enjoyed. Once he had visited with all the clients, he observed how all the clients were getting along and reported back to everyone how the party appeared successful. Kevin brought out the portable stereo and started to dance with Charlie. Everyone joined in, as well as a few clients. As the party ended, Kevin thanked everyone for attending his client appreciation party and hoped that everyone made at least one new friend who may one day become a best friend. He closed the party by thanking everyone again for accepting his mowing services for the summer season and offered snow clearing services for the winter season ahead. Everyone said goodbye to the clients as they left, and Kevin was relieved that he hosted another successful party without a single accident. Kevin had plenty of biking practice in the last weeks of the mowing season and grew to really enjoy riding around town. He said that his favorite part of biking was how much faster he could move versus running or skating. He had started taking alternate routes and back roads to reach his appointments in the other neighborhoods, to explore the many areas of the town, wave to people he recognized, and see new people he had never met before. There was always more people whom he did not recognize, and he would usually wave anyway. When he was finished his appointments, he would join everyone in the backyard to practice and play with Charlie. If the park was deserted, he would ride his bike around and get Charlie to chase him. Everyone watched from the backyard and whistled if they saw anyone. As the winter season approached, everyone grew concerned about Kevin continuing to ride his bike, since puddles were starting to form into ice. Kevin was also very concerned, since he had not considered having to refrain from riding his bike for the entire winter season. He immediately became inspired to modify his bike so that he could continue to ride safely. He began to research methods for winterizing his bike, noting the pricing and design for each option, and considering how much time would be required to produce the similar options in the workshop. Kevin realized that he could not rely on snow as much as grass for providing a steady income, in order to compare production time on parts versus the time it would take to earn currency shoveling. It was possible that weeks could go by without any snow accumulating on his clients' properties. Kevin explained he had enough currency left over from his mowing season to purchase some of the winterizing parts for his bike, but decided to first attempt to construct the parts in the workshop and then purchase those most difficult to produce. Before the first snowfall, Kevin had visited all his previous clients, and they were all still interested in his shoveling services. Kevin grew concerned about the amount of yards he would have to shovel, since he could not necessarily schedule the shoveling of his clients' yards for different days as he had previously done for their grass. He mapped out a route to all his clients' houses in order to minimize the overall travel distance. By the time the first snowfall came, Kevin had produced the first winterized modifications to his bike and agreed to wear his hockey equipment whenever he drove. Kevin immediately noticed that biking through the snow took more energy than before. He also knew that unlike mowing, shoveling snow required pushing and throwing snow into piles, which required more energy as well. Everyone met Kevin at each house along his route, and Kevin confessed after a few houses that biking through and shoveling snow was much harder work than biking and mowing, and that he did not think he would be able to finish all his clients' yards in one day. As Kevin finished the first half of his scheduled yards, he admitted that he had to stop for the day and rest, as he did not have the energy to finish. Everyone joined together in the winter shelter, and Kevin cried as he felt he let down his remaining clients. He felt horrible for making all the promises he was unable to keep, and now he feared his clients would all lose trust in him. Everyone assured Kevin that it was not his fault there was so much snow. They said that all of the clients he had not yet shoveled for would all understand that he had a lot of snow to shovel first, and that he would get to their houses when he could. They told Kevin that it was only the first snowfall of the year, and that he would gain strength over the season and be able to fulfill all of his promises. Kevin started to feel better about his frustrations from the first snowfall, but was still worried about the clients whose yards he did not complete. They suggested that Kevin could shovel the remainder of his clients' yards the following day, explain to them why he was late to shovel, and promised to shovel their houses first next snowfall. Kevin admitted that it was a good idea, but he still felt bad for not shoveling the snow on the day he promised, especially since he still had time to do so. They then suggested that Kevin could hire someone else this time to fulfill the promises he made. Kevin wondered who he could possibly hire to finish his shoveling for the day, and everyone laughed and put up their hands. Kevin cheered and hugged everyone for offering their services. Kevin promised he would give them all of the payments he received from the remaining clients, and everyone laughed. He was so relieved to be keeping his promises and was glad that his clients would continue to trust him. As the winter progressed, Kevin was able to purchase and produce more winterized improvements for his bike, which made it easier for him to pedal and maneuver through snow and ice. On the day of each snowfall, Kevin would start shoveling at a different house along his route so that each client could experience being the first one to receive Kevin's services. For the first few snowfalls, Kevin grew too tired to complete all of his clients' yards by himself. Eventually, he improved his strength and technique and was able to shovel all his clients' yards on his own in the same day. One major snowstorm near the middle of the season made it impossible for Kevin to finish clearing even a third of his clients' yards in one day. Once all of the yards were cleared after several days of shoveling, Kevin received bonus payments from nearly all of his clients in appreciation for his efforts. One of Kevin's favorite clients even invited him over for a pie dinner at their house to show their gratitude. Kevin said that the pie was one of the best he ever tasted and demanded the recipe from his client. His client told him that the pie was ordered from the pizza place, his favorite pie makers in town, and if Kevin wanted the recipe, he would probably have to start working there to find out. Aside from making modifications to his bike and shoveling snow for his clients, Kevin spent the rest of his winter practicing skating and puck handling in the backyard with Charlie. Kevin improved immensely in recent years from all his backyard practicing and would play regularly at the rink in the park whenever he saw others were there. The other players would always praise Kevin's talents and invite him to play on their other teams, but he was never interested. Kevin enjoyed when beginner players would visit the park rink and he could show them tips and tricks on how to improve their skills. He always remembered fondly the many skilled players who had done the same for him over the years.
Liberty Journal. Who? Redacted. Others? And the leader? What? Unknown. Where? Mathematics Department, Liberty College. When? Redacted. Why? Unknown. How? Transcribed from recording and observations. By Redacted.
Well, look what we have here. We like what we see. Did we send in a photo? Do we have our significant other with us today?
Sorry, wrong building. Smelt better in there. Looked tidier. The people looked happy. Clean. Entranced? Did not recognize the two nude people working the front desk. The office doors were closed. Name tags on offices said, "We." Equations on the chalkboards were replaced with slogans. Couldn't read fast enough. Something about a ceremony. Looking for another entrance into the building. Service entrance open. No one around. Check entrance to the main hallway. Many nude people walking around. Do not recognize anyone. Would most likely stand out if I walked around. Need another way in.
Ladder to ceiling in service entrance. Utility corridor? Crawled into the ceiling. Dusty up here. Can see people walking in the hallway through the ceiling vents. Lots of laughter and talking. Cannot make out what they are saying. Crawled over to the main office area. Can see through the vents into the closed offices. First office empty. Second office has 3 people. A naked man and woman standing at a table. They look like the 2 from the front desk. They are talking to a man, clothed, sitting at the table. I saw him here last time, writing equations. Do we understand the words we are saying? Hello? We aren't being very cooperative. We are not even making eye contact. We are not. We look very dirty, very depressed. We need to do something about that. We do. Hello? Yoo-hoo! Can we look at us for a second? We're here to help us. We came and we saw we were not doing very good. We saw we were writing gibberish on all the chalkboards and soiling ourselves. Not good. No, not good. We can do much better. But we need to speak clearly so we can think clearly. Yes, we do. Are we ready to take our clothes off now? The 2 naked people are trying to take the man's clothes off. The man is not responsive to their words. He does not look like he wants to take his clothes off. I cannot see his face, but it sounds like he is crying. Oh no, we don't need to cry. We just need to take our clothes off. It will be good. We like taking our clothes off. Yes, we like it. We need to free ourselves from these shackles for the equalization ceremony. We don't need to be frightened. We are here to help us. We cannot be equal if we don't get help. There we go. We like that our shirt is off. We don't have to cry about it. We better hurry, or we will be late. We need our pants off too. We need everything off. We cannot be equal if we have clothes on. Equality is not something to cry about. Equality is something to be happy about. The ceremony will help us see. Everything will make much more sense after the ceremony. The naked people have stripped the clothed man and are picking him up out of his chair by each arm. They are trying to walk him out of the office, but he is not moving his legs. They are trying to lift him up off the floor under his arms. They are dragging him out of the office. Crawling above the main hallway. Looks like they are taking him to the classroom at the other end of the hall. There is no one else walking in the hallway anymore. Above the classroom, and can see in through the air vents. Must have taken all the furniture out. Slogans written on the chalkboards, but cannot make them out. Must be about 40 naked people, all standing quietly and facing the front of the room. The females appear to be wearing some kind of strapped-on manhood over their womanhood. I can see the stripped man in the front row of the room. The naked woman from before is still holding him up. She is also now wearing manhood as well. The stripped man appears to be crying still. Cannot see what is happening at the front of the room. Changed position. Chalkboard at the front of the room reads, "We Liberty Equalization Ceremony," in large letters. Smaller phrases read, "We can do anything. Together we are strongest. We love we. Equality or bust." Someone has just entered the door to the classroom, and 2 others are following behind. One looks to be operating a video camera, and the other is holding a large microphone. Everyone is cheering and clapping. They are walking to the front of the room. The leader guy looks to have a large strap on. Actually, possibly just an authentic, fully functioning manhood. Something peculiar about his eyes, but cannot make it out.
Well, well, well. Look what we have here. We have never seen anything so beautiful in all our lives. In a world so divided and unequal, this is truly a sight to behold. We are so excited, as we can see.
He is pointing at his manhood. Everyone is laughing and clapping, except for the stripped man.
We have a tough mission on our hands. Some of us are in real trouble. Big trouble. Some of us are so far gone, we aren't even speaking our language anymore. Some of us have become so unequal, so divided. It's not just tearing us apart, it's tearing the whole world apart. What can we do? Well, how about a little equality?
Everyone is cheering and clapping, except for the stripped man. He looks to be crying still.
How about a lot of equality?
He's pointing at his manhood again. Everyone is cheering and clapping.
How about we do our part, here and now, to unite the world? The world cannot save the world. We must save the world. And we are going to save the world, one ceremony at a time. Because we have everything to lose and everything to gain. And it doesn't really matter what we do to get where we need to go. We need to do it together, on equal footing, on equal foundations, to the equal promised land, where we can truly have it all.
Cheering and clapping.
There's no question. There's no better way to build off an equal foundation than through an equalization ceremony. We could not possibly be more united, more together, more equal than we will be here today. For some of us, today will be the single most sacred and profound experience of our lives. Some of us are so familiar with the ins and outs of the ceremony that it has almost become second nature. One day, equality will be the first nature of the world. And it will have been because of the very ceremony we are having here today. Are we ready?
He is pointing at his manhood again. Everyone is cheering and clapping.
We shall start as we always do, in the most gentlemanly fashion possible. Ladies first.
It appears everyone was paired off. Man and woman. I hadn't noticed. The women are taking their strap-on manhood and inserting it into their partner's backside. Many men are groaning. One man is yelling, "Yes," repeatedly. The stripped man collapsed on the floor. The leader guy is picking him up and holding him on his feet, while the woman who stripped him is inserting her manhood. The stripped man is crying loudly. The leader guy is holding the stripped man's head by the hair and staring into his eyes.
We are so glad we are here. We have been lost for so long. Come back to us. Feel us inside you. We have always been there. Feel us. We are everything we need. We are everything we need. We need to stay with us. We need to be here. We need to talk. We need to speak the same language.
It's starting to smell really funny in here. I want to help the strip man. He doesn't want to be here. I don't want to be here either. Seen enough. What do I do?
Okay, it's only fair. We need to switch. We need a taste of our own medicine.
The men are now taking their actual manhood and inserting it in their partner's backside. There are a few men struggling to function, but most appear to be able. The strip man has collapsed again, and his manhood is not functioning. The leader guy is picking the man up again and looks to be trying to insert his manhood into him. I need to help the strip man, but I don't know what to do. It's at this point that I had to recollect and make notes after the fact. I had started to take action and heard a faint cracking sound in the ceiling material, which proceeded to abruptly give way underneath me. The last moment I have in my mind is quite vivid, falling right on top of the leader guy as he was handling the strip man. When I finally came to, I was seated in the chair in the office that the stripped man had been in when I first arrived, and the same nude man and woman were standing in front of me.
Well, look what we have here. We still have the wrong building? We don't think so. No, we think we are right where we need to be. Yes, we are. We took quite a tumble. Are we feeling okay?
I only looked at them for a brief moment. I was trying to play dazed and confused. Not hard. I picked up a bit on that look of theirs when I arrived earlier. Entranced. Basically the inverse of the entranced of those people writing equations. They had absolutely zero interest in me, whereas these people were absolutely entranced with me. Or maybe just people in general? They sure wouldn't leave that poor stripped man alone. I didn't want to acknowledge them, and I didn't want to ignore them. Either way, I felt like they would make me do stuff I didn't want to do. I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I kind of wanted to make sure the stripped man was okay. I kind of wanted to know if my fall had knocked some sense into that leader guy. I kind of wanted the whole building to come down on all of them and knock them all out of their trance. And I kind of just wanted to go to sleep and forget it all happened. I don't even know why I went there in the first place. Why am I doing these things? I don't even know why I'm doing them. I mean, I'm pretty sure I had no idea what an equalization ceremony was before I saw one. How was I supposed to know that was going to happen? But why was I in there looking around in the first place? And how am I going to get out of this mess? And I guess it was just the whole situation and everything flashing before my eyes, just bubbling up my panic mode, my eyes just kind of staring into nothing in front of me, and the guy just started walking over to me, and his flapping manhood was just right out in my line of view, and then it was just in my view, and I just cracked him right in the manhood. I didn't hate the guy. I didn't hate his manhood. But in that moment, it felt like it was him or me. I am rationalizing it now, but really didn't premeditate anything. Like maybe I hit someone in the manhood before. I don't remember. I've definitely been hit down there. It's no picnic. But I know it renders the wearer of a hit manhood incapable of doing much. So, I guess, I knew that. But maybe it just startled me. I really kind of zoned out. I couldn't bear the way they were entranced by me. So when I snapped back to reality, his manhood honestly just kind of startled me. I don't feel good about it. Neither did he. He grabbed it pretty quick and just fell to the floor. The woman screamed, and that really threw me back. I had forgot that she was there. So I fall backwards on the chair and nearly cracked my head on the shelf behind me. She runs out of the room, probably going for help. I grab my things and I'm headed straight for the door. I get to the hallway and there's no one there. And I just get this feeling. I look back and notice the other office in the main office area. It was empty when I checked earlier. I don't know why. I just had to get out the front doors, which I could see were clear, and I was free. But I went back and opened the door, and the strip man was just sitting there alone, at a table, still stripped. I didn't even hesitate. I just grabbed him, threw him over my shoulders, and carried him out of there. As soon as I exited the main office for the front door, I heard screaming down the hallway. I didn't even look. I kicked the door open and ran. I never looked back to see if I was being chased either. I don't know why. I just ran. I'm pretty sure I've never picked up a complete stranger and just carried them away before. It's not some kind of instinctual behavior I have built in me. Not that I can remember. Pretty sure no stranger has ever done that to me. Not that I can remember. I don't even remember where I was running to. Or where I even was. I was just running around town with this naked stranger on my back. Eventually, I just ran into my car. I kind of saw it as I was coming up on it and was like, that's like my car. And it was my car. So I just laid the strip man in the backseat of my car, shut the door, and kind of just watched myself panting in the window. My face looked frightening. My eyes were wild. My mouth was in a wide grin. My hair was all messed up. My lungs were on fire. I sweat through my entire shirt. I looked both ways down the street, and I couldn't see anyone. I looked back in the car, and the strip man was just laying there with his eyes closed. And I looked at myself again in the window, and I just started to laugh and cry, and I couldn't stop. I had to hold on to the car, because I felt I was going to fall over. I couldn't stop. I thought, I need to get him some clothes. And I just kept laughing and crying, and then I wrote it.
We Liberty Times.
Article.
We want worded answers.
By.
We.
Date. Redacted.
Fire and destruction ravaged a local residence last evening as the owners tried desperately to defend their property from radical extremists. Security footage from the dwelling confirmed what appears to be upwards of 40 numbers stationed in the front yard. Numbers, of course, referring to those wordless followers of disgraced mathematics professor Marshall Mobius. The premises under attack belonged to none other than the erudite and esteemed leader of We Liberty. Apparently, after several failed attempts to reason with the trespassers, the leader had no choice but to eradicate the intruders from the domicile. Brandishing a flamethrower, the dearest leader, out of the grace of their heart, gave one last opportunity of reconciliation to the terrorists, which was completely ignored. Fires proceeded to fan across the agitators, engulfing all of the beautiful landscaping, which had been the delight of the neighborhood. The lone weeping willow was eventually ignited and broke down in a blaze of rage on top of the roof. Luckily, first responders were timely enough to put out the inferno before it spread to adjacent homes. We Liberty is officially calling out Mobius to join in a public debate to settle any differences once and for all. If you have any information regarding Mobius, his numbers, or of the incident above, please contact We just reek of biscuit breath. Are you happy, dummy? You got your way. You're probably just always happy, right? You're too much of a dummy to do otherwise. Oh, to be a real legit dummy. What bliss that would be. What are you going to do after this? Go piss and shit in public? Fucking dummies. What are we going to do with you dummies? If we let you dummies run things, the world would be a fucking mess. But you don't care. Dummies don't care. Dummies will just mess everything up with a big happy smile on their face. What a fucking world. Maybe I got something in my bag to make you a little less dumb, dummy. Well, you've already ate all the biscuits. I got my obligatory copy kit. I know you'd love that, but it'll probably make you a little dumber. Ooh, my lucky roll of tape. Fixes anything. Even a mouthful of biscuit breath. No, I'm kidding. That would be cruel. What else? Syringes? What the fuck? Oh, yeah. One of my hippy-dippy girls gave me a couple of shroom syringes. Can you believe that? Who does that? Well, should we each take one and go explore the cosmos? She said you get out of it what you put into it. So I'll probably return a genius, and you will die from an overdose of dumb. Oh, fuck. I guess I got nothing for you, dummy. That's rare my bag lets me down like that. At least you got Rita and Tony here, so you won't feel like you're the only dummy around. Tony and I were in the basement recently, going through some old tapes. He had been digging around and found an old recital tape from one of my early competitions. I started bawling like crazy and told him to leave. It was really fucked up, seeing my younger self dancing. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a video of myself doing anything. It was really weird. Like it was a different person. But I guess I was a different person. I don't know. It was sad for me, seeing myself all young and full of life. And so good, too. So talented. I had this one solo on this tape. I remember practicing forever on it and absolutely nailed it. And the crowd went nuts after. It was the most intense tape I've ever watched. I told Tony afterwards that he needed to make a few copies. Near the end of the tape was a duet I did with Britt. I started bawling as soon as I heard the song start. Oh, we were so perfect. Our little outfits. No wonder I loved her so much. Our routine was flawless. We looked like mirror images of each other. Like, I really tried to look closely for a fuck-up, and there just wasn't one. Absolute perfection. The crowd just erupted after. They knew what went down. They could just feel it. They could feel what we had with each other, and all they could do was scream. I can still feel it, all these years later. She was my fucking world. Not this fake best friend shit like Nance, but like real deal, stars align, ride or die, love drunk, complete soulmate kind of shit. We could feel it. We knew it. Watch that fucking duet and tell me we weren't meant to be. Absolute fucking perfection. A couple days later, I'm chilling in my bedroom upstairs, and I look outside, and there's some kid in the garden with Rita. And I'm like, what the fuck is Rita doing alone with some kid? I mean, I know she's like famous in town these days. Everybody loves Rita.
She just won't shut the fuck up about it. But like, what the fuck? She never mentioned anything about a kid. What the fuck was going on? Was she like intentionally keeping this from me? But then why was she bringing them over to the garden? They both had bags with them and started heading out the back gate. I wasn't doing anything, so I grabbed my bag and followed them. They made their way down to the indoor pool at the school. Rita talked to the attendant at the counter, and then they both walked into the change room. I quickly made my way over to the attendant, told them I forgot something in the change room, and then went in after them. I could hear the girl talking, and I felt really strange. I followed her voice. There were 3 toilet stalls, and after a quick glance under the doors, I could see Rita in one and the girl talking to her from another. As they started to open their stalls, I jumped into the empty one. I peered through the gap of the door and saw in the mirror that they had changed into swimming gear and were heading to the pool entrance. I looked at the girl's face and I almost shit. It was fucking Brit. I thought I was going fucking nuts. I was pinching and slapping myself in the stall because I figured I must be dreaming or having a psychotic break. What the fuck was going on? I started hyperventilating. I thought I was going to fucking pass out. I heard the pool door shut and I couldn't hear them talking anymore. I could barely stand up. My fucking legs were all wobbly. I was holding myself up with the countertop and the wall and made my way over to the door. I cracked the change room door open and watched as they made their way into the shallow end of the deserted pool. I had to fricking sit on the ground. I couldn't hold myself up. Rita got in the water and Britt followed her in slowly and cautiously. She laughed nervously as she held onto the edge of the pool and slowly walked her way into the water. I started crying. I couldn't stop. Britt stopped when the water reached her chest and watched Rita as she swam around in the deep end. Rita made her way back over to Britt, and they counted down and dipped their heads under the water together. Britt seemed a little reluctant and laughed after she had done it. I laughed too. Rita motioned for her to let go of the edge of the pool, but she refused, and then went back to the shallow steps of the pool. I'm like, yeah, fuck Rita. Rita stopped swimming and started to float in the shallow end, with her arms and legs spread out and her face staring up at the ceiling. She continued to calmly float, her body motionless, and Britt started to laugh as she watched from the steps. Rita remained floating, and eventually Britt got back into the pool and walked slowly towards Rita, looking back over to the edge of the pool and then back at Rita. She moved slowly and continued to laugh as she got closer to Rita. I laughed too. When she was next to Rita, she watched in amazement and laughed as Rita continued to float. Britt made her way over to the edge of the pool, and with one hand holding on, she started attempting to float. Rita stopped floating when she realized Britt was trying to do it herself. She joined Britt at the edge of the pool and placed one hand under her back to support her as she stretched out. Britt was giggling nervously and let go of the edge and attempted to float. Rita moved her supporting hand, and Britt stayed floating for a few seconds before returning to her feet. She screamed and laughed hysterically. Rita cheered, and I cried. Britt kept making attempts, laughed, and cheered after every try. Eventually, she was able to float without any support from Rita, and the two of them laid on their backs and floated peacefully in the calm pool. When I saw them getting out of the pool, my legs were still fucked, so I crawled my way back into the stall. They returned to their respective stalls and changed back into their clothes. Britt continued to talk and laugh about how she floated, and Rita laughed along with her. I held my hand over my mouth and nose and just bawled. They left the change room, and I still couldn't stand up. I couldn't do anything. I was like a puddle on the floor. I couldn't believe it was her. It couldn't be her. What the fuck was going on? And where was Rita taking her now? I shot up instantly, charged out of the change room, and asked the attendant where they went, and that they left something behind. I ran out the entrance he pointed at and saw them walking in the distance. I ran after them until I caught up at a safe distance. They had stopped at the corner store. They came out with ice cream cones and continued to walk. They ended up at this sad-ass looking house on the outskirts of town. Some tired-looking lady came to the door, and Britt waved back at Rita as she went inside. Rita was walking back the way they had come, and I hid behind a bush in someone's front yard. As she walked by, I could hear her sniffling and saw her wiping tears from her face. I almost stopped her. I wanted to know what the fuck was going on. I just sat there, behind the bush, and just stared at the house. My heart was just racing. After a while, I saw the front door open again, and the tired lady came out, locked the door, and walked right past me. When she was down the street, I went over to the house and stood at the door. I looked around the street, and there was no one. I couldn't fucking knock. I held my hand up to the door, and it was shaking like crazy. I started hyperventilating again. Like, what the fuck? I turned around and started walking away and stopped myself at the street. I looked around, and there was no one. I turned back to the house and started walking around it. I peeked through the front window, and there was Britt. She was sitting cross-legged on her bed, writing in her cute little diary with her cute little pen. I fucking bawled. Her room was so plain. There was like nothing in it. Her door was shut and had a huge lock on it that only opened from the outside. There was a camera up in the ceiling corner above the door. I fell to the ground. I couldn't fucking breathe. I couldn't fucking think. I couldn't do anything. I just kind of sat there, leaning back against the front of the house. I wanted to scream. I wanted to cry. I wanted to get up. I couldn't do anything. I just sat there. Like I don't even know how long I was there. I just remember seeing the tired lady come back out of the side of my eye, and I shot up and crawled around the house. She unlocked the door and went back inside. I was fucking manic. All my limbs were numb. I tried to just say something, just make a sound, and I couldn't. It was a fucking nightmare. I got up and I just started walking. If there was a car driving by, I probably would have just walked out in front of it. I wanted to wake up. I wanted this shit to be over. After a while, I was right in front of the old dance studio, and I just lit up. I just instinctually went to the back, to the change room window. Britt and I used to sneak into the studio at night. The window opened and I crawled in. It looked exactly the same, except for a new stereo system. I pulled out our tape, put it in, and I fucking lifted off. I don't think I had ever danced like that in my life. I closed my eyes, and me and Britt were on stage again. It was unbelievable. It felt so real. I hadn't done the duet since that competition, and I knew it by heart. Every move. It was like I had been practicing it all these years. Like how? The song ended, and I just rewound it back and played it again. And again and again. We must have danced it like 100 fucking times. Eventually, I just collapsed in a pool of my own sweat. I looked over, and Britt was right there, just smiling and giggling at me. Oh, I just wanted to reach out and grab her and hold her and never let her go. She is the reason for everything good that has ever happened to me. She is me. She is my all. I don't know where I end and she begins. I don't want to live another day without her. I need her. I can't live without her. It wouldn't make sense to. Nothing makes sense without her. I just want her to know. I just want to tell her. I know, baby. I know. I know what you're thinking, baby. It's okay. I know what it's like being locked up here, baby. I know. I know what you're thinking, baby. You don't have to worry anymore. We have each other, baby. That's all we need, baby. The door shuts, and I start to feel the darkness again. I can feel the darkness up in the ceiling corner, and I try not to look at it. I try to write and look out the window, but I can feel the darkness growing still. I look up to the ceiling corner for a second. The darkness is spread across the ceiling and down the walls. I close my eyes quickly and open them again, and the darkness is spread further. I quickly turn back to the window and laugh, but it's getting harder to breathe. I try to write again, and my hand is too shaky. A tear drops and pools on the page. The ink runs, and I think of the darkness again. I look over to the darkness, and it has covered the whole door and part of the floor. I can't breathe. I get up and look out the window, and it's still light outside. I can feel the darkness spreading over the desk, and I start banging on the window. I can't see anybody. I'm making wheezing sounds because my throat is so tight. I look back at the darkness, and it has spread over the desk, and it's spreading to the chair. I grab the chair, and I start beating the window. The darkness has a bit of the chair, and it's holding the chair back. I grip my teeth and keep slamming the window. I'm not breathing. The window bursts open, and I take a huge breath of air. I look back, and the darkness is spreading over the bed, and I jump out the window. I look back, and the darkness is spreading fast out the window and over the whole house and yard. I turn and start running. I hit the stream and start following it out of town. My heart is beating in my ears, and my lungs are burning. I look back, and the darkness is spread over the whole town. It's spreading up into the sky and over the sun. The sky goes dark, and I'm crying. I keep running. The full moon is out in front of me. I can see the trees of the forest in the distance. I look back, and all is darkness. Tears flow down my face as I follow the stream into the forest. I'm getting very tired now, and I can't keep running for much longer. My heart and lungs can't take it anymore. The forest opens up to a lake, and I can see the reflection of the moon. I stop and look both ways and see no end to the shore. I look back, and the darkness has spread over the whole forest, and I run out into the water. I swim as fast as I can, but I'm just too tired. I'm starting to sink. I'm starting to choke on the water. I stop swimming and lay on my back. I float on the water. I can hear my heart pounding in my ears. The moon is right in front of me. The darkness starts to spread.
The moon is gone. The darkness is everything. I close my eyes and cry out, but I can't hear anything. My tears flow and warm the water around me, and I float. My heart is beating slower and slower and slower. My skin starts to flow. My heart beats the water. My float starts to flow. My skin starts to beat. My heart starts to float. I float and float and float, float, floam, flume, boom boom, boom boom, boom boom. Ow. Head. Hurt. Ow head. Ow. Head hurt. Rock. Rock wall. Head hurt rock wall. Rock walk. Walk rock. Ow. Grass. Rock ow grass walk. I rock ow grass rug. My tree. I wall ow grass rug my tree. I walk ow grass rug my tree. Bed. Light. Light. Light walk. I am light walk. I am light. I am light. My light. My light ow my rockhead. My light ow my rockhead. My light. I walk to my light. My light window. I am light window. The light window. I can feel my light window. Ow, that hurt. Look at the light. I thought I went out the window. I thought I went out the window. It's so light in here. And I write it. I write out the light. I write out the light window. I can't believe I thought I went out the window. Did I go through the window? It's so light in here. I thought I went out the window, but I'm right here. It's so light in here. I can't believe how light it is in here. Was it always so light in here? I can't believe it. It's all still here. And it's so bright. I feel like I'm floating in here. And I'm writing it down. I feel like I'm floating in light in here. And I'm writing it all down. I can't believe it. I think I fell out of bed and hit my head or something. I can't believe it. Ouch. It's sort of the touch. How did I get back here, though? It's so light in here. It looks beautiful outside. There's birds flying in and out of the tree. Look at them fly. They can float in the light out there, too. If I put my ear close to the window, I can hear them singing to each other. They can sing right through the window, too. Look at them. Take me with you, birdies. I want to fly and sing with you. You're so pretty floating in the light like that. It's so light out there. It's so light in here, too. Come through the window, birdies. Come float through the window, and we can fly together. I will sing for you, birdies. I have so much light for you. I have so much light.
Liberty Journal. Who? Redacted. Others: Marshall Mobius and the leader. What? Unknown. Where? Mathematics Department, Liberty College. When? Redacted. Why? Unknown. How? Transcribed from recording and observations. By? Redacted. Smells kind of funny in here. I recognize a lot of people in the crowd. I'm wearing a hat and sunglasses and sitting in the back. It feels like Marshall Mobius is staring right at me. He is seated on the floor in front of his podium on stage right. Looks to be a blank chalkboard on the edge of stage right. The moderator is seated at a table, center stage. The leader is stage left, standing behind his podium. He has clothes on. His eyes still look strange, but cannot make out why. He is staring at the professor and seems very aggressive and agitated. His camera and microphone operators are fixed on him and standing on the edge of stage left.
And here we go. We are now live, coming to you from Liberty College. Welcome back to We Liberty Talk, where we know what we're thinking. We are tremendously excited to have a very special and important program this evening. The leaders of the two most notoriously opposed movements in modern times are here live in front of a public audience to debate their sides, air their differences, and hopefully bridge any and all divides at a time when the world needs unification most desperately.
Cheering and clapping. The leader is nodding his head and smiling and waving at the crowd. The professor is not moving.
Professor Marshall Mobius. This is it. This might be the most anticipated debate in recorded history. People from all over the world are tuning in right now to see the two most provocative coalitions going head-to-head in peaceful and productive dialogue. If there was ever a time, if there were ever a reason to speak up and communicate to everyone exactly what makes your philosophical outlook so profound, now is that time, sir. And truth is the reason. With your opponent's approval, we have given the first opening statement of this monumental occasion to you.
The professor did not flinch. He is still seated on the stage, seemingly deep in thought. Entranced? He appears to be completely oblivious to any of the moderator's words, as well as anything pertaining to the whole auditorium in general.
Professor, the stage is yours, sir. Please feel free to take this time to express yourself and your cause, however you see fit. We are all ears.
No movement, no acknowledgement, no nothing. The leader looks impatient.
Well, this debate may be more easily moderated than I thought.
Laughter and clapping.
Well, We Liberty, we don't know what to say.
We thought we would be tongue-tied, but we were not expecting this level of wordless uselessness. Laughter and clapping. The leader looks angry, staring at the professor and shaking his head in confusion.
Professor, we were delighted when you agreed to participate in this forum. And the fact that you showed up really shows your commitment to
Marshall!
furthering public dialogue.
Marshall! Wake up! Look at yourself. You sit there like you're some kind of all-powerful being. You're a child, Marshall. You're pathetic. You have absolutely nothing to say for yourself. What kind of a leader are you? What kind of a leader sits back and says nothing when his followers and other potential followers are waiting for understanding?
inspiration, direction. What is this? A joke? Well, the only thing everyone is laughing at is your stupid face. Speak up, you coward.
No movement, no acknowledgement, no nothing.
Well, to be perfectly honest, we did not expect much to come from the professor in this debate. I mean, judging from his book, which I cannot make heads or tails of, we were half expecting the professor to provide mathematical equations or something. Hence the chalkboard and panel of mathematicians we supplied, to potentially tease out some kind of discernible meaning. You won't even make eye contact. Wow. Are you proud? Look at you. So proud. You really think you're something. Well, I'll tell you something. Something true. You're a joke. No one understands you. 'Cause you don't even understand yourself. You're a fraud, Marshall. A hack. You have nothing to give these people. You're a coward. A wimp. A loser. Look at me, damn it. Look at me when I'm talking to you. You're done. Finished. This is the end for you. No one will ever respect you again.
No movement, no acknowledgement, no nothing.
Maybe we should take a short break and hear a message from our... And look at you. Even more pathetic. Putting this together. Thinking you're helping. Thinking you are getting to the great truths of our times. You don't have a clue what you're doing. You are even more pathetic than he is. Which after this display seems damn near close to impossible. Marshall, listen to me and listen closely. You are mine. You hear me? You need me. You think you're so fucking smart, don't you? But you're wrong, you fucking idiot. You're mine. Mine. You've always been mine. And you will always be mine. And there is nothing you can do about it. You think you can do something without me knowing about it? Look at me, you fucking idiot. Marshall, you-hoo. Hello? Are you shivering in your little shoes yet? Is your heart pounding in your ears? It better be, you little fuck. Because that heart is mine. Wake up. It's my time, you fuck. It's me. I'm the winner. All yesterdays, all todays, all tomorrows. Mine. I win. Me.
The leader picked up his podium and threw it across the stage, knocking the chalkboard over. The professor did not flinch. The leader charged straight over to the professor, and just as he was within a few steps, the professor vanished for a split second and reappeared. Completely startled, the leader tripped himself, slid feet first inside the professor, landing on his back, with his head making a large thud sound on the stage. The leader and the professor remained completely still. Gasps and murmurs came from the crowd. The camera and microphone operators ran over to the leader. Some people are standing and looking around at each other with shocked looks on their faces.
I guess that's as good a time as any for us to take a short break and hear a message from our sponsors. Stay.
Kevin started to notice changes in himself over the winter months. He kept a record of his height on the wall in the great room and noticed he was growing at a faster rate than ever before. He confessed to new hair growth on his body as well as a change in his voice. His clients took notice of his changes and congratulated him on beginning his journey into becoming an adult. He would smile and nod in agreement with a sense of pride. Kevin started to spend some of his shoveling earnings on items from the used clothing store in town in order to save as much as possible for future modifications to his bike. He also continued to make modifications to his existing items, from sweaters to ice skates, to keep up with his growth. Kevin started to converse less in person, write more in his notebook, and saved all discussions for the group chat, where he believed the best possible record of thoughts and feelings could be preserved. He often mentioned how much he enjoyed having his suite full of plants and flowers through the winter months. He said he always preferred the summer months over the winter ones, and by having the plants living inside his suite with him, while every plant outside was completely empty of life, brought him more happiness. He felt like a little bit of the summer life was braving the cold winter with him, giving him strength and reminding him every day that new life would be back once again in the future. Kevin wanted to restrict the wood used in the stove and fire pit to trees which had already fallen in the forest. He felt that trees which were still alive should be left alone and only used when they were actually required to make more houses or books. Aside from burning the odd fallen tree for warmth on the really cold days, he figured that there was enough clothing to make constant tree burning unnecessary. He had inhaled smoke over the years and never enjoyed it, so he decided to put as little smoke as possible into the air that everyone breathed. Kevin wanted to transform the whole backyard into a garden in the following spring. He thought that there was plenty of space in the park behind the house for practicing and playing, and that all the grass space in the backyard was not needed. Kevin remembered seeing a grassless yard which was having pieces of grass planted on it. He thought that there may be another bare yard in town the following spring which could make use of the grass and use the payment to bring more soil to improve the quality of the garden. Kevin explained that he was beginning to see all trees, plants, and flowers as living creatures, just like his best friends, in the fact that they all provided him with many of the resources he needed to live a healthy, happy, and productive life. He was also beginning to see Daisy and the chickens as his best friends too, and he was only comfortable utilizing the resources they provided, which they were not utilizing themselves. He felt that once they were no longer able to produce resources, they could be given to other people who were interested in consuming them, and use any payments to find cows or chickens that needed a safe home where they could live and produce in peace. Kevin believed there were many other ways to attain vital resources which did not involve consuming his best friends. Once spring had arrived and his clients' yards required mowing, Kevin modified his bike with new parts once again and made it work better than before. On his way to a mowing appointment on the other side of town, he and Charlie went past one of the parks which had a new structure built that they had not noticed before. It was large, gray, and smooth, and there were people all around the structure riding on top of boards supported by 4 wheels. Kevin was amazed that some of the people were riding their boards very quickly and sometimes flying through the air. Kevin asked one of the people there what they were doing, and they replied they were skating. Kevin responded in confusion, pointing out that there were no skates or ice. The person said they were skateboarding, which is skating for short. Kevin wrote in his notebook and watched the skaters move around on their boards until he realized he was late and proceeded to bike away, thinking about skateboarding. Once Kevin was finished with his appointments for the day, him and Charlie returned to the skate park to watch the skaters again. He grew extremely inspired by skateboarding and immediately went to research every aspect. He noted the pricing and design for each option and considered how much time would be required to produce similar options. He concluded that he was so excited to start skateboarding and he had enough earnings left over from shoveling that he could afford a skateboard and still have some earnings left over. He decided to purchase a skateboard the following day and return to the skate park to practice. Early the following day, Kevin arrived back at the skate park with his skateboard as well as some of his hockey equipment for protection and noticed that the entire area was deserted. Kevin was excited that he had the entire skate park to himself and quickly put his hockey equipment to good use. Much like ice skating, he was having trouble maintaining balance while on his skateboard and realized that it was going to be much harder to learn how to skateboard than it was to ride his bike. After struggling to simply push and ride his skateboard, he decided that he was going to have to do more research on skateboarding before he would be able to gain confidence in his abilities, as there were no other skaters at the park he could ask for advice. After borrowing materials from the library, Kevin spent the remainder of the day learning various techniques, tricks, and lingo for skateboarding. He was amazed by the endless possibilities involved and realized that he would have to practice skateboarding more than anything else he had ever played before in order to do it well. He simply needed to remain patient and eventually he would communicate well with his skateboard. Early the following day, Kevin made his way to the skate park on his skateboard instead of his bike, and Charlie ran alongside him on his leash. Every once in a while, when Kevin was coasting, Charlie would pull him along and give Kevin a break from pushing his skateboard. At the deserted skate park, Kevin practiced the techniques he had learned and found that he had progressed in his abilities. He was keeping his balance, controlling the handling of his board, and falling less frequently. He could anticipate how his board would feel and act under different movements, and his confidence grew. He decided to use his board for traveling between mowing appointments in order to continue practicing, even though it was slower and required more energy. Over the following weeks, Kevin continued to research materials on skateboarding so that when he was resting after a day of practicing, he was able to continue learning as much as he could to improve. He became more confident in his ability to communicate with his board and started to leave more of his hockey equipment at home when he left to practice at the skate park. Kevin enjoyed the feeling of handling his board, especially when he remembered how much he used to fall when he first started. He was able to perform many tricks and could ride all around the skate park without falling. He always felt great speeding along with his bike, but knowing how easy it was to ride made it less exciting. Early one day, he returned to the skate park as usual and found it was full of skaters again. Kevin was delighted to see so many others who enjoyed skating as much as he did, even though he now had to share the skate park with them. As soon as Kevin and Charlie arrived, a group of skaters approached them and wanted to meet Charlie. Kevin introduced them and they all rubbed Charlie's back. Kevin wrote in his notebook. He told the group of skaters that the skate park had been deserted every morning until now, and they laughed and said that school was out. Kevin wrote in his notebook. One skater asked Kevin what he was doing, and Kevin told him he was writing in his notebook. He showed the skaters some of his writings and drawings on skateboarding, and they said, "Cool." Kevin put his notebook in his backpack and started to whistle commands to Charlie. After doing a few easy tricks, he let Charlie off his leash and Charlie ran in a circle around everyone and then jumped off Kevin's back and flew high through the air. All the skaters said "wicked" and "awesome." Kevin continued to whistle other commands to Charlie, and Charlie performed their various tricks, and the skaters laughed and cheered. Kevin decided to give Charlie a break so he could start practicing skating, and the skaters joined him. He leashed Charlie in the shade next to his backpack and started skating around. The skaters followed behind him, each one trying to do what Kevin was doing with his board. After a while, they all took a break, and the skaters complimented Kevin on his skating ability. They started practicing again and followed one of the other skaters. There were a few tricks that the skaters were able to do that Kevin could not, but he tried to keep up with them the best he could. After all the skaters had taken their turn leading around the park, they took a break and told Kevin that they had to leave for work. Kevin asked them where they worked, and they said, the pizza place. Kevin continued to practice at the skate park and wondered about the pizza place. When he took breaks from skating, he would relax with Charlie in the shade, write and draw in his notebook, and drink from his water bottle. He would listen to what the other skaters would say and write it down. He would watch the routes and moves the other skaters took around the skate park, sketching them out and noting the process of each move. On his way home after finishing his appointments, he stopped at the library to borrow materials on school. Kevin continued to see the same skaters every day at the skate park and started questioning them more about the pizza place, school, their favorite foods, and wrote their responses in his notebook. One of the skaters who enjoyed Kevin's drawings lent him some comic books. When Kevin got home, he went through all the comic books and searched in the group chat for the recipes which were most similar to the skaters' favorite foods, making sure they were also the recipes which had been unanimously enjoyed. He then gave copies of the recipes to the skaters and returned the comic books the next time he saw them at the skate park. The skaters were surprised by the recipes, questioned Kevin as to whether he enjoyed cooking, and he said that he did. He then invited the skaters for a pie party at his suite. As the skaters admired Kevin's artwork in his suite, he prepared pies for them to eat. They asked about the cameras in his suite, and Kevin assured them they were not recording. They ate the pies and praised Kevin for their flavor and texture and asked if he would like to cook at the pizza place. Kevin explained that he mowed grass for a few people in town and that he could find time in his schedule to work at the pizza place as well, if he was able to get a job there. The skaters told Kevin that he was very talented at making pie and assured him that he would be cooking at the pizza place very soon. As the skaters got ready to leave, one of them invited Kevin to a sleepover party at their house the following night. They were going to play video games, watch movies, and eat junk food. Kevin said he would agree to attend as long as Charlie was able to join. The skater said he also had a dog and that Charlie was more than welcome to attend. The next day, Kevin researched video games, sleepovers, and junk food and got very excited about the party that night. He had no experience with any of the activities that would take place at the party, and he debated canceling since he did not feel prepared. He rubbed Charlie's back as he contemplated the party and remembered that there was going to be another dog, and Charlie would most likely enjoy making new friends like Kevin had. He decided that they would go to the party, and if there were any accidents, they would just leave. Kevin was too excited to wait any longer and arrived early to the party. The skater invited him and Charlie into the backyard where his dog was playing. Charlie and the dog were not shy of each other, and they played together in the backyard as Kevin and the skater watched. The skater told Kevin that his dog was rescued from the previous owner, who was abusive. Kevin was shocked and could not believe that someone would abuse any dog, let alone their own. The skater said that usually people who grew up around people who hit dogs or people would end up hitting dogs simply because they never knew any different. He said that the only thing anyone can really do is find those who are being abused and rescue them. Kevin admitted that he had never been hit and had never hit Charlie, and the skater admitted the same. The skater talked about his recent trip to the city and how he visited many parks where dogs were allowed to run free without their leashes. He planned to go to every house in town to promote the idea. Kevin was amazed by the idea and told the skater that he had never been to the city but would help him promote the idea of starting a dog park in town. The rest of the skaters showed up for the party and they all went inside. One of the skaters had brought pizza and mentioned how they had talked to the others at the pizza place and said that if Kevin was interested, he could start working there the following day. Kevin thanked the skater and assured him that he would be there. They enjoyed the pizza and started playing video games. Kevin was mesmerized that they were able to skateboard on a screen with cartoon skaters by only pressing buttons with their fingers. He tried the video game himself, but was not as good as his new coworkers. Aside from the pizza, he did not accept any other junk food offered to him and continued to drink out of his water bottle. Kevin would take washroom breaks throughout the evening to write down all the things he had heard and seen. Later on, they all laid in sleeping bags on the floor in front of the screen and watched a movie Kevin had not seen before. Charlie laid beside him and he rubbed his back as they watched the scary scenes. Kevin never slept well at his first sleepover. He would wake up periodically and see that no one else was awake and that Charlie was still asleep beside him. He returned to his suite the following morning and slept more before he was scheduled to work at the pizza place. He biked to the few mowing appointments he had that day and informed the clients that he was starting his new job and that he may have to reschedule some of their future appointments. Before he headed to work, he returned to Charlie in the backyard and told him that he was sorry he was not allowed to take him to work. As Kevin turned to leave, Charlie started to whine. Kevin rubbed his back and told him he would be back right after work and that he would miss him. Charlie licked Kevin's face and Kevin laughed. The skater who got Kevin the job had greeted him in the front lobby and brought him through the employee-only entrance to the kitchen. There was loud music playing on a stereo, and many cooks were yelling and laughing at each other from all parts of the kitchen. The skater yelled loudly and introduced Kevin to everyone. The cooks stopped and looked at him, nodded in understanding, and went back to what they were doing. Kevin watched in amazement at how quickly the cooks were able to make an entire pizza, cook it in the enormous oven, and slice and box them once they were complete. Kevin watched everything with great attention, to learn as much as he could. One of the cooks came up to Kevin and told him that she thought he was cute. Kevin smiled and blushed. The skater brought Kevin to the back of the kitchen and gave him a hat and apron to wear. He explained to Kevin that there was going to be a supper rush soon, and unfortunately Kevin had not gained any experience to help take orders, make all of the different pizza recipes on the menu, or cut and box and organize all of the pizzas as they came out of the oven. He said that Kevin would soon learn and gain experience in every aspect of the kitchen and one day join the supper rush. He brought Kevin over to the large sinks and explained that he would be in charge of washing all the dishes until the supper rush was over. Kevin washed the dishes and watched and listened to the other cooks as they moved around the various parts of the kitchen. Soon the phones began to ring constantly, and the cooks started yelling louder and more excitedly at each other. One of the cooks turned the music up louder and yelled in excitement, and all the cooks yelled in response. The back door burst open, and someone entered the kitchen, roaring at the top of his lungs. His eyes were wide and furious as he scanned through the kitchen and stopped and stared at Kevin. The cooks laughed as he walked straight up to Kevin, grabbed him by the apron, pushed him against the wall, and asked him what he was doing there. Kevin stared back in shock, introduced himself, and said that it was his first day at work. He started to laugh uncontrollably at Kevin, and all the cooks in the kitchen joined in. He bent down and picked up Kevin around his legs and carried him around the kitchen. He started to chant Kevin's name, and then all the cooks joined in clapping and chanting Kevin's name. He set Kevin back down at the sink, rubbed the cap on his head, and walked over to the oven and took a large stack of pizzas down. He walked through the kitchen, holding one hand in front of him, and each cook slapped it with theirs as he walked by. Kevin slapped his hand too, and he exited the back door and slammed it shut. The skater told Kevin he had just met their main delivery driver. The supper rush had continued for over an hour, and eventually the phones stopped ringing. Both delivery drivers had picked up several more stacks of pizzas, and a new pile of dirty dishes accumulated next to the sink, which was the same size as the clean pile Kevin had already made. Once the last of the pending orders was completed, all of the cooks made their way out the back door and brought Kevin along with them. They started to relax, smoke, drink, and offered Kevin everything they were consuming. Kevin declined their offers and drank from his water bottle. They talked about the substances they were smoking and drinking, and Kevin wrote in his notebook. One of the cooks started to talk about sex and his favorite positions, and another said she had sex right before she came to work. One of the other cooks said he also had sex before work, but it was with himself in the washroom. All of the cooks laughed. The cook that called Kevin cute said she had not had sex in a long time, but that she could have sex whenever and with whoever she wanted. All of the cooks laughed and agreed, and Kevin wrote in his notebook. A phone rang inside, and the skater told Kevin to follow him. He picked up the phone and put it on speaker. The skater asked the client for their personal information and what kind of pizzas they were interested in. The skater hung up and began showing Kevin where all the ingredients and recipes for each pizza were. The skater put on each topping, and Kevin followed his movements and placements. They placed the pizzas in the oven and prepared the boxes. The skater showed Kevin how to slice the pizza and transfer it into the box, and Kevin did the same for his pizza. They placed the boxes on top of the oven for the delivery drivers to pick up and continued cleaning up after the supper rush. Once Kevin had finished the remaining dishes, the skater toured him around the rest of the kitchen. There had been very few orders after the supper rush, and the skater said they were no longer needed for work. Kevin asked who he should get his pay from, and the skater laughed and told him that all employees got paid on the same day every 2 weeks. The skater explained that they were allowed to make a small pizza for themselves to take home with them after every shift. As they were making their pizzas, the delivery driver came back and was also told he was not required to work the rest of his shift. He cheered in excitement and told Kevin to make him a pizza too. Kevin asked what kind of pizza he wanted, and he said whatever Kevin wanted to make. As they were waiting for the pizzas to cook, he told Kevin and the skater that he was going to drive them home in his truck. They said that they had their bikes and did not need a ride, but he told them that he would place their bikes in the back of his truck. The cab of the truck smelt similar to the kitchen, except not as appetizing. As they drove onto the street, the delivery driver turned his stereo loud and squealed his tires. They laughed in amazement. The delivery driver said he was going to take them for a cruise around town first, since it was still early and he had no other plans. He waved and honked to many people in town as they drove around and listened to his music. Kevin really enjoyed the music and wrote some of the band names from the tape cases in his notebook. The skater turned down the music and asked the delivery driver if he had fixed his bass guitar since he smashed it. The delivery driver laughed and sped off in another direction. They turned onto a street in which one of Kevin's clients lived and pulled into the garage of one of the houses. They got out, entered through a door, and down a flight of stairs. They came into a large room full of posters, couches, and pizza boxes. A cat walked by them and meowed. At the end of the room were several guitars, amplifiers, and a drum set. Kevin's eyes grew wide with excitement, and the delivery driver handed a bass guitar to the skater. The skater turned on the amp and started to play. The delivery driver pointed to the drum set and asked Kevin if he knew how to play. Kevin said he had beat drums a few times before, but not a whole set. The delivery driver laughed, sat behind the set, and motioned for Kevin to stand next to him. He proceeded to play the drums with a stick in each hand and his foot on a pedal, hitting the biggest drum. He showed Kevin how to hit each drum and cymbal, in which sequence, in order to keep the beat. After keeping the beat, he handed the sticks to Kevin and let him try. Kevin struggled to keep the beat his first few tries, and the delivery driver kept repeating the sequence to Kevin, nodding his head to every beat and reminding him which drum to hit. Kevin continued to concentrate, and after a while, he started to keep the beat that the delivery driver had shown him, and they cheered. The delivery driver picked up another guitar, turned on his amp, and he started to play along with Kevin's beat. The three musicians played together and laughed and smiled at each other as they played, and nodded their heads to the beat. The delivery driver yelled out to them to play louder and smiled and cheered when they did. Kevin smiled too and continued to concentrate on keeping the beat. When the song was over, they cheered and celebrated by eating their pizzas on the couches with the cat. The delivery driver made loud sounds of enjoyment and said that the three of them were a wicked band. Kevin wrote in his notebook.
Liberty Life Unlimited Films. Title. Date.
Is that rolling? Yeah. Oh, you're bad.
Excuse me, captains. Your stewardesses have a horny emergency.
Horny emergency? Deidre. Oh, you're bad.
Deidre, honey, what are you doing? Is that on?
David, lighten up. Don't you see we have an emergency to handle here? Let's just throw that new autopilot on for a bit. It's smooth sailing out here. Deidre, you're bad. There. Is it working? Yep. The yoke is steady. Levels are stable.
My levels are low, Captain David.
You are bad. Where's the tripod? Here. Throw that on there, and then I'm going to need some assistance from my stewardess.
Whatever you say, Captain.
All set?
Ready for liftoff, Captain.
I love it when you call me Captain, honey. Yeah. Why aren't you ad-libbing like Deidre, honey?
Captain, I need to have a look at your yoke.
Oh, honey. You're bad too, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm a bad, horny stewardess, and I need help.
No. That was good. Keep it up.
Captain, let me put your yoke on autopilot.
Oh, yeah. We are cruising altitude now.
Smooth sailing, Captain.
Deidre, honey, you are so bad today.
I've been a really bad stewardess, Captain. I need your help.
I think it's time for liftoff.
Yeah, I'm ready for liftoff, Captain. Oh, yes, just like that, Captain. Oh, yeah, right there, Captain. Yes, Captain. Oh, yeah, Captain. Fill my levels, Captain. Your yoke is so hard, Captain. Yes, Captain.
You're a bad stewardess, aren't you?
Yes, Captain. Oh, your yoke is so hard, Captain. Yes. Oh, yeah.
Whoa! Careful! Just a bit of turbulence.
The tripod. It's tipping. It's caught on the yoke. Oh, no. Do something.
We're in nosedive.
I can't get there. What do we do? The force is too strong. We're gonna crash. It's too far. Honey, just fuck me. I can't reach. Fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck me.
And Britt left the studio. I was still fired up. So I decided to run through some ballerina moves. I couldn't remember the last time I actually practiced them. I tried a couple arabesques and was actually amazed I could still do them so well. I guess I had been doing some similar moves with the pole over the years. Kind of like ballet pole fusion. What can I say? I revolutionize everything I touch. After a while, I just kept thinking of the duet and just wanted to dance it a few more times. I'm basically addicted at this point. I've been dancing it at least a few times each practice. And as I go over to start the tape, he just appeared. Naked. I put the song on, and he went right into it. He knew all the moves. I couldn't believe it. He was really good, too. I went and rewound the tape, and again we went right through it, even better than the first time. I was starting to dance it real sexy, too, and do some improv, and his hammer started to pound. No hands. I couldn't believe it. I had half my clothes off by that point, and I walked all sexy back to the stereo and bent over and shook my booty as I rewound the tape again. I set my finger on the play button and turned around with a big smile on my face. His face, however, had a look of complete horror. And then he just disappeared. And then the front door burst open, and the freak show walked in, wearing nothing but his hammer. And he went, "Well, well, 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 well. Look what we have here." We don't believe it. We can't believe it. We won't believe it. Our eyes must be deceiving us. We must be seeing things
We must be dreaming. We must be out of our minds. Could it be? Is it so? In the flesh?
Fuck. Oh, fuck. What can I say? I fucked up. It was only a matter of time. I should have ended him when I had the chance. Oh, life is a tricky bitch. I instantly froze. I couldn't move. His eyes were so light, they were white. And so was he. A white fucking freak show. I don't know how to explain it. My brain went into wacky mode. I guess I just couldn't handle it. Everything about the moment. It was just too intense. Too unreal. I just began to float right up into the corner of the ceiling. I watched myself take the rest of my clothes off, grab my lucky tape from my bag, pull the table out to the middle of the dance floor, and proceed to tape my ankles to the legs of the table. When I was done, I bent over the table, taped my left wrist to the third leg, and with my right hand free, I wrapped the tape around my wrist and then tossed the roll so it wrapped and ran all the way down the fourth leg until it hit the floor. I don't know what it means to say it, but I tried not to hear anything. I saw my face as my head rested on the table, my eyes closed, with no expression. His voice was muffled and his body was blurry, but eventually his hammer smacked me on my ass cheek and I could hear and see him again. He just kept smacking his hammer back and forth across each of my cheeks. And he went,
You've been running your whole life, Ava. You must be tired. Why have you been running for so long? Don't you realize that there is no escape? Don't you know your running is futile? Didn't you understand that there was nothing you could do? That I would find you eventually? So why run? What is the point? Why are you trying to prolong the inevitable? Ava, you're smarter than this. You're not listening. You're lost, Ava. You have no purpose. You've been hiding from your destiny, and you've wasted your life. You could have reached your wildest dreams by now. You could have had it all. Instead, you've just used all your time running a meaningless race. And for what? Just to be here now? You had the chance to see the light years ago. I gave you every opportunity to learn, and you just wouldn't listen. You ignored me, Ava. You thought you knew better, and look where that got you. Listen to me, you little bitch. Are you listening? It's over. Your shit life is over, and your real life is about to begin. Ava, wake up, bitch. It's time for you to see your dreams come true. And when we are done here with you, we are going to pay our old friend Britt a little visit.
and just like that, in an instant, I was back in my body. I shook my hands and legs as hard as I could, but I couldn't get loose. I looked up at the mirror, and that freak show was staring right back at me with his freak show smile, slobber dripping down like a dummy dog who spotted a biscuit. He went to reposition himself to do what he was there to do, and he slipped, fell back, and absolutely cracked the back of his head on the dance floor. And just like that, all was quiet. It took me a second to realize that I had been watering all over the floor. I shook at my limbs again, and my right ankle felt like I could get it free. I used the mirror to move
and positioned my leg loose, and then saw the freak show started to come to. I kept wiggling as fast as I could as he got back into position. He laughed and stared at me in the mirror again and said something stupid. Then he heard me break free of the tape, turned his head over to look, and I arabesqued the fucking shit out of that freak show smile. Like the most direct fucking hit of any hit that ever hit. Absolute perfection. If there was anything in this world that was going to flip his freak show switch off, that was it. He dropped to the floor instantly, and his pretty little head made another glorious thud as it hit the floor. I used my toes to rip the tape off my other ankle. By the way, remind me to get some shittier tape for my bag. My lucky stuff was a real pain to deal with. My first wrist took forever to get loose. Thank fuck I have tough toes. Once I was completely untaped, I looked over at Sleeping Beauty and his hammer was still pounding. Like, was he fucking me right then in his dreams? Then I thought, copycat! I ran over to my bag and got the mold on him. His hammer maxed out the kit. My fucking heart was racing. As soon as the mold was set, I peeled it off, threw all my stuff in my bag, and went for the door. I opened the door and just stopped. I don't know why. I got away. I don't know. I looked back at him. I looked in my bag. I don't know. I really don't know. I just grabbed my lucky tape. I ran and pushed the table over and started taping his ankles to the table legs. Once they were secure, I got behind him and tried to flip him up. Fuck, was he heavy. I got him up into a seated position, but that was it. I let go of him, thinking he would stay like that, but he dropped back down and cracked his head again. Felt bad about that one. It might have flicked his freak show switch back on. I tipped the table over on its side and kept his hammer under the tabletop. I went back behind him and pushed him back up again. Just held him there while I taped his wrist to the other two legs. I went back around the table, grabbed the upper legs, leaned back, trying to flip him over. Fuck, he was heavy. I eventually got him moving back and forth, and then the table flipped back on its legs, and I hit my head on the floor. Fuck, did that hurt. I heard him moaning, so I got up and put a good number of loops over his eyes and ears. I wasn't interested in dealing with them. I was going to tape his freak show smile too, but I kind of wanted to hear what he was going to say when he came to. He moaned a little more, but wasn't awake yet. I walked back over to my bag and looked back and saw his ass hanging out there in the middle of the dance floor. Then I thought, copycat! I put the mold back together and filled it with the solution. He was moaning again, and I couldn't help but start giggling. I saw myself in the mirror, and I looked fucking manic. I don't know why I was still there. I was flirting with the freak show. Every time I had ever come across him, I always thought, this guy is going to get his one day. And I guess I just thought maybe that day was today. I tested the solution with my finger, and it felt fully cured. I took the mold off, and there it was, in all its glory. And he started to moan and move around. I stood up and backed against the wall, trying not to giggle or make a sound. I had his copy in one hand and my lucky tape in the other. I looked at myself in the mirror again, and fuck if I didn't have a freak show smile on. So, I started taping the fucking copy to my waist. And he went, "What the fuck?
What is this? Where am I? Ava? Who's there? What the fuck is going on? Let me go! Whoever is behind this is gonna pay big time. Ava? Let me go! If you let me go now, I promise I will go easy on you. I'll give you whatever you want. Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? Talk to me, damn it! You're only making this worse for yourself the longer you leave me like this. You think you're real fucking smart, hey? Real fucking funny. You wait until I get my hands on you. You're gonna regret you ever fucked with me. Hello?
And then the copy was on. It was so long, the solution couldn't even keep it standing straight. I looked at myself in the mirror and flopped it side to side and almost shit. I had my hand over my mouth to keep myself from laughing my ass off. I walked over to him and started smacking him across each of his ass cheeks, just like he did to me. And he went,
Oh, yes. Daddy's here. We are always ready for Daddy. Daddy, we've been a bad boy. We need to be taught our lesson. Oh, yeah. We're ready for our lesson, Daddy. Please, Daddy, please. We're starving for our lesson, Daddy. We've been such a bad boy, Daddy. Please, Daddy. We want to be good again, Daddy. We want to be a good boy, Daddy. Come on, Daddy. Please. Give it to me, Daddy. Give it to me. Please. Please. We need Daddy so badly.
fuck. I was not expecting that at all. I don't know. I kind of just felt like leaving at that point. I mean, he really did seem like he wanted a taste of his own copy. Maybe things would have been a little different if I didn't tape up his eyes and ears. Maybe. Possibly. I don't know. I hesitated. I kind of wanted to be the daddy. But the daddy that withheld the precious lesson. I mean, maybe it was all an act, just to get what he wanted. Oof. I was too deep into the freak show. It was hurting my brain. When I looked at myself in the mirror, my face had transformed into just confused sadness. Honestly, like what a fucking freak show. I probably should have left earlier. I was too far along. I saw too much. I had to see it through. I don't think I would have been able to live with myself if I just left. So, I threw in his copy and pushed it as far as it would go. He clasped his ass on it, picked me off the floor, and started shaking me back and forth. I think I got fucking whiplash, like riding a wild bull. What did I say about that lucky tape? Fuck. Eventually, it came loose, and I went flying. Cracked my head on the floor again. I gotta say, that shit really hurts. I looked back over at him, and he was breathing really intensely. Then he screamed, and the copy shot right out of his ass, and he walked the table right into one of the mirrors. A huge chunk came off the wall and crashed over his head. Shards just sprayed everywhere, and he was still once again. I just laid there, laughing. He came to again, and the mirror had cut one of his wrists loose. He started to grab at the tape wrapped around his head. I shot up, grabbed my bag, and went for the door again. I opened the door, and I just stopped. Again. I did know why this time. I looked back at his copy on the floor and just felt like I needed it. Felt like it was mine. I worked hard for it. I'd hold it as a keepsake, something to show the grandkids. I ran over and grabbed it, and as I threw it in my bag, I saw the syringes. And I thought, this fucking astronut is off to the cosmos. Maybe he'll get a better perspective on Mother Earth if he ever makes it back from his journey. So I grabbed one in each hand, came up behind him, and emptied one in each ass cheek. Oh, did he fucking scream. Wow. He was trying to move the table around again and just kept stepping on shards of mirror. Oh, the screaming. I kind of felt bad. But he started to slow down. Maybe he had finally played himself out. As I turned to the door, there he was, wearing that same face of complete horror. I burst out laughing. He went back to the door and opened it and motioned for me to follow. I looked back at the freak show, then at myself in the mirror, and I started to get a naughty smile. I went over to the stereo, dropped my bag, and pressed the play button. Oh, his face was just precious. Freak show screaming himself hoarse. If he wanted to take me, he was going to take me right fucking now. Oh, I was aching for him. Oh, I wanted to see that real hammer. In the flesh. If Rita wasn't going to use it, it was fucking mine. Now, bring that hammer out here and slam my flower to this fucking beat, boy. Ha ha ha! I run all these motherfuckers. I need to visit the library tomorrow to check out some things. Not exactly sure why the cooks are so interested in inhaling smoky chemicals into their lungs and ingesting poisonous substances into their stomachs, while seeming to enjoy them both. Need to check what the benefits are. Doesn't seem like they are doing it for any purpose other than to joke around and laugh with each other, which you can do with healthier alternatives. The talk of sex sounded interesting as well. Looking forward to talking to the cooks about their sex and drugs to learn more about their experiences. The one girl cook, who said I was cute, was looking and smiling right at me when she said she could have sex with anyone she wanted. I felt a little nervous, but it kind of felt good too. I smiled back at her. When I was finished the dishes, she was leaving and saying goodbye to everyone. On her way out, she came up against me and whispered in my ear, "Goodbye, cutie," grabbed my private property, and bit my ear. I didn't know what to do, so I just said, "Goodbye," too. She laughed, and as she walked out the door, she looked back at me, slapped her backside, and laughed again. Not exactly sure where I can look this up in the library. I have been thinking more about school as well. Even though the skaters have had generally negative experiences of school, I am definitely missing out on experiences which they all have. I guess there will always be experiences in life that I will look back on and will have wanted to do differently. I think it's just best to accept the past life experiences I no longer agree with and shape the future around the lessons I've learned. I really like my new skater friends, and I want to join them at school when the summer is over. I know Charlie can't come too, but he will be safe in my suite, and we will still spend plenty of time together. The videotape recorder the skaters have is amazing, just like what the pros use. You can watch yourself progress over time. I wish the cameras in here would have been recording. Could have watched myself progress over time as well. At least there was group chat. Some stuff would have been nice to watch over again, but at least it's all written down. There is something different about writing that videotapes can't capture. Books are just easier to use anyway. Oh yeah, I am going to start working on a new comic book in which Charlie rescues dogs and kids from their abusers. Besides that, I am going to start saving for a drum set. I played on one tonight, and it was amazing. I'm pretty sure I'm in a wicked band now, with some cool dudes, which is so much fun. I definitely need more practice, though, so I'm going to get a set of my own to have in my suite. I can't wait to play again. That's about it. Oh yeah, I have also been thinking about the cameras. I think I finally figured them out and have decided to take them down. I feel like everyone will still be watching, whether or not there are cameras. There is no way for me to really know for sure whether or not everyone is still watching, or exactly who everyone is when they are watching. If I think that no one is watching, because the cameras are no longer around, I know that this is only an assumption, with no actual proof. Just because I look for proof, and I don't find any, doesn't mean I have proof that everyone isn't still watching. I can't prove whether or not everyone is still watching, so there is always a possibility that everyone is still watching. Cameras or no cameras? I don't know if that makes sense. I'll sleep on it and rethink tomorrow. Please prove me wrong. Thank you for your time.
Liberty Journal. Who? Redacted.
Cher, Nalana, Willie, Brendan, the stripped man, and Mike.
What? Unknown. Where?
Mike's open mic.
When? Redacted. Why? Unknown. How? Transcribed from recording. By? Redacted.
Smells kind of funny in here. Oh wait, that's just me. Listen, full disclosure, I hit my head a lot growing up, and so basically, listen, full disclosure, I hit my head a lot growing up, and it makes it so my heart has to work twice as hard. You'd be surprised, but that line doesn't work so well with the chicks. They be like, well, how's it make that D work, though? No, they don't say that either. Stupid bitches. No, wait, they're not stupid bitches. They're fucking cunts. No, wait. They're not fucking cunts. They're goddesses. Yeah, there we go. Goddesses. The goddesses of fucking ball breaking. Welcome, everyone, to Earth's first Liberty Anonymous meeting. Give yourselves a round of applause. It's a historic event. That's right, Liberty Anonymous, where no one knows exactly what the fuck is going on, possibly because of suffering multiple traumatic brain injuries at important developmental stages of life. But yet, everyone mysteriously knows why. Or not. I don't know. Who knows? All I know is I have a bone to pick with women. They won't pick mine. No, wait. My bone has been picked before. Many times. But whenever I want to talk after, she just wants to bark. Easy. She's a dog trainer. She's got this new style. Dog whispering. She's really good at it. Yeah, She took me over to her place one time to meet her dog. Oof. This guy was livid. Like, not chill at all. It's like, man, it's just her job. She whispers sweet nothings into hundreds of other guys' ears every day, all day long. There ain't nothing special about you, man. I bet you still shit in public, don't you? That's right. I'm going to go use your woman's toilet, and then she's going to be all over me, and there's nothing you can do about it. Oh, you're going to bark at me? Yeah? Fucking tough guy, hey? Yeah? Well, you see that car out front? Yeah, you want to bark at that too, don't you? Well, have at it, man. 'Cause I live out of that fucking thing, and all you can do is shit on the floor. And then my girl's over here like, did you hit your head or something? Why are you yelling at my dog? Fucking chicks, man. We are all dogs, apparently. Serious. Some of the smartest people in the world figured it out. Serious. Look it up. We share a common ancestor. Well, maybe not with these particular fucking dummies that laze around all day, shit everywhere, and yell at strangers. But like an earlier form. Wild form. Serious. Kind of makes a guy wonder, you know? Like, are we really that much more advanced than these fucking idiots? Slaving away at a job all day just to feed these fucking mentally challenged freeloaders. And then repair the entire house after they inevitably destroy it. Am I missing something here? And my girl's like, he protects me from predators. And I'm like, yeah, and all the rest of the decent guys out here too. Fucking chicks, man. I guess dog lovers are getting together. They seem pretty happy. Oh, look, honey. Our 10-year-old fur baby just puked that really fancy food all over our new expensive rug. Don't you just love him? We don't need to worry about someone breaking into our house because our beautiful baby has fucked up absolutely everything. Isn't that right, baby? Love you. Oh, love you so much. Oof. Makes you wonder. What a world we live in. I don't know. There's something about these idiotic, distant cousins of ours that just kind of rings true. We come from a long, long line of fucking idiots. Be warned. If you ever want to study a little history, it's literally littered with fucking idiots. Like, if you look far back enough, we are basically just dogs that stopped eating our own shit. Seriously. Wow, really? Tell me more about these geniuses. Yes, they stopped eating their shit and instead climbed trees and threw their shit at others. Wow, fascinating. So complex. So interesting. That's the beauty of studying history. It forces you to look at the present a little differently. Like right now, the smartest people on the planet are going to look really fucking dumb soon. Really soon. Seriously. Soon, this expert mathematician is going to look like one of these early cavemen eating shit mushrooms and using their own shit to write shit on the walls. Soon. Makes me feel kind of good, you know? Makes me feel a little less behind the ball. 'Cause what else could I possibly be coming from such a long, steady line of absolute morons? Ah, my people. Represent. What a world, eh? This world. It really is something else. Did you know that the smartest minds today believe that the earth is actually a flake of shit? Seriously, look it up. A flake of shit that fell off the sun's ass. Seriously. In size and overall magnitude of existence, we are a shit flake of the sun. But hold on. This is where it gets even better. It's not like we got washed up or flushed down like normal shit flakes. We are fucking thriving. We are hanging onto the sun's ass for dear life. The sun is constantly farting its ass off, and we are down here just, it's so beautiful out here. The breeze is so warm. Smells so nice and fresh. Oh, I just love it here. The world really is a wacky place, right? Like you can walk around minding your own business, and these massive, morphing, mysterious entities, somewhere between shit flakes and farts, are just flying around in the sky and could just roll up on you and shoot you down with a bolt of fucking fart light. And we're all like, yep, typical Tuesday. Typical Tuesday? No typical Tuesday. Very fucking wild and wacky Tuesday. What a world. Flakes of shit are wild, man. Did you know that when you smell a fart, it's actually shit flakes? Seriously, look it up. You are actually breathing in pieces of shit, the size equivalent of the earth if you were the sun. And you know what? Because we all live on a shit flake, orbiting a huge fart, no one cares. Everyone is still going to go on with their lives smelling their farts. We empathize with the shit flakes because we are on one. And we are one. But shit flakes come in all shapes and sizes and smells, and we just cannot help ourselves. We must sniff them all. No shit flake can go unsmelt. Our lives would truly be meaningless without shit flakes. Nothing would make any sense. Now, if you're still skeptical, if you think you're not a flake of shit, standing on a flake of shit, flying through an endless fart, look no further than ourselves. We are all the combination of two shit flakes, a sperm and an egg. And what do we do exactly with our sperm and eggs when we are not using them to build new shit flakes? You guessed it. We wash them up or flush them down. Just like our shit. Why would we do otherwise? We are all just descendants of moron shitheads. We couldn't do otherwise. You know what's even more fucked up? Those sperm that got in, but didn't make it in time. Can you imagine? You got all the way there, but too late. Sorry. So you just lay there, at the bottom of the womb, watching the winner just having a wild and crazy time with that perfect egg. And then you die. Oof. What a world. But cheer up. Really. Even though it's all farts and shit flakes all the way down, as far as you look, you gotta be grateful. Even with all that shitty history, this life is still something to be grateful for. I don't trust these fucking ungrateful fucks, you know? Like, why should I? They could literally be making up every explanation they have and then believing it's true. Sounds like a descendant of one of these fucking shit eaters, don't it? So whack. Like beyond whacked. Somewhere between whacked and thwacked. You know? They ain't got any proof for any of their claims other than the shit flakes stuck in between their teeth. It's like, guys, wake up. We stopped eating our own shit a way, way long time ago. There's other things to eat. There's shitty mushrooms, for fuck's sakes. Come on. Get with the times, you know? Life is short. Smell the shit roses. Read a fucking book. Stop shitting everywhere. Fuck. I tell you, some people's fucking kids, man. Oof. Parents are a trip, man. I'm grateful for my parents, man. Remember the vacations? When the marriage really gets tested, you know? Long ass road trips. He's driving. She's navigating. She's pointing at the sign. It says turn here. He starts making a right turn. No, turn left. You're fucking pointing to the right. I was pointing at the fucking sign. Us kids are in the back seat trying to overdose on candy or some shit. Please, anything. Just make it stop. Tying seatbelts around our necks, hoping for a short stop. Flipping off truckers, hoping they'll drive us off the road. So grateful. The best part, too. No matter how tense it got. Just when you thought Dad was going to pull over, hop out, and walk into oncoming traffic. Instead, he just lets a sour one go. Just sends out a filthy one. Just hot boxing with his bowels. One that makes your head whip back like you just got punched right square in the fucking nose. And yet again, the shit flakes come to the rescue and clear the air. Causes some laughs, probably some tears. If you're lucky, you pass right the fuck out. But in the end, the shit flakes make everything okay again. Siblings are a trip, man. You can really get a good read on someone just based on what their sibling situation was growing up. You got those only childs, the legit fucking psychopaths, never had to share shit, just bossing their parents around on the daily. I said I want macaroni and cheese, and I want it fucking now. They turn out to be real go-getters, you know? Then there's the 2-kid households. Oh, yeah. The dynamics start. It gets interesting. The oldest, the first, parents' favorite. They're like a mini version of the parents. Parents' pet. But they have resentment. They had it all. Like the only child's. And then that younger fuck had to come along and ruin everything. The youngest is just like, whoa, what's up? So, just gotta ride the coattails of the oldest? Parents are exhausted already and just calling it in? Letting me do whatever the fuck I want? Decent. Oldest is just fucking furious. Parents look at the overparented oldest and the cooler underparented youngest and just like, oh, whoops. We kind of fucked up with you, didn't we? Well, we didn't know any better. Sorry. But, wait. Hold on just 1 minute. Parents got a little sloppy after 2. A little lazy. A little reckless. We got ourselves a happy accident. And then there was 3. And the wackiest of all dynamics comes from the depths to the surface. The middle child. Guilty! Being the middle child is fucked up. You look at the oldest and you're like, okay, so he's the expert on the parents of ours, does exactly what they say, knows exactly what they want. I ain't competing with that. He literally has years on me. Then you look at the youngest and you're like, this chick is actually running these fucking parents. She can do whatever she fucking wants. The real fucking expert. Respect. I can't compete with that either. And so, the middle child is kind of all over the place, picking up on the expertise of the oldest and the youngest. They get good at doing as they're told, but also doing whatever the fuck they want. They got such a central role in the dynamic. They start to feel like they run the whole family. And yet, they feel like they're the odd one out. Oldest will always be mama's boy, and the youngest will always be daddy's little girl. The middle child is isolated. Eventually, he just says, fuck it. Y'all enjoy your little love fest. I'll just be whacking off in my room. Let me know when supper's ready. Base. The sibling curveball. The one that everyone struggles to get a hold of. What a world. Yeah, this giant shit flake of ours is always curving. The constant curveball. The world really is constantly throwing us curveballs. I was thrown this height. Was always shortest in class. And you better believe I still carry that around with me. The rage never fully solidified until my first girl dumped me for some tall fuck. Still to this day, I'm judging every tall fuck I see. I can't help it. I'll just be walking down the street, minding my own business. Just finished meditating in the park, all zenned out, loving everything, whistling at birds. And then some tall fuck walks by and just ruins my day. Doesn't matter what happy thoughts I was thinking about in that moment. It's just instantly, oh, look at this tall fuck. How's it going, fuckface? Ah, nice fucking shoes. What size are those? 20? Oh, is that a cancerous growth hanging out the bottom of your shorts? Oh no, sorry. That's just your massive hog, which you use to steal any and all action from me. To be a tall fuck. Oh, you're going into that store? Yeah? You gotta duck your fuck face as you enter and wade through a sea of chicks just flying at your crotch? You can't even buy a fucking drink without impregnating half the fucking town? How fucking awful for you. Truly tragic. Fucking curveballs, man. Did you know some of the smartest people on Earth believe they got the sexes figured out? Seriously. They figured out that a penis is actually a vagina on the inside. And a vagina is a penis on the inside. Seriously. Look it up. Incredible, right? And this is like the root of all problems between the sexes. That every sex has the opposite sex in them. It's kind of confusing, right? Because, like, we are all here because of penis and vagina, but sometimes the inner vagina is hungry for some penis. Starving. Uh-oh. But it's true, you know? You'd be walking down the street, letting that dick swing, and your inner vagina will turn your head towards one of these handsome fucks. All fucking handsome with their thick hair and their cool music and their fast car. You kind of watch them all cute like. Maybe do a cute little wave if they look over at you. Then your dick is like, what the fuck are you doing? Put that fucking hand down, you fucking pussy. What do you think this is? You think the inner vagina runs this shit? How fucking dare you? Drop and give me 20. Fucking sexes, man. What a trip. And so, as the educated people of spaceship shit, we look back at our past and we feel bad about it. We have trouble convincing our new people that we aren't just a bunch of shit flakes flying through an endless fart. There's more to us than just a long line of shit throwers. We have no idea how to convince them, of course. We are all just complete fucking idiots. We couldn't be otherwise. And then our new people will look up at us old fucks and be like, where do we go when we are inevitably washed up or flushed down? And we just scratch our heads all puzzled and try to explain like, there does not appear to be any shit flakes we can see which tell us what is beyond this constant fart. But, I mean, it can't possibly be any shittier than this. I think the key to making people laugh isn't surrounding yourself with funny people. It's surrounding yourself with funny looking people. I mean, you all. I just Woof. That's all I can say. I can't thank you enough. Don't be mad. You didn't choose your parents. But you should give me their numbers. I owe them a thank you. I mean, look at this poor girl. What's your name, sweetie?
Share.
Cher? Beautiful name, sweetie. Look, you might be new here. There's this invention called water. You put it on yourself to get that shit off your face. Yeah, you've heard of it. Good. Give it a go sometime. Cool. Who's this guy next to you? What's your name, sir?
Willie.
Willie? Well, Willie, you look like you don't know if it's fucking Tuesday or moonshine. And please, in the future, for the love of everyone, just close your mouth when you breathe. That's it. That's simple. Go. And whoa, who's this young lady over here?
Nalana.
Nalana. Wow, very exotic name. What happened to the rest of you? You look like a dead turd that just got brought back to life and then got shit out again. Are you feeling okay? Yikes. I got nothing else. Ouch. Moving on. And you, sir? You look very excited to be here.
Brandon.
Brendan. Ah, so that's what that smell is. I thought it was me earlier. Wow, that is a powerful musk you carry. You wouldn't happen to be of the shit-eater lineage, would you? Would really explain a lot of things right now. And I'm afraid there is not much you can do to remedy that. And who is your buddy next to you there? Hello? Oh, we got ourselves a shy guy. How many fingers am I holding up? Nothing, eh? Well, room for improvement, I guess. Or just start shitting in public, and eventually someone will rescue you and take you home with them. Thanks again for sticking around at this historic event, everyone. Please give it up for our host with the most, Mike, back there at the bar. It really is fine establishments like this which have made living on this shitflake a little less shitty. And again, to all of you, give yourselves a hand. Liberty Anonymous, thank you for your time. I just want to end by saying I couldn't be here tonight if it wasn't for my incalculable luck of landing in one of the best families to ever grace this fucked up world. They truly helped me make my stay here as enjoyable as possible, given the circumstances. I cannot really speak for my sister, my brother, my father, or my mother, even though I know them so well. I mean, I followed them my whole life. And yet, there was still a part of them that I know I could never understand, regardless of how much time and effort I put in. And it kind of makes me sad. But if I change my mind, I can see them in a different light, and I can make myself laugh with them once again. I don't know where they've been. I don't know where they've gone. But if I close my eyes... Baby! Hi! Kisses. Thank you. Yeah, I'm shaking, baby. You won't believe what just happened. This car was following me on my way home. So I stopped to find out why. Thought maybe I knew them or something. And so they pull up next to me,
And they're like,
"We've been watching us."
and I'm like, what? And they're like,
"We need to get in the car."
and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I think you've got me mixed up with someone else. And they opened the door and said,
"We need to get in the car now."
and then I just took off, baby. I went as fast as I could, and I couldn't lose them. I ended up going through some random yards, so they couldn't keep following me. But I think I lost them, baby. Oh no, they're in the window. Baby. Calm down, baby. Baby. Come back over here, baby. Baby. Calm down. It's okay. Come here, baby. Baby, look at me. Baby. Baby. Here. Close your eyes, baby. Yeah, that's right. Give me kisses, baby. It's okay, baby. They're not real, baby. That's right. They think they know us, but they don't, baby. Yeah, it's okay, baby. They're not real. We're real, baby. That's right. They can't know what we really are, baby. They don't know a thing about us, baby. They don't know we're lone wolves, baby. They don't know we're a wolf pack, baby. They'll never know us like we do, baby. That's right. What should we do, baby? Should we go behind the moon where they can't follow us? Yeah? I love you, baby. Baby. I love you.